Welcome to another installment of 15 Minutes of Drain. Yes, back by popular demand. Seems that not every fruit fly that wanted to get up and do a little cameo with me, the bee, got a chance to do it last week. So it will now be a regular show where you, the fruit flies, that's the little dudes in the little chat box on the right hand side, the little dudes with the little name tags that come up with really good little bits and ideas and shit, where you get to talk to me, the king of the hive. How y'all doing? Are you good? My my apologies to anyone who was there at the very late night stream after the Ken Wheeler grift. Yes, the Theoria apophysis grift, wherein I seem to convince one person out of about 20 that I told to come over. But chessboard was a very happy addition. I'm very pleased for him to join the cult. I mean the fold. I mean the fold. Don't anybody tell him it's a cult yet. But anyway, I don't want to put anyone off. But oh look, it's Daniel Jackson. First in line, Daniel Jackson. Good to see you, sir. Howdy. Nice to see you. Oh, and Alarani Noshkintor. So the skagheads didn't get you then. The skagheads tried to get me. Yes, so basically, either it was a DDoS attack or Richard Branson doesn't pay his server peeps enough dollar. But yeah, something went wrong where, well, midstream, my internet was out, dead, out for the count, couldn't get back on for hours. And I actually fell asleep before I was able to try it again. It actually worked. So yeah, it was up to 2 hours though that I'd waited after the stream before. Yeah, I just completely gave up. Nothing I could do. Couldn't tell anyone. Couldn't get another stream on. So my apologies to everyone that was there. But it was good. It was a good time up until that point, though, wasn't it? Yeah, it was a shame that Wagon Breadth didn't get on. Icon was going to get on. Brandy was going to get back on. But yeah, I think I believe it's sort of dinner time in the States. So I don't know. I don't know if Brandy's, I don't know if it's a little early for Brandy, but hopefully not. And hopefully she gets a chance to jump on for a little bit, but we'll see. Michael Hayward. Yes, that was fun, wasn't it, Michael Hayward? Just saw Michael in Bigfoot and On's premiere. And it was Uncle Bones made the fateful mistake of telling me he's still alive in a braggadocious tone. To which I retorted, "Not for long, Uncle Bones. Chessboard is coming to switch you off at the mains." Yes. For anyone who doesn't know, Uncle Bones is on oxygen. Yes. We only do edgy jokes around here. We're trying to make light of the fact that he's probably going to be dead soon, but just so he can have a few laughs at the very end of his stint. But we love him, really. We're only joking, Uncle Bones. We're only joking. Michael Hayward, Alarani, skankheads don't give up so easy. No, they don't. They're very persistent, zombie-like creatures. Yes. Although I haven't seen Shooter for a while, so I don't know. Unless his cold shoulder of Michael has just been taken to next level, because they are dedicated. They certainly are. So how are you all doing, folks? Are you well? I hope so. Oh, look, it's Jeff Harding. Very good to see you, Jeff. Very good to see you. Hi, Michael. Hello, Hive. Well, Jeff, it's nice to see you. I do hope that you're up for doing a stint today, and even Bigfoot and on as well. What's up, all? Y'all, rather. Bigfoot, nice video, dude. I always come in too late, but I was enjoying it, though. I liked it. Sharing the love as ever, Bigfoot. Totally sharing the love. Us people that happen to realize the truth about our Earth cosmology and realm tend to have an abundance of good vibes to dish out. Bigfoot Anon, aka Connor, is certainly up there, to say the very least. Alarani Noskintor, good eve, guys. Yes, good eve. Eve is never good, all is well. And if Nemo was here, he'd get that joke. And he'd be the only person that would get that joke. But hey, Jeff Harding, hey, O'Connor. Michael Hayward, Uncle Bones can beat the brakes off a bulldozer. Yeah, Uncle Bones can beat the brakes off a bulldozer. Uncle Bones, I get the impression, is an incredibly hardy man. Yes. He's a real farmer, unlike that wuss of a pretend one called Icon Cease Mr. No, who I affectionately called Dad, who's actually 6 years older than me. But you know, I'm only joking, Dad. You're probably just as much a farmer as Uncle Bones used to be. Yes. I've seen videos that prove it and everything. Um, he's got a channel dedicated to tractor life. Michael Hayward, Jeff, what up? What's up? Yeah. Alarani, I think it's more I think it's more realizing the lies rather than the truth. I think it's more realizing the lies. Very cryptic, Alarani Nuskintor. It's almost like you used to be a flat earther, then you spazzed out and started to believe in the lie all over again. It's almost like probably you're ruthless and this is your sock account. Is that true? And you know, 1 for yes, 2 for don't tell anyone. Okay? Okay. Um, Enlightened Mank. It's the Enlightened Mank, everyone. Yo, yo, crew. Well, you know what? One day, whenever you choose to get on the Enlightened Mank, and Enlightened Mank, don't ask me if I watched any of the videos. I haven't. I haven't yet. I have not yet. But I want to. I just have not had the time, my man. I'm sorry. I actually do want to, though, really. But, you know, plug away, bruh. Plug away. Alarani Noskintor. Good eve, Mank. Michael Hayward. Mank, what's up? Alarani Noskintor. Hollow Earth was my thing. Oh, right. All right. I respect it. I respect it. That means it's ruthless. That means it's ruthless. But it's good to see you ruthless. And I was kissing your ass after that thing. I don't know if you've noticed, but I thought you were the star of the show, bruh. I thought you were the star of the show. So well done. You were brilliant. And Hollow Earth, yeah, I've looked into that. I know what you're saying with that. I know what you're saying with that. We kind of, if you think about it, the flat Earth is the Hollow Earth, really, in a way, isn't it? But I'll not get any more into that. But it's true, though. Hello. Yes. Well, the Enlightened Mank Hive, make a TikTok truther channel that will build your subs. I think that's probably brilliant idea, the Mank. And yes, okay then, I will. I absolutely will. If there are any TikTok channels that you think I could resemble or would be good guidance for me, because I don't know the universe of TikTok at all, bruh, then please drop links. Drop links, my man. Thank you. I just totally unknown quantity. Right, I've been looking forward to this because it's Uncle Bones probably coming back at me after my totally going in hard at him just now. But let's see what he has to say. Uncle Bones, just so you know, Hiveless B, in America, we get into a scrap with a guy and then we have a beer and laugh it off. So Chess and I cleared the air. We buds now. Oh, well, see, that just tells me that you saw him in the tree outside your bedroom window at the retirement home and it invited him in because you were lonely. But, you know, I suppose that's another way of putting it, though, bruh. But good to know, sir. Good to know. All right, the fight's off. That's good. Although I wouldn't trust him. Remember, he's into 5D chess. His name is Chessboard. He's probably just trying to get to that plug by the side of your bed that controls your oxygen. So just keep an eye out, Bones. I'm just looking out for you, you know. Paradox Fossils, Agatha. Nice to see you, sir. Very nice to see you. And I also saw you in Bigfoot Anon's stream as well. Michael Hayward, Paradox, hello. The Enlightened Mank, yo, Nusky and Mikey. This is the bit where I just randomly just shout out loads to the chat, and then we will get to the point where we start getting people up, but I might just fuck around for a little bit, but I'll definitely be getting people up for sure today. That's the whole point in the show. Alarani Naskintor, why? What's that mean? I'm not ruthless. Okay. Why? That's funny. That's like a winky eye. What is that? Is that meant to be a winky dead eye? I'm not ruthless. I swear. Pretty sure that's what that means. Well, I don't believe you yet, since you clearly used to be a super troll, Ruthless. But we'll see. I'm just going to refer to you as Ruthless for now. But we'll see what happens. If I'm wrong about that, my apologies. But it's Ruthless's fault if I'm wrong, because he because he controls at least 4 sock accounts that have been buzzing around my chat for a laugh. Because that's just what we do here, guys. Just what we do. Totally normal in the B universe. Paradox Fossils, Michael, wash hands. Good advice, especially for Michael. But he does enjoy the remnants of all his previous escapades being um, only several feet away at any one time. It's a nice reminder. He uses it as a reminder. But yeah, just don't shake his hand. Jeff Harding, Uncle Bones may pop in after he finishes his Metamucil. Is that another drug? Takes his Centrum Silver, and his nurse finishes sponge bathing his crust off his ball sack. Oh, Uncle Bones, the joys. Well, if we've all got that to look forward to, then what's anyone complaining about at the end of the day? No one be doing that to the crust on my ball sack. Fucking typical. I suppose I haven't paid enough taxes yet, but I'll, you know, one day, one day. Mr. Hugh, hello, Mr. Hugh. Mank, that stream is mind blowing. Oh, presumably he's talking about red brick something. Jeff Harding, oh yes, here now. The crust layer must have been thin. Yes, she did a good job yesterday, is what it means. Or maybe chessboard had already loosened it. Is that right, Uncle Bones? What you been getting up to with your new friend? Careful now. Careful. If his record to do with animals is anything to go by, I'd be very scared right about now, the Uncle Bones. Michael Hayward, Mr. Hugh, zip up your pants, wipe off your hands, and quit thinking something. Quit something. I don't know what it means, but okay then. Okay then. Yeah, Wagon Breast is apparently wait, Wagon Breast. That's a better name. Wagon Breast. Yeah, you got to change your name to Breast now. Actually, I think that's funnier. Wagon Breast. Yeah. She's in the dentist. We all know she's in the dentist because we saw her grifting over at Bigfoot and Hounds. She's everywhere now. There's nowhere I can go where she isn't. She's infected my life. She's like an ex-bunny boiler who's put in her psychopathy to good use. She's turned her life around, and now she's just a friendly psycho. Cool. Well, I'm all right with it. That just means she a go-getter. A go-getter. That's what they call friendly psychopaths, I think. Jeff Harding, Uncle, tell Hive the truth. The oxygen tank by your bed is not for health. It's for blowing up all of your sex dolls for your nightly orgy. But it is good of the retirement home to be providing you with the necessary technology to enjoy at least something on your bucket list, Uncle Bones. Yes, albeit with not actual people. But, then again, this is a simulation of a conversation with a family that doesn't exist because the real one you're part of hates you. Michael Hayward, Wagon Beast came back. Wagon Beast come back. Yeah, Wagon Beast. Hey, Sprocket Breast. Sprocket Breast. Where are you? She's on the chair right now, getting seen to. That's right. No, not the gynecologist, the dentist. Yes, no, really, she is actually at the dentist. Not an inside joke. She's at the dentist. Paradox Fossils. My kid saw a bee, started slapping around, turned and ran into a tree. The bee didn't even know he was even nearby. Lol. Yes. That is the human psyche. Fear. That's what fear will do to you. Fear will make you chaotic and crazy and make things worse, always. That's why we are a comedy channel, fundamentally, and then a truth channel. Why? Because this day and age of totalitarian takeover and usurpation of everything good in society, we that's got to be necessary part of the truth movement, the pushback. We've figured it out over here on the B channel. So yeah, if you can't have a light disposition and be fearless, then you're just starting from the wrong fucking place. The true story. The Enlightened Man, TikTok, amazing truth channel, FV, Tartarian, Jesus is the devil, symbology, a chew, parasite, and other crazy stuff. Merlin Mofo Link. Mank, I love you. You are my brother. How will I ever repay you? I'm gonna totally check that out later, Mank. For real. Thank you very much. Sounds fucking awesome, by the way. Sounds totally awesome. The Enlightened Mank. Mr. Hugh, you watched it and what you think? You think it's real truth? Uncle Bones, Jeff Harding, yes, it is helium. So when the doll talks, I take a puff. Oh, right. I just thought you preferred the squeaky voice, Uncle Bones. I thought you were into squeaky voices. It's helium because I'm into squeaky voices. Hey, Uncle Bones. How... So I won't do that bit. I won't do that bit. It's too edgy. Fuck. I was going to do a whole bit about harder in a squeaky voice, but I'm not going to do it. I think I just did it by accident. But anyway, Alarani Noskintor. Thanks for the link, dude. Is it your TikTok? Almost convincing, Ruthless. Almost convincing. Mr. Hugh, yeah, Mank. It has to be true. Nice. Well, I need to watch that, whatever that is. Which one are you referring to, Mank, that you've put Hugh onto? Michael Hayward, Paradox. I know a guy who totaled a truck and a boat over a bee. Yeah. Well, there you go then. I don't want to see what the problem is. I'm not that scary. It's people that are scary. I'm just doing my job. Making honey, collecting pollen for the hive. Don't know what they're freaking out about. It's only a stinger. Me. Mr. Hugh. Hi, Michael Hayward. And everyone's saying hi to people. What we're saying, Paradox Fossils, genuine simulated artificial reality. Well, it is, but the question is whether or not it's the original organic simulation, because the dual is necessarily a simulation because it's not the absolute, it's not the truth, it's the theoretical. There are no partitions or fragmentation in the absolute. The absolute is the absolute. That which is. So every subsequent dimension thereafter, that which is necessarily theoretical. So yes, we do live in a simulation. If you compare it to actuality, actual reality, which is sentient tranquility, God in heaven, that which is, everything is perfect. There's no you. The body complex is a projection of mind, appearance to mind, mere appearance. You're already where you need to be. So yeah, it's definitely a simulation. The question is whether or not it's the original one, or like with Nick Bostrom, go and look him up, the simulation argument. He proposes that the probability that we're in the actual original universe is very slim. And he's got a three-pronged argument to get you there, which is quite interesting, using probability. It's very compelling. Go and check it out. Nick Bostrom, the simulation argument. Famously, or like in a trending fashion, Sam Harris regurgitated that same simulation argument. So you've probably seen him on a stage representing that argument. But yeah, it's actually Nick Bostrom. I think a famous physicist from Oxford, although I think he was a German or something like that. But I've read a bit of his book, but whatever. All very dry stuff, but true story. Icon sees Mr. No. This is my dad. This is the farmer I was ribbing earlier. I was saying you weren't a real farmer, Icon, compared to Uncle Bones. I was only joking. Hello, Hive. Mr. Hugh is just saying hello to everyone, but nice to see you, Dad. Nice that you could make it. Actually, Yeah, well, Icon, do you want to jump on today? I would very much enjoy it if you were up for it. And I want to get, yeah, it'd be good to get. I wonder if Anon is up for it. I wonder if Harding's up for it. Basically, so let me remind you of the point of this particular installment, this particular show. So this particular installment, it's all about getting to meet you, the fruit flies, who I affectionately refer to as fruit flies, of course, but you are probably real people in real life. I don't know. For all I know, you're just a very sophisticated Silicon Valley robot. But Jeff Harding, what's he saying? Say what you want about Bones, but when I start to sling my dark, perverted, tear-inducing humor around like a cat of nine tails, he's the only twat waffle that doesn't flinch besides Hive. Oh my God, he just complimented me. Right, everybody, Jeff Harding is a genius. I've thought it before, but yeah, he's a great guy. Yeah, no, it's like my he was on last week. And yeah, you'll get to hear from him in a bit. He's a genius conversationalist. Yeah, he could talk for hours. He could, but we're gonna get him on later. That's for sure. That's a fact of life. But thank you, Sir Jeff. Very funny. And yeah, I mean, Uncle Bones is fucking hilarious. Yeah, he nearly got me with his dry retort the other week. Like I actually thought he was possibly pissed off the other day. I didn't let on. But, yeah, I know he was just joking, really. Very funny. The Enlightened Mank, Morlin Mofo, TikTok dude, got a video showing Tartarian technology breaking our physical realms, physical realms veil to speak to dead loved ones using electricity manipulation. Oh my God, the bank. The way you keep upstaging your previous comment. Can this keep going on without putting a tear into reality itself, Enlightenment? How could you possibly upstage yourself and be any more epicer than the last message? But you seem to always continuously do it. Amazing. George fucking Soros, everybody in the house. I mean, it's funny that of all days this happened because well, anyway, let's see what he's fucking saying, but I'll make my comments in a moment. But George Soros, you absolute stinking sack of shit. What the fuck are you doing in my chat? I've been waiting for this moment. You suck so fucking hard, George Soros. I keep hoping to hear of your demise, but all of that young blood you keep sucking seems to keep you going for another week longer so that you can get a little delight out of usurping everything that was good once about Western existence just for another fucking year. You absolute scuzz bucket. George Soros, bloody peasants. When aren't you when aren't you ever moaning? Yet when you're not fucking trying to crash the pound and create some sort of non-governmental organization whose sole purpose is to flood the West with the third world so as to collapse us. That's when we're not fucking moaning, you absolute fucking scumbag, globalist piece of shit. We all hate you. Go and die. Please do it. Please die. I think he's already dead, though. You can't kill the undead. That's the problem with the globalists. The enlightened man, yo icon. Right. Okay. So who's up for it? So let me get a link going. I was going to say it's so weird that happened today of all days, because well, I think I know why that happened. Actually, funny enough, you know what? I don't have to get into it, but yeah, I think I know why that happened. But it's all good. It's all good. Very funny, and I even think I know. Well, I think I know who it might be, but we'll see. We'll see. Well, for anyone who's new, by the way, that's a first. We haven't had George Soros in before. I'm going to presume he's a blue check mark, and if not, excuse me. Have you got Susan Wojcicki to just make you a permanent mod in everybody's chats, George Soros? I suppose you can buy anything. You can even buy moderation status when all is said and done. too bad. Right, I can see some snow. I'll jump on in a bit for a bit. Currently having a burger and then have some time before I take the dog out. No worries, Dad. Look forward to it. Well, my voice is a little tired now after doing this in, day out for 6 weeks, actually. But I might drop a link and see who's up for it. The Enlightened Man, Mr. Hugh, what country you live it on, or I should say, what melted building do you live on? Very funny. Michael Hayward, George, I heard you were a moaner. Well, his little slave boy company. No, anyway, I won't say that. Alarani Nuskintor, any of you guys watch Jay Dreamer's YouTube? No, but I'll look into that later then. Whatever the fuck that is. It sounds rubbish, but I'll have a look. Mr. Hugh, Island Bank, my grandfather is Darby O'Gill. Darby O'Gill. Darby O'Gill. What is that? Darby O'Gill. What is it? Is that horse rider? Is your dad very small, Mr. Hugh? George Soros. I'm a giver, Mr. Haywood. Yes, a giver of pain. In the ass. To midgets. To midget boys. Paradox Fossils. I dated a screamer once, but she was way too loud. But fun. Yeah, well, my a housemate of mine once got into a relationship with a Chinese girl, and it was very loud. That's all I'm going to say. It was very loud. I think it's something to do with that kind of, you know, don't know how to put it really. Maybe sycophantism. Is that a word? Sycophantism? Probably not. I think it's in the blood. It runs in the blood over there. Just years of brutality. And anyway, I'll pad that theory out further later. But yes, let's just say she was very, very grateful. The Enlightened Mank. Hive, Mr. Hugh watched the When the Buildings Cry documentary, got ya, and told you it's amazing knowledge and real shit. We live on melted buildings that we call land because it's melted circuit board flat earth. Well, yes, I know the claim, dude. That might be, well, I've already told you that may or may not be a level beyond what I'm capable of appreciating. But I'm pretty much there though. I'm with the Tartaria stuff. I'm with the mud flood stuff. I'm with the timeline deception stuff. With the true cosmology of the realm stuff. But the idea that, well, I haven't properly watched it, man, so I can't actually comment yet. You know what? I keep watching bits of it, but yeah, I'll get round to it, my man. I'll get round to it. Jeff Harding, I had an idea for an episode for you, Hive. Yes, sir. Similar to the fruit flu drain, right? But instead, you bring on a fly and the rest of us roast them for 15 minutes. That's hilarious. You bring on what? You bring on another. Right, I don't know what that end bit means, but I pretty much like the idea though, brother. Yes. Yes, let's do that. All right. Well, okay, Jeff, do you want to be the first one? Right, Jeff's going to come up and we're all going to roast the shit out of him, okay? Because he came up with the idea. It's his own fucking fault. I'm only joking. Jeff Harding, a chance for us to formally purge our feelings for one each other. Well, well, in that case, yeah, maybe that'll be the one show that well, I was going to say that hopefully that would put Wagon Breadth off trying to jump on at every given opportunity. But then again, she's into that. That's what she does for a living. Is get roasted by groups of men. What? So, oh shit, humor is meant to be more subtle. Shit, I'm only joking. Wagon breast. Only playing, honey. We love you. We do. Uncle Bones. Well, actually, I think that's a great idea, Jeff. I actually do. Uncle Bones. Besides Hiveless B, the only thing that old fucker chessboard climbed on was his family tree. Oh my god! I think Uncle Bones is leveling a an inappropriate joke related to Chessboard's dad, if I'm not mistaken. Very subtle stuff, Uncle Bones, if that was true. George Soros, I'm not ashamed of funding BLM. In fact, it's my favorite thing I've done since being a total Nazi Jew catcher. Yes, well, we know all about your days in Nazi Germany catching Jews for a laugh, even though you are one. George Soros, we hate you. Hurry up and die. Right, I'm going to drop the link. I'm going to drop the link, and we'll see who wants on. So, who wants on? Come and get it. Come and get it. Whoever wants it. The Enlightened Mac, Mr. Hugh, Ireland, you had a walk around your town to notice the buildings melted and the proof of your area. Oh, Joshua Lindsay, hello. He actually came around. Well, Joshua Lindsay, is that how you say that? Lindsay. Joshua Lindsay has a brilliant channel who I found because it's quite an interesting story, actually. Let's see if I can't re-navigate to the message in question. Well, everyone knows that I don't really follow Russell Brand, right? But he came up in the sort of, the general news feed that he had a new video out. So anyway, I checked it out, and because I unsubbed from Brand about 4 years ago when he was banging on about socialism all the time. In fact, it was probably more like 5 or 6 years ago. Kept going when he was hard pushing socialism. So that in my bag. So I unsubbed, and I've not been into him ever since. Until some of you will have heard me say that some of the videos he's been making this year, as it pertains to the agenda, are actually very powerful, and he's been doing some really good stuff. So today he dropped a video, and in fact, I'm just checking back. You know what? Yeah, so today he dropped a video, and I'm just trying to find my comment that I left on a video because Joshua Lindsay, or Lindsay, tell me how to say that, brother, by the way. Left me a reply to a message I left for Brand that I thought might be quite funny to read out. Should Joshua turn up just because? But here we go. So Brand, and actually I thought I'd resub to him. Right, look at this. I'm actually subbing to Russell Brand. How weird is that? Because I haven't been a sub of his for like 5 years. I thought I'd already subbed earlier, hence the message I left him. But anyway, you'll see. I'm going to read it to you now. Anyway, his video is called, you should all go and watch it, by the way. It's called You Dumb Motherfucker, Joe Rogan Unmasks CNN's True Agenda. Everybody go and watch that. Well, anyway, Brand. So I've left this message after watching it. I was quite impressed, but I'm going to read you my message to Brand. And this is me on the grift, right? Everyone knows that the grift is real. Everyone in my chat knows I'm always grifting because that's what you got to do. The grift is almighty and all powerful. So here you go. You ready for the grift, guys? This is a nice little bit of grift in here, but here we go. Mr. Brand, I subbed a few years ago due to our no, I said, Mr. Brand, I unsubbed a few years ago due to our divergent political persuasions. Brackets, you pushing socialism hard and me understanding how cynical and evil it is, close brackets. However, I was in total agreement with everything you said in this video and have joined the fold again. Thank you for representing reality, good sir, when so few others seem to be doing it. Keep up the great work. And then I went on to say this. You ready for this? Ready for a bit of grifting? By the way, join my B cult so I can boast that you are a sub. I may very well be your new favorite live stream Comedy Truth channel. I stream pretty much all the time, and if you ever want to jump on for a laugh, do it. I'm hilarious. So I've said that to Russell Brand because the grift is almighty. And then Joshua, let me see. Oh, here you go. Joshua Lindsay left me this post for his video. 40 Laws of Power, Robert Greene, The Cult, and pretty much you know that Joshua Lindsay's on the mad grift, right? But I clicked the link and it was actually a premiere of a really well cut together video laying out all of the agenda, the truth, just lots of good, relevant stuff. So I really rate this guy, Joshua Lindsay. So Joshua, if you want to stick your link in the channel, my man, to a link to your channel in the chat, rather, do it. Just fucking do it. Yeah, he does some good stuff for real. But I told him if he showed up. Oh, we got Jeff. Jeff, I've only just seen you, mate. But if you hang tight, I see you, brother. hang tight, my man. I'll get to you. But if you yeah, go and check out his channel. And I was going to say, Joshua, if you do feel like getting on, then we'll do it. We will do it. And what I'm going to do is, like, the chat's got away from me, so inevitably I'm just not going to be able to sort of keep up with all the comments and stuff. Inevitably, but it's such is the nature of this particular stream when we get chatting anyway. So hope you all have fun. I'll momentarily hopefully catch some of your chat. And but yeah, here we go. We got Jeff Harding on, everyone. It's Jeff. Hello,
Hey.
Jeff. How you doing, my man?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm good. Let me try and get rid of this comment. Hang on. It's in the way of your beautiful mag. There we go. Oh, that's nice. I like your little pictures, some guitars behind you.
Yeah, there's
Oh, and we've got Icon coming on as well. All right, you take your time, Icon, because I can see Icon's not connected properly yet. But yeah, just take your time, mate, and I'll get to you whenever you're ready. Can I ask the chat whether or not me and Jeff are comparable in terms of volume? I just want to check because I can't get a visual on his volume. But yeah, let's just check we've got a good volume, people. Someone could give me a heads up. Talk to me, Jeff.
Do we have good volume, people?
Yes, exactly. Jeff, how are you? Nice to
I'm
see
good.
you. Good. It's a fake conversation for volume. Okay.
Yeah. Once we get the levels right, then we can properly let the conversation take its course, natural course.
Right on. Do you want to try and get this for me, actually, Jeff? Can you read this comment or not? I don't know if you can.
Lose yourself in the music the moment you own it. You better never let it go. Do not miss your chance to blow, because opportunity comes once in a lifetime. No more games. I'm going to change what you call rage. So that would be what, Eminem?
Original thought. Yeah, Eminem. That was an original thought just in time. Well done. And thank you for that. Hang on, what's George Soros saying? I donated millions to Putin bots to oust Hillary, the crook. Yeah, right. Total grifter. We don't believe you, George Soros. We don't like you. Go away, George Soros. Anything you want to say to George Soros, Jeff Harding?
That'd be a whole nother show.
Yeah, that would be a whole other show. He's a scumbag. Did you know he crashed the British pound in the 90s?
He's a pile of shit.
He is a pile of shit. That is true. Right, what's the volume like, people? We'd look. Oh, someone's telling me. Hang on, I just saw volume's okay, so I'm being told by. Oh, hello, screen name 229. Yes, brother. So screen name 229. That's quite a weird mask, by the way, sir. I noticed that in your avatar. Came from Ken's channel, but I'm really glad that you came over, brother. You jumped on that, and we actually had chessboard from Ken's channel last night here too. But I'm really nice to meet you, my man. And if you're hilarious and brilliant, you will get a blue spanner. So yeah. So Jeff, talk to me, man. How's your week been? What you been up to?
This morning, day started early. Was up about 4 o'clock. Went and did some kayaking and a little bit of research. Got done with that about 2 in the afternoon. And right now I'm baking a couple apple pies.
Dude, and that's not a metaphor for something else.
No, I got a whole lasagna in the oven and I made 2 homemade apple pies today.
Dude, the homemade ones are the best.
Yeah. I don't do it often. You know, every couple months I'll take out grandma's old pie dough recipe, and you got to have the right apples. Right now, everybody who owns apple trees around here is picking them and giving them away. And
right, George Soros is saying nearly crashed the pound, nearly. Yeah, nice try, Soros. I was going to say kayaking, Jeff. You actually do kayaking. That's awesome, man.
Yeah. Well,
you must have a big back.
I have 2 teenage boys that had kayaks, and I had a kayak, and then they wanted new kayaks, so they bought new kayaks, and we kept their old ones. And then since then, I bought 2 more, so we now have 7 kayaks. They're in the garage. I can't even park my truck in there anymore. The kayaks are laying all over.
Right, we had our old next door neighbors. This Skag Den, that I affectionately call it. They were all heavy into kayaking and stuff, and they were talking about giving us discounts because my kid brothers are interested in all that sort of stuff, you know. So yeah, it's a
Yeah.
brilliant pastime. In fact, my old boss, when I used to work for Superdry years ago, he used to kayak along the canals to work, and his shoulders, man, he was built, you know, looked like a professional rugby player, massive, absolutely massive.
Yeah, that you get some shoulders doing it if you do it enough. You know, it's for me, it's more of a clear my mind type of thing. You know,
Sure. Well, I
you
think it's a
can,
brilliant pastime, man. Yeah.
yeah,
I'd love to get into it. I would absolutely love to get into it. I would sometimes, when I jog along the canals, like there's you know, people in kayaks or that I always see. In fact, you even get some that is there a special type of kayak that's used as a gondola kind of thing? It's not a gondola, but you know they stand up on it. It's like a surf kind of
yeah.
board.
Well,
Yeah, I don't
there's
know what
sit
that is.
on top kayaks and then there's sit in kayaks. Sit on top ones are a little bit flatter. They don't have that round cockpit kind of in the middle that you sit into. So you
Right.
can stand up on those also.
George Soros says, Jeff, I fund kayaks along the northern coast of France. Yes, it's you that's filling all of our hotels at the moment. Then George Soros during lockdown. How kind of you! Since the sector had suffered so badly, it's only good of you to give the British government an incentive to keep them funded somehow. Yes. If you didn't know, British hotels are full of immigrants now. True story. All funded, all bills got by the British government. That's nice. And of course, they're funded by the British taxpayer. Wonderful.
When that all started here a year and a half ago, the sickness, the brain sickness,
Hmm.
you couldn't buy a kayak around here because everybody bought them because it was one of the only things you could still go out and do.
Yeah.
Is go kayaking by yourself. Who's gonna tell you you can't? You know.
Right. Well,
So
respect to you. I mean, we were they're pretty stringent here, to be fair. Um, although we'll have to see what happens the next one. What do things feel like over there? Without getting too much into it, it looks like they're gearing up for another one this winter here.
it's really depends on where you're at. You know, here in I'm in the Minnesota, South Dakota area. South Dakota
Mm.
is probably the freest state in the United States. I mean, our president just said that everybody who works for the government, even state level, has to get immunized. And our
Yeah.
governor passed a executive order yesterday saying no state level employees have to get immunized and that the president doesn't have the authority to tell the state that it's state level employees need to. So we've got a governor that's basically giving Biden the middle finger every opportunity she gets here in South Dakota.
Right, that's surprising because didn't you say it was a Democrat governor? No.
No, here in South Dakota, it's a pretty red state. In Minnesota,
Right.
where I have a lake home, that Minnesota's traditionally been a blue state, but it's flipping.
Right.
The Minneapolis area is pretty blue, but everywhere else in the state is red and pretty much. And so that's probably a state that's up for grabs, so to speak. But
Would I know the name of the governor in question that gave him the middle finger?
the governor in South Dakota is Kristi Noem, and she's actually probably going to be on the top 3 candidates for who will be leading the charge in 2024.
Oh, right.
If
Well,
not as a
people.
presidential candidate, she'll probably be a VP candidate.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Well, and who do you think running with DeSantis?
Yeah, I
If
don't
she
know.
does that.
It's hard to say.
Oh, I've seen her. Yes, I know who she is. She's very attractive. I know the gal. Yeah,
Yeah.
she's been really hardcore, hasn't she? In fact, is it South Dakota then that just didn't go into lockdown at all?
Yeah, we really didn't. I mean,
Yeah,
our kids
and she
wore
had-
masks to school for about
Right.
3 weeks, and then everybody said, "Fuck that."
That's right. Was she? Oh my God, well, she's awesome, man. She's fucking awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I love her. Yeah. God, was she? Well, she'd be a good first female president. Although we'll have to
Yeah.
see, because when everybody realizes Biden's already dead, we'll probably have the first female, won't we?
Yeah.
In
I don't know
Harris,
how
but
long it'll take for everybody to realize that the rotting bag of oatmeal that's the president right now isn't really even alive at this point.
that's right. That's right. Yeah, yeah. He said, "Come on, man. Corn Pop was a bad dude." Well, that's awesome. So yeah, what do you want to get into, Jeff? Anything at all, mate?
Well, I
Honestly, I
don't
mean,
know.
I'm easy.
I was I always enjoy roasting each other with Uncle Bones.
Oh yeah.
He takes it so well. He really does.
Oh, he gives it so well as well. I
Yeah.
saw the video of him and the new Old Boy chessboard earlier, and no, he gives as good as he gets. Does Granddad Bones?
But then it occurred to me that, there's other people in the chat that you want to tease and, kind of jab at that way, but yet you don't want them to, it's hard to sense sarcasm in a comment, and
Yeah, that's true.
I thought, how cool would it be if you had a format? I'm not saying this show, but maybe at some point where
Right.
you call out the next person who's on deck and they come on. And
Yeah.
for 15 minutes, everybody just purges their feelings and roasts the living shit out of them. And, if you don't come
Absolutely.
on, you lose your wrench for a day.
Oh, dude. You know what? I love that. Well, I've got to say, because I call it loosely, I call the Friends Simulator on a Friday roast comedy, but strictly speaking, it's not quite geared up yet in a way that's definitely going to happen. So you know what? Maybe you're right, Jeff. Maybe there has to be an adaptation to that particular show because I like this one, excuse me, where it's just casual, we're just chatting and get to meet everyone for real.
Yeah.
But yeah, on that particular show, you know what, if anyone was willing to come up and get roasted, so everybody, so if Wagon Brett wanted to get up on that particular show, it'd be at the cost of everyone in chat just roasting her as hard as humanly possible. There you go. That's the price for fame, Jeff. How about that?
It's one of those things where there's multiple times where I've wanted to say something, with some hardcore humor involved in it to Wagon, but I don't want to ruin any opportunity in the future where she may be nice enough to get on here and expose herself to everybody. So I don't want to ruin that. So, but if the format was that you are supposed to say things like that to people when they're on here, then it couldn't be misperceived,
Yeah, well, that's true, to be fair, and I'm all for. Yeah, go on.
No,
you said, yeah, exactly, and that is the spirit of the roast kind of masters that I'll keep advertising to everyone. New York City, the Stand roast masters. Yeah, so when everyone knows that's the gig, then it's all good. That's right. I think the British do just allow it to be a full license part of their personality. I think that's what some people don't understand about the British sense of humor. Yeah. So we just allow it anyway. But I was going to say, I might just say something to Icon, because I don't know if you can tell, Jeff. Icon's backstage. Icon, do you know that your device isn't connected properly? Icon. If that is really Icon, I suppose someone could be pretending to be Icon. But Icon, well, I've had that happen before. Oh, he's actually there. No, he's actually there. He's finally got it working. I'm going to get him on then, Jeff, with us. Here we go. Icon, nice to see you, my man.
Hi, Bliss. Jeff, how goes it?
Good. How are you?
Absolutely awesome. What do you think of Jeff's idea? Not too shabby. What do you think of Jeff's idea to do with, maybe on the Friends Simulator, the roast night, that people get up at their own, what is it? Get up at your own peril or something, and everyone in chat, including myself, jointly roasts the person who's dared to get on. How about that?
Well, I thought we had been roasting each other pretty good, Well,
true that as well. Actually, you look, I'm just saying, you look a little hot. Are you a little louder than usual? I'm not sure, but you seem to be a little loud.
Well, let me check my mic level.
Only visually, it looks a little. Oh, well, then again, I look a little loud as well. I tell you what, Icon, don't do anything. Don't change anything yet. Then, just we'll have a look, check it's the same as it has been. But just someone in the chat let me know. Oh yeah, we got Joshua Lindsay coming up as well. Someone in the chat let me know what Icon's vocal is like. Vocal level is like. Jeff and Icon, if you get into it together, I'll be able to hear more what the volume.
Yeah,
like.
well, I can hear Icon's level. It sounds pretty good.
Oh no, it actually sounds all right compared to Jeff's Icon. Sorry, mate, don't change anything. Let me hear your Icon.
Okay, sounds good. I'll keep it the same then.
Yeah, I think it just looks loud, but I think it might be okay, actually. Yeah.
Okay. Well, that and I'm
Okay.
holding my phone too at the moment, so it's probably a little closer than when it sits on my tripod.
Where are you holding it? Between your legs or?
Yeah.
No, I'm holding it on my third leg.
Ah, that's why it's a little closer.
Your
Oh my God.
selfie stick.
Yeah. My God. Well, guys, I've also got someone else to join us in chat. And this will be interesting to try and coordinate this because I've never had 4 on at one time before on the live stream, that is. Joshua Lindsay. Joshua Lindsay, he's got an amazing channel. I was telling everyone about earlier. He's a truth channel, and everyone really should check him out. But never heard the guy speak. But I did tell him, come on, and we'll get you up. So here you are, Joshua. Nice to meet you.
Hey, how are you?
Hey, very nice to
Joshua.
meet you. Mate,
Hello,
your channels.
Josh.
Hello. So you got Icon and Jeff. How did you get your channel started, brother? Because I really enjoyed the video from earlier, and thanks for hooking me up.
Yeah, no worries. I'm a software engineer here in Silicon Valley, and I don't know, over the last decade or so, being in tech, you're just seeing a bunch of crazy shit. So
Soros put
right.
you out of business, so you had to start a channel.
I don't think we're out of business, but if anything,
Well, yeah,
No,
you're the only
so-
ones. Yeah.
go ahead.
Oh no, I was going to say you're the only ones not out of business. That's right, pretty much, and Amazon, who are essentially
Yeah,
big tech
everybody's
anyway.
everybody's working from home, and seemingly like I don't know, it's weird. Like everyone's working from home, and it didn't seem like we skipped a beat, but at the same time, we're seeing like everything get locked down and all the tech being used against us, and it's crazy.
Yeah, well. So it seems to me that Lindsay, Joshua is well up on things. So we're all in good company. We know what's up. We got to be careful with what we sort of get into a little bit, as you well know, Joshua. But you were telling me earlier that so your network of friends, they're all very professional, big tech peeps that are all a bit We'll go and lay it out to us. What were you sort of telling me earlier?
Oh, well, I mean, Silicon Valley used to be mostly libertarians, like most of the engineers, even though the tech companies are hyper liberal or progressive. So once they started the LGBT initiatives and the BLM stuff, it kind of
Mhm.
put a chill or a silence on everyone who was would say anything against it. Mostly because they're well-paying jobs, and B, families and stuff like that. So most people are just being quiet, but at the same time, you see a lot of people sabotaging things as well.
Right, and and I'm going to get Jeff in next then to ask you some questions, but just because it's so interesting, Joshua, your perspective is just so unique. What are your thoughts very quickly on what the likes of Project Veritas are doing with the sort of whistleblower movement?
Yeah, I mean, that seems obvious. Like leaking things to some news outlet would have been New York Times or something like that 10, 20 years ago, but they too have been co-opted into it. So it looks like a lot of alternative media is doing the job of what the media used to do until they got co-opted. I did a couple of videos about this. Like, have you heard of Operation Mockingbird?
Yes, sure. I know that's
Yeah.
that's what they call the American media, the sort of war. What do you call it? The kind of co-opted, propagandized American media primarily, but probably world media institutions, isn't it?
Yeah, I would argue all the intelligence agencies globally in their respective countries, but in tech especially, I keep saying this, is that tech has been co-opted into the intelligence community. So like everything is basically being fed to them, and I think in return there's a bunch of favors being done and a lot of coordination happening. So yeah, I mean, if you're not familiar with that, I suggest you go check it out. But I think what my point is that it's still going on, and so a lot of people have just been quiet, or trying not to make a ruckus because they still got to make a living and all that. But it's kind of scary when you think about it.
Yeah, well, what I see coming over the hill is pretty terrifying. The Western world, in fact, the entire world is falling off the edge of a cliff right now. And my own strange strategy is, providing a platform that's got a heavy dose of comedy, because I realize that necessarily countering tyranny requires a heavy dose of some good comedy. And of course, the comedic sort of institutions or the mainstream comedians are not doing a sufficient job, but what they ought to be doing. But without getting into that, Joshua, I'm sure you've got opinions on that. I'd love to hear them. But I want to bring, I'm sure Jeff's got a few thoughts that he might want to share. What are you saying, Jeff?
Well, one of the things you just mentioned about the comedians, the problem is it's not being done in a balanced way. If a comedian comes on and says something too conservative, or anything that jokes, takes a jab at BLM or the LGBTQ community, they're censored, they're shamed. And it's like, when did we lose the ability to joke about everything,
2007.
Yeah. I mean, it absolutely ran into this whole definition of comedic sin and what's allowed. And it's like, George Carlin would be turning over in his grave right now if that was the case. But
right on. Well,
I think that one of the things that Joshua is going to see, probably he may be seeing that already, is he talks a little bit about this informal type of delicate balance within the industry. You've got conservatives who work in the industry who feel like they're gagged a little bit and being able to express themselves about policy and things. And, one of the things that I seen just happened, I believe it was yesterday, was here in the Senate, Democrats have put forth this plan to make an online currency for the government, right? Not just like Bitcoin and things that, independent global forms of online currency, but actually establish a government online currency. And the similarities they used to compare it to was China and Venezuela, which in my mind wasn't Venezuela just about absolutely bankrupt here a couple of years ago, But the reason why is they want to know where the money is. They don't want cash to be a thing anymore. Part of this proposal is even that banks have to report to the government when a transaction of over $600 occurs. Now that threshold used to be like $8,000, If you deposit or withdraw over $750, they want to know. The government wants to know about it. They don't want anybody to have a closet full of $100 bills in a suitcase. They want everything to be online so they can tell who they've got control of and who they have yet to gain control of. And that's dangerous because if the government controlled that currency, then they can control the transactions of what you use it for. They could say, well, you can't buy tickets to go see that comedian with this government currency, or you can't buy a gun with that government currency. That you see the possible limitations that could be enacted on the backside of something like that. And so I think Silicon Valley, you're going to see a defined division where there are going to be conservative software companies that are going out and developing platforms that will manipulate around a proposed system like that. I heard somebody joking about it the other day saying they're going to start a website where you can trade goats for guns, or something like that. If the government's going to tell you can't use this online currency to buy this, how are you going to buy it? You better figure out a way. There's got to be software platforms that will manipulate around these things. And it'll be interesting because I just feel like this whole left and right deal, I like Joshua said, I miss those libertarian days in California, you know, and you used to hear more libertarian. It used to be the libertarian view was offensive to both conservatives and liberals, you know.
Still is.
But, you know, this
Because, yeah, I would say it still is. I mean, I don't think we're looking at a Democrat or a Republican party. I think we're looking at a uniparty with exclusion.
Yeah.
I mean, there's exceptions, but they want more government. They want more control, and they're using tech as a means to do it. So there was a project I worked on not too long ago called GE Current. It's the lighting division of GE, and they were working with San Diego and a couple other cities. I think New York might have done a pilot program, but they basically turned all the light bulbs into video cameras with two-way audio and computer vision, so that they could track people as they move through a city or an airport or a library or a school campus, supposedly to track terrorists or whatever. But I put a link in the chat area. I don't know if the YouTube can see that or not, but they broadcast it. That stuff's all over the place. And
there used to be a libertarian that was on the radio a lot. His name was Neil Bortz, and he used to say, he used this analogy all the time. He said, when somebody says, well, you know, I'm a liberal, and you say, well, why are you a liberal? And they say, well, you know, my dad was a liberal. My families have all been liberals. And he says, well, let me ask you a question. If you were sitting, if we were walking along together along the sidewalk, and there was a guy who's kind of down and out sitting on the curb, and I gave him $20, would you have a problem with that? And the guy says, no. And he says, well, what if afterwards I stuck a gun to your head and made you give him $20 too? Would you have a problem with that? And he says, well, yeah, I'd have a problem with that. And he says, well, then you just know where you're a liberal. I mean, you can't be. If you're not okay with that analogy, then you're not a liberal, because that's what's happening all over the country, you know. But
right. Well, I might want to get Icon. Penny for your thoughts, man, off the back of any of that, or what you up to, my man?
Oh, one thought that I had with the government getting into crypto too is they'll be able to control fees and fines and such automatically. So if you're, for example, like me, and you got a camera and you're out taking pictures alongside of, say, a rail yard, and you go into the parameter of the no trespass area to get a shot, even though you're out of harm's way, you're automatically going to get fined for being there.
yeah. Any of those constitutional auditors that are out there making a living doing those channels right now would be, or any of us. If the government said you owe us this in taxes, you wouldn't have an opportunity to contest that and say, well, let me tell you why I don't. It's just gone. You don't have that anymore. Whatever they said you owed them, they took it.
yeah, I mean, currently the IRS is monitoring the blockchain. Anyone could do this if you wanted to, because it's a distributed database. You can look at the ledger on your own machine and see every transaction that's ever happened. It just happens to be anonymized, but there's ways to de-anonymize it, which is what the IRS and their friends at Google are doing. So that way they could monitor all the drug deals and human trafficking things.
Right.
So
Well, I heard it. What was the what was the name of that? Was it Pirate Chain? Is that what you just said? Or Joshua, wasn't it Pirate Chain or something like that? I'm not really an expert on any of that sort of stuff.
Blockchain.
Isn't there a blockchain? Isn't there a particular one? Am I right in saying there's one called Pirate something? No.
There's Pirate Bay.
Pirate. You know what? Maybe I'm getting the name wrong or something. But yeah, I've heard that there was a favorite one, crypto for the people that didn't want their transactions followed. Essentially, I've heard that the same can't be true of blockchain ultimately. Although, well, but anyway,
anything that uses blockchain could be tracked.
Yeah, well, it wouldn't surprise me at the end of the day, brother.
Yeah.
I gotta pop off. I got a son who needs some help with something here, so appreciate you letting me come on, Ivan. It was nice meeting you, Joshua, and seeing you again, Icon.
It's good
Really
seeing you too.
Jeff.
Take care.
Yeah. You guys have a
Yeah,
great rest
very
of your
enjoyable.
evening.
Enjoy your kayaking, Jeff. Nice one,
Yeah,
bud.
I will.
Have a great one. All right, in a bit, mate. Well, I was going to say actually, Joshua, you just yeah, you sort of let me know about some smart city stuff, some really interesting links in the background. Let me know. Do you want to get into that? Because I think most of us here understand the general agenda to move people out of rural settlements into what they refer to as smart cities. Do you want to maybe unpack that for people a little bit and let us know what you know to do with that? You just sent me a link that said that San Diego plans to become the world's or America's first biggest smart city, right?
Yeah, so if you go into YouTube, I shared the link,
Yes.
and look up GE Current Smart City. So GE's lighting division that makes all the light bulbs, Edison
If
and
you
all
want to
that.
post, if the link's safe and I trust you, then post the link. If it's to another YouTube channel, post or video, post it in the chat if you want, mate. Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. Boom.
Good man.
So yeah, I mean GE brags about this sort of stuff, but essentially they created the light bulb, right? That's a 100-year-old business, and now that we have LEDs and light bulbs can last for 20 something years, they were going like, well, what else can we do with these light bulbs? Because they have these contracts with cities like, whole counties or cities like San Diego, Los Angeles, all over the U.S. The government, universities, public, anything public really, where they'll go change out the light bulbs and make sure all the electricity is working on a 20-year basis, right? So that whoever buys them doesn't have to mess with it. It's like, what's the joke? How many engineers does it take to change a light bulb?
Right.
It's small army is the answer.
Yeah.
But anyways, with these new light bulbs, they started putting cameras and two-way microphone and Wi-Fi in it, so that you can create what's called a mesh network, so that they could use wherever there's light in, say, like a parking lot or a university or an airport or the streets of San Diego. They could go to that light bulb and look through it, and then use the computer vision or the cloud, the servers in the cloud, to track people as they're walking back and forth. So you could do things like track people's license plates to see if they're parking too long in a metered place, and then just digitally give you a ticket. Or if you're in an airport scenario, when you check in to the airport, you swipe your ID, they can look you up on LinkedIn, Facebook, your DMV record, the no-fly list, the FBI most wanted list, real quick, fast, in a hurry. And then if you ring a bell or something, as you're walking through the airport, wherever there's light bulbs, they could track you by face, and then they can keep an eye on you.
Dude, you just said, and I might have missed it. What did you just say about a new form of camera? Is that what you just said? Maybe I misunderstood.
GE light bulbs with cameras, Wi-Fi, and two-way audio built in.
Is the hint there that the sort of LED light bulbs they're using, it actually can be doubled up as a surveillance device?
Yes, and in fact, when you have
Very
1,000 of these, light bulbs, or 10,000 of them, and just imagine an airport and how many light bulbs are. All of a sudden, there's cameras and two-way audio with Wi-Fi everywhere.
Oh, this is brilliant. Right, I'm so glad we're getting into this. I've got a theory on this I want to get into about street lights and 5G.
Yeah, let's get into it. This is my cup of tea.
All right, good man. Well, and I've got to get Icon back in a second, but well, first of all, I'll tell you what, I'll get into that in just a moment. Let's hear from Icon, because I want to make sure everyone gets some even time on this stuff. But Icon, do you want to come in on that, brother? I'm sure you've got some thoughts.
At the moment, I'm listening to the wonderful information that's being broadcast. So at this point in time, I'm suiting up to take the dog out. So you gentlemen can continue talking while I get ready.
Good man.
And then I'm going to test reception and see if this actually holds while I'm out walking.
Awesome, dude. Yeah, you can stay up, or if you end up jumping, you can jump back on, brother. So that's fine too. So you just got to hit the link. If it fails, jump back on the link, and it'll be good to see you after the walkie of the dog.
Sounds good.
Awesome. Well, let's get into it then. So obviously, I've got to sort of be kind of careful what we're saying with this sort of stuff, a little bit, I guess, but this is in the theoretical domain, so we should be okay. So, yes, it struck me because I'm familiar with. I don't know if you're familiar, Joshua, with a supposed so-called weapons expert called Mark Anthony Steele from the UK.
Not specifically, no.
Right. Well, he's taken it upon himself to sort of get access to one of the UK new smart street lights, the street lamps, and take it apart. And basically, he points out that some of the voltages being used and are insane. It's not what you'd expect for an LED street lamp, for number one. Also, this appears to be a sort of a bit jutting out at the top. That is a little bit over the top for what you'd expect to be a light sensor. And he breaks down that that in fact it's a more of like a laser. And he explains that he talks about one section of it looking very, very similar to a microwave emitter as well. And so you've basically got all of this sort of military grade tech for all intents and purposes when you open one of these things up, and they're horrible to look at. They're not fit for purpose for producing light as well. In fact, I think they're starting to get ahead of that now, and they've started to put yellow filters over them like that they much better mimic the old school street lamps. But yeah, he breaks down, and we already know as well, if I come in with some more information, just to let people know what I know about this whole integrated system, the 5G towers that we see going up everywhere, we know that 5G being the wavelength that it operates on, that it's necessarily, you necessarily need the transmitters and receive. What do you call it? The you need the transmitters a lot closer to everybody. Or what would you say? How would you put it, actually, Joshua? You're a tech-minded guy. Why is it that they have to put?
Are you talking about Wi-Fi or 5G?
I'm talking about 5G. There's a particular technical set of reasons why you have to have more towers, isn't there? And maybe you could quickly help people explain that for me, because I'm doing a bad job at it.
Well, you need a tower somewhere to connect to. So if it's your mobile device or whatever, and then that does a relay to another tower until it either gets beamed up to a satellite or goes down to a fiber cable and moved wherever it's going to go. But I'm not terribly worried about the towers and that sort of stuff, other than it's producing a lot of energy. It's not producing; it's emitting a lot of energy. But have you heard of Starlink, right? Elon Musk and SpaceX and Starlink.
Yes, I saw his recent release of like hundreds of look like sort of satellites or something, right?
Yeah, so they're putting up 3,000 plus 5G satellites that will give you global 5G. So anywhere in the world, including the ocean or mountaintops or wherever, you'll have internet access. It's supposed to be like $1 trillion industry. Or that's what they're betting on. But what's crazy about that is that the British, for example, have a separate GPS system than the Americans, and they did that explicitly so that their communication wouldn't be tied in with the American or the Chinese communication. And so there's different countries objecting because they're like, I don't want my communication going through your satellites where you can then spy on me. And so, like, the British have Galileo, which is their satellites for GPS purposes, and then the Americans obviously have GPS, global positioning satellites, that does that, and that's run by the Air Force. But then the Chinese just are launching a whole bunch of these now too, where they're trying to put up their own satellite system, and now it's a space race between the Americans and the Chinese to see who can get their 5G satellites up first. There's a really good talk on it from an Air Force general a couple of years ago. If you care to go down that path.
Well, absolutely, brother. I care to get as much information as possible. I'll just say, so to finish my theory, well, in fact, that takes me into another world, the Starlink thing. I have my own theories on that. And at this point, we're all trying to speculate and game out what they're doing. I mean, I subscribe to the, more of the flat Earth cosmology, my brother. I don't know where you're at with that, honestly.
So
but
where are you at with that?
I'm at. Say it again, mate.
What's your position on that?
Well, essentially, I've utterly refuted the globe, the spinning globe. It's an impossibility. You can't have water stuck to a supersonic spinning ball that magically floats in outer space. It's a nonsense. You also can't have a pressurized atmosphere that is surrounded by a partial vacuum. So, and I don't mean to say it in a sort of vitriolic way. It's just that I think that I have to represent reality and be grounded in that thing. For me, thanks to Polaris, a perfect refutation of the moving, spinning ball Earth around the sun, and such like gyroscopes also disprove the spinning ball Earth model. So for me, everything NASA pushes is a nonsense, and I do not exist in the universe they propose. I don't have a positive. I don't posit a positive model per se, but if I were to guess at it, it's much more likely a closed system that would mimic something akin to the sort of snow globe, flat Earth kind of model that you've seen, albeit cartoonily depicted. But that's my starting point. And just to quickly finish the thought, the only reason I'm bringing that up because we don't have to get into that, and I don't care either way what anyone thinks in one sense, because we may have kind of bigger fish to fry. Although I do think it's all part of a piece, honestly. Just on the Starlink one though. Yes, so when I see Elon Musk under the guise of putting out 5G as being something other than ground-based technology, now I'm not someone that suspects that we've ever properly had satellite technology as we've been led to understand it. I also don't tend to think it's very practicable. I'm much more inclined to think that it's likely to remain necessarily a ground-based infrastructure. And so when I see something like his rollout of that technology, I think of Project Bluebeam. I think it could be that it's a cover for them starting to play with the fake alien invasion that we all sort of heard something about, no doubt. And then also, you heard proposals, I'm sure, of Jill Bates talking about blocking out the sun this summer. So I also wonder that if necessarily the part of the climate change agenda, bringing about perhaps a say that again, sorry.
Who, me?
Who you what? You what? What did I say?
Oh, I thought you said you were part of the like you were implying I was somehow part of a climate change thing. I was like, what? Me?
Oh no, not you. I don't know what I said that might have sounded like that, brother. No. Sorry. I was just going to say, yeah. So basically, the climate agenda that they're trying to make. Oh, as in us. So I meant the royal you. That's how I said it. To make us believe that there's some severe weather, some extinction level event or something. It might be the cover, the Starlink thing, for them to get the technology in place for them to further their climate agenda in some way. So that's how I'm looking at that whole thing myself. I know that sounds a bit long-winded laying out, but we might as well meet each other and you get to hear who I am and where I'm coming from. But
yeah, I'm down. I'm an open book. I'm pretty easy to talk to. I've never actually talked to a flat earther about flat Earth. I made a video that was talking about space and all that, and I mentioned flat Earth and then I did a little research on it. And I would say that I'm as skeptical as anyone about what the government says or doesn't say or tell us. If it wasn't for the fact that my dad was in aerospace and that he worked on like the Voyager satellites and stuff like that, I would probably be more skeptical than I am now. But I'm always interested to hear how other people are coming to that. One interesting thing somebody told me recently was about the like Buzz Armstrong and friends.
Buzz Aldrin, that's right, yeah.
And they're making the point that, hey, okay, we went to the moon somewhere in the 60s or 70s. We haven't been back since, and plus the technology has been destroyed, and now we're rebuilding it with Blue Origin, Virgin Galactic, SpaceX, and friends. And still, the farthest any of them have gotten is the stratosphere. And so nobody's really gone. Right. Nobody's gone out beyond that, and except for the rovers, right? Like, and some of the satellites that are circling Mars now. And I don't know how you rectify any of that or how you would get more visual proof of that sort of stuff. And it's curious to me because I always go to the sci-fi route. I'm like, what if it was true? How rad would that be? And then start like speculating on how would that even be possible?
Well, the only thing I'll say to you is, well, first of all, on the front of your dad working on the Voyager, did you say some of the satellites, Voyager?
Yeah, he was in aerospace for 40 years.
Right. All I'd say to you is the nature of the sort of compartmentalization of these institutions is you wouldn't necessarily know. It's not that they don't have institutions working on all of the projects and making the the technology proper. So I think necessarily a big part of the hoax is that they do produce these satellites. That's the only thing I'd say on that front. So he might not be any the wiser anyway. And you would have to, part of the cover for something like this would necessarily be like that. So I wouldn't say that's necessarily a sufficient refutation, but I'll then go on though to say, yeah, for me, mate, it's very simple. It's all about the starting point. Proper science is about creating a null hypothesis. So we should necessarily create a null hypothesis about the supposition of the spinning ball Earth, the moving spinning ball Earth. Just create that, turn it to a null hypothesis. The Earth is not spinning and suspended in a sort of vacuum or whatnot, and you don't have an atmosphere and water stuck to it, which to me is already a nonsense, but that's because I've sat with it for a while. But as long as you could generate that null hypothesis and then start to seek to try diligently to disprove it, and that's what proper science is. It's just most people take it as granted that it is a ball, so they don't even test the presumption. But that's not the real proper scientific way. In fact, we've got lackadaisical. We're just relying on NASA to fill in all the gaps for us. So I just ask you, a very smart bloke, evidently, to just do that, because I think it's quite simple when you actually look at gyroscope. Just imagine a gyroscope on your desk. Well, with some of the sort of motions the Earth is said to make, you should expect to see that thing moving all over the place. We do not see that. That's number one. Also, Polaris, the North Star, if you watch time-lapse footage of all the stars making a procession in concentric circles around it all year round, it barely moves. You would not expect that for an object, for the Earth, if it were making the orbit that supposedly is what would you say, a radius of, what's the complete radius of the orbit that the Earth makes then in that case? 90 million miles an hour, right? Sorry, 90 million miles, because that's how far it's said to be away from the sun. So for me, it doesn't take much to start to refute the ball Earth, my man. But like I say, we don't have to get into that. I'm fine. I was going to go on to say, let's move on anyway. I was going to go on to say my theory to do with the 5G rollout, and so this gets interesting.
Well, one thing I wanted to add to what you're saying,
fair enough,
because I kind of want to hear where this goes, anyways, but maybe another time.
Sure, man.
All I would say, after looking into it for a minute, is it kind of took me back for a second, some of the stuff you're saying, and then you're right. I never really considered that too much, or I was like everyone else and just kind of ran with it. But given that all these rockets and everything are going up now, and there's plans to go to the moon now or Mars now, we're gonna find out one way or the other definitively if this is true or not. And so I'm been keeping an eye out on this subject specifically, because I kind of want to know too. It's like, hey, that is weird that we never went back to the moon for 50, 60 years. And why is it only orbit and those sort of things? And so,
yeah, go on. Sorry. Oh, no, I was just going to say, well, sorry, you finish your thought. I'll come back in. I thought you'd finished, honestly, brother. Sorry.
Yeah, I think it's super fascinating. And given all the other lies and conspiracies that have been going on, if you just poke at them a little bit, you quickly see that there's issues. I mean, most of my videos are about that.
Well, exactly. And that's why, for all I knew, you were there, and that's fine. I love your open mind. I mean, that is the spirit, at least. Like, that's got to be the starting point. I know some people wind up being dug in and all sorts of things, but I'll just say on that front, actually, brother, there's a whole area you should probably look into, which is amateur footage without a fisheye lens of hundreds of feet above the Earth, like people sending their own balloons up to the edge of the atmosphere. It's flat as a pancake, my man. It's amazing. Like, most people have never seen what it actually looks like up there without a fisheye lens. That will blow your mind if you actually look into it proper. You got to dig a bit, because YouTube is sort of in the business of hiding this stuff these days, but it's there. Amateur footage of the Earth, and the horizon rises to eye level all the way up for thousands of feet, and it's flat as a pancake for clearly hundreds and hundreds of miles. at that height. So, like I say, when you're talking about like rockets and that going up, you literally cannot trust a thing NASA says. As for Branson, I'll tell you this actually, if you could track this down, Joshua. I watched the Richard Branson flight live. Now, since the flight, they've warped it to look fisheye, the actual inside the from looking out from the window, so it actually looks like it's curved. Now, on the actual live feed, if you can get it, because I'm not able to find the actual one now, but on the day after watching that, I was going over the place bragging to everyone that Richard Branson just proved flat Earth because it's flat as a really, because it's flat as a pancake, right? But they've since doctored it, so if you can actually find a real live feed, look through the windows, you'll see it's flat as a pancake, my man. But anyway, not that it matters. But
yeah, I mean, the curious thing about both Virgin Galactic and Blue Origins is that they both went up they didn't go very high. They didn't even break the orbit.
Well, exactly. Yeah, exactly.
And but SpaceX has gone to the ISS a bunch of times.
Well,
I think they're up to
supposedly
100 or so.
Well, I don't buy the space station myself, you know.
Yeah, we'll find out definitively, because if they keep launching these rockets with footages and stuff, I think that should just be nothing but more stuff for flat earthers to dive through and prove their points.
Well, there's already a lot of footage from inside the space station where they're using harnesses and whatnot. That's for sure. That's out there. I know to watch it, yeah. So that's one area to look at there. I'll just say that I watched the recent SpaceX go into the space station footage. You know, that was pretty much as far as I'm concerned, because for me, it's already been disproven. It's already unlikely, let's say, to the least, the idea of having a manned spacecraft that. By the way, the speeds involved, I don't know if you ever appreciate this, but you probably have, Joshua, because you're a smart guy. The speeds involved with the space station are 1,700 miles an hour. It's said to be in a free fall orbit around the Earth. Now, the idea of actually catching up to something like that is quite crazy, but we are supposed to believe that is possible. Least of all, it being manned all year round. The actual dangers involved in such a feat, and that just as a starting point seems pretty insane to me. It doesn't mean it's impossible, but it's the threshold for believing that thing's already pretty high. And then I would say the SpaceX.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No. I was just going to say that SpaceX deployment, for me, the real game that Musk is in there is that he wants to do space better than anyone else. Like, in other words, he's got a vision on how to choreograph space exploration better than even NASA. And I seem to think that's how he's entering into the market. I look at that stuff very cynically from that angle first, if you see what I mean.
So two things. I want to touch on thoughts about Elon Musk and where he's getting all this money / ideas. But the other one is, what do you make of Starlink being able to see in the night sky with a naked eye or a telescope? Those satellites are running across.
Dude, I'm not familiar with that. If let me know, man. What is that? I'm not sure.
So there's a link I just gave you.
Oh, right.
You click it. Yeah. You're supposed to be able to see a string of the satellites at night with your naked eye as they run by your area. They even cross. Right. They go zigzag.
Well, for me, again, like I said, Elon Musk is in the game of bringing to life the space exploration and the believability of the whole model. He's in the game of filling the gaps for the establishment where they've fucked up, because it's an impossibility, the ball. I mean, I stand solid on that ground because I have dared to refute the thing, and I know any smart man that dares go there will realize the same thing. The ball Earth is a nonsense and is utterly impossible. But I don't say that in a mocking fashion. I'll just say that I think I'm just watching the video in the background here. I think I know what you're referring to already, though, that you can, of course, you could create that with unmanned drones, my man, if you wanted to hoax it and you had the money and the infrastructure to do it. Oh, this is a Starlink thing. Sorry, no, I've seen this Starlink thing. Yes, yeah, I've seen this, my man. It's where there's a procession. Just describe it for the people that can't see it. It's a procession of, supposedly.
I put a link in the chat on YouTube.
Good, man. So procession. Hopefully the link doesn't jump you off the live stream. I noticed some of the links you were sending me before were jumping me off your live stream, brother.
Right,
but that's okay.
But right. Yeah.
So I was going to say, this
is what. Right. Go ahead.
Right. No, actually, go on. Go, explain it. Yeah, yeah, that's fine.
So there's like a string of the satellites moving across the sky, like 100 of them in a row.
Yeah, yeah,
Um, and you're supposedly able to see this with your naked eye and or a either a high res camera or telescope. And
yeah.
so a lot of astronomers are getting mad at SpaceX for this because it was blocking them taking pictures of the stars and everything for research purposes.
Right.
But I think in terms of flat Earth,
Hmm.
this is something that they're going to have to talk about or explain. And I don't think you could explain it with just drones because this is going around year round.
Well, like I said, my first presumption when I saw this, and I don't know what you're leveling. For me, it doesn't seem to be too contentious to explain away, honestly. But my first thought when I saw it, not that I know what it is that they're playing with either Project Bluebeam, as I'd already said. Like for all I know, that's a superior illusion created by one or
You mean
two
like a hologram or
drones.
something?
Well, yeah, because I know they're all about that technology, and anyone who looks into Project Bluebeam, it's quite impressive what they can do. You'd be quite surprised. They can project whole cities in the sky and all sorts of strange effects. But that's not. I mean, again, I wouldn't put it past them to be able to. What makes you think that it wouldn't be able to be explained away by drones? Isn't that more likely than less?
Because anyone could see it. And
Well,
the drones, well, I mean, to your point, you could do something to fake that for some time. Like China
yeah.
does this a bunch where they have, instead of those little balloons that have a candle in it, and then the heat makes it act like a hot air balloon and it goes up in the sky. And then
Oh, I
a
forget what it's called, but yeah, I know the ones. Yeah, I know the ones.
Chinese New Year's drones, if you YouTube that, you should see them doing something like making like dragons in the sky with these
Right.
drones and lights.
Yes,
Um,
exactly.
but the
Yeah, exactly.
but someone can easily throw an RF jammer there, and then they all fall out of the sky. In fact, that just
Right.
happened a couple of weeks ago. Um, but yeah, I don't know. But the thing about the Starlink is that's supposed to be moving around the globe 24/7. So you should be able to. You're in the UK and I'm in the US, right? So you
Hmm.
should be able to triangulate when it's supposed to start going over your head versus my head,
Right.
and be able to predict it and go there and then verify it anytime you want for years, right?
Does it
So
actually does it remain in a procession like that? Or are they all scattered now, as it said?
yeah, if you do Starlink, Earth, Field, something like that, it'll
Right.
show you a graphic of what's going on, where they're trying to put enough of these Starlinks, like they're mowing the lawn around the whole world, and that's how they're able to provide 5G globally.
Right.
Is
So the idea is that they scattered. So that procession was just its deployment, but they're actually scattered now, right?
Well, they only got about, I think, 600 of the 3,000 that they want up there.
Right.
And then after the 3,000, they're going to 30,000. So the fact that it's not like the CG, which I'll show you, here's a
Mhm.
link.
Well,
A star.
my question to you is, when you say you can see them going by, are you supposed to see them in procession, all of them?
Yes.
Right. So let me ask you this question: Why is that practicable? Because that doesn't make any sense to have them in procession. It doesn't. No coverage with that. What's the why? How is that advantageous?
Well, because of
What's
the orbit. So as it's flying over your head, because it's in space, it's not on Earth. So stuff around outside of the atmosphere is moving at a different speed than we are on Earth. In fact, we're stationary, but the Earth is moving at a certain speed, but and the stuff around it, like the moon, is moving at a different speed. So the satellites being between Earth and the moon is at a varying speed, right? And so, anyways, as this thing moves over your head, and it goes on, then you're going to lose your connection to the satellite if you're trying to make a phone call, right, with
right?
5G via the satellites.
Right.
So then the next one has to come over in order for your connection to transfer to have
Right.
uninterrupted phone calls. So
Right.
they're
That's what I'm
just
saying. Yeah.
leaving a belt of these so that just like when you're driving in your car and you're talking on the phone and you're near one tower and you drive out of a distance, you connect to the next tower. So they space these towers on ground the same way that Starlink is spacing these satellites.
Well, I'll just tell you that it seems complete. Well, first of all, there's already a few problems with it that are glaring to me already. First of all, it's what I just leveled at you, which is it doesn't seem too sensible, the idea that you had these things go across in procession, unless you had constant processions of these things, in which case maybe. But what are we saying? They're just sort of aiming at getting so many of these things up that we finally have slightly better internet connection. I think that's even implausible as well, that the establishment cares so much to want to achieve whatever sort of coverage it is that they want to do by having objects hundreds of well, essentially, how many miles are they meant to be up? Like hundreds of miles up, presumably. Whereas they could do it all ground based. So that already seems like a nonsense on the face of it to me, my man. But I'll also go on to say that they looking at the procession of them in that video, was that supposed to be their deployment, or is that how they're meant to look proper? Because they look a little close for being in outer space.
That's deployed. That's deployed. Yeah,
That's
they're at
deployed. That's
varying
deployment.
degrees,
That's deployment.
and they run lower to the Earth than the other the satellites that we know of for like dish networks or whatever, because
Well, that'll be
it gives
cool.
you a
Right.
stronger. It gives you a stronger connection and less
Right.
latency in the communication.
I mean,
That's
I'm
why
not
they do
saying
it
that
that
it's.
way.
I would not hasten to say that it could well be an extension of the 5G ground-based sort of network that they're putting out all over the place. And although I couldn't pretend to know exactly what their purpose is ultimately, although I will say that of course, Google Earth and their attempts to map absolutely everywhere on Earth. It could be, rather than having to do it via helicopters or drones or whatnot, that they could constantly have updates to what things look like on the ground. That's so my first suspicion would be it's more likely that it's an extension of having an update of the visuals of the ground for something like Google Earth, rather than it being a sort of year by year update thing. That's my first presumption. I wouldn't say that it's for communications, because it seems like a nonsense. Like, just on the face of it, to me, I'm just telling you from where my starting point is. I don't trust anything about that narrative. I'm just watching something you're showing me now.
I'm with
which is
you. I wouldn't
Yeah.
trust narratives either. But I do know quite a bit about this. Like Google, Yahoo, and Friends, and I worked at both of those companies.
Okay.
A big initiative that they've had for years is trying to deliver internet everywhere, so that everywhere there's internet, they can serve up searches and ads, and that's how they make their money. So they've had a huge interest in this for a long time. Google Fiber, for example, is another variation of that. But one of their things that they used to do in Cupertino all the time was put blimps up with routers on it. And so, because they could stay in the air just like a satellite, but it requires hydrogen and helium or whatever. And they flip these things around, and you can create a mesh network just like you could with the light bulbs I was mentioning earlier.
Right. Yeah.
And then that would have the same effect, except they're so low that you could shoot them with a BB gun or a
Right.
22 and potentially bring down a very expensive balloon. Here's a link of Amazon Blimp Plus drones, where they were saying, "Hey, what if we had these drones with packages fly down from the blimp with your package, fly down,
Yeah.
deliver in
I've
your
seen
backyard or
the.
your
I
roof,
saw Amazon talking about it. Yeah, drop the link, but I have seen the proposal for that sort of tech. Yeah.
but then pick up stuff, and that way they could move packages through even faster." But
Yeah.
this is the same
Yeah.
concept, just with satellites. And
Yeah.
the other issue, you're like, I don't know why the government would want to do this. Was like,
Well,
the
yeah.
reason why they want the internet, other than to serve ads and business reasons,
Mhm.
is so that they can power or power communications for, say, troops in Afghanistan or Iraq or wherever, so that they don't necessarily need those satellite phones. They could just use regular phones and regular routers and still have communication. But as we go into IoT, Internet of Things, my old job at GE, they spent $6 billion putting together a 2,000 person tech company to do Internet of Things for all the hardware they produce. They want to be able to, say, like a Tesla, say like that, instead of using GPS, they wanted to just use regular internet and be able to drive that remotely without a driver in it, or the drones or the whatever. So, but you can't do that in places where they don't have good infrastructure. like Afghanistan or Iraq or places like that, or the Midwest.
Yeah, I got you. That's a
So,
good
so
argument
with
yeah.
so with
Mhm.
global internet or 5G coming from Starlink, for example, and then Amazon wanted to do one too, they can power drones globally, or not power, but control drones or Teslas or Humvees or tanks or whatever, or Terminators if you're into the whole Boston Dynamic Robots thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, and that gets scary real quick.
Yeah, it's pretty scary.
Um,
Yeah. That's
and in
right.
fact, if you listen to this guy, Stephen K. West, he's a retired Air Force general. He was speaking at Wellesley or First or someplace like that. He was
Right.
describing the issue with global internet is that it's three things. It's one, communication, which you could then use to intercept information of what people are doing or not doing. But
Right.
two, put out propaganda. And then
Mhm.
three, the connectivity for IoT. But four, or lastly, you could also use it as an energy weapon because 5G is radio waves, it's energy. These things
That's
are
right.
powered by, they have little nukes on board. They say there's solar panels, but there's also nukes on board. They could either rain down objects from the sky, like a missile or a bomb or a rock. It would hurt if it fell on you, but also energy weapons like lasers, or like if you use
Microwave.
laser, you could turn microwaves. You could
Yep.
use lightning bolts, like laser guided lightning bolts.
Right, like harp, like a local harp, right?
All that sound, for
Yeah,
example, if you're in the
sound. That's right.
atmosphere.
That's right. That's right.
So all these things, and so this general is saying that it's actually a weapons platform. It doubles and
Oh,
triples.
yeah. I
It
was just
doubles and
curious.
triples.
I was curious of the name. Which who's that?
The
Who's
links
saying that?
in the chat, and I'll put it on
Right.
YouTube as well.
Good man. Good man. Okay.
So,
Well.
so
All
he
right.
talks
Let's get
about it in
into.
that way.
Well,
Go ahead.
nice one. Well, I'll just. Well, would you want to go further into that? Sorry, I do apologize. I was going to tell you what my theory is with all that as well, but you're getting into. It's good.
Oh yeah. So I mean, you just saw the other week China launches supersonic missiles, right? So that's
I'm
doing the same thing.
right.
Go ahead.
No, carry on, brother. You're all good. You're all good.
So those supersonic missiles, they just go up into space. Supposedly, they don't leave the orbit or anything. Then they drop down under radar, and then they move through the atmosphere using the gravity pulling it down to gain the supersonic speed. So it's not propulsion, it's not rocket fuel that's pushing them that fast. It's gravity is pulling them down at a really fast speed or whatever. I'm actually researching supersonic now, but when it hits the ground, it has the effect of a nuclear bomb without having a nuclear warhead on board. And so, remember that movie, Space Cowboys?
I'm not familiar with that. No.
Yeah, it was a Clint Eastwood movie, and
Right.
Tommy Lee Jones. But basically, in the 90s or 80s, there was a treaty saying that you're not allowed to put nukes up in space. It says, let's not kill each other with nukes in space. We already got nukes on
Okay.
ground. We're fine. But anyways, in Space Cowboys, they're saying that they did it anyways. And some of those satellites have nukes on board, and one of them became defunct or defective, so they had to send old astronauts that were too old to be astronauts anymore, hence Clint Eastwood and Tommy Lee Jones, to go up there and
Right.
repair it.
Oh, that's a good
And it
plot.
was a fun plot.
Yeah.
But usually those movies are touching on real things, right? And so the notion here is that there's secretly nukes up in space.
Right.
So you don't need a supersonic missile. You've got satellites already in space that you could drop a rock down, and it would have the equivalent impact of a nuke.
Interesting. I mean, my only the only thing I'll tell you on that one, just full disclosure, my own beginning presumptions. I have seen in the past some evidence that refutes nuclear weapons. So I'm actually a bit of a nuclear weapons skeptic, but that's not to say that I don't think when it comes to the establishment's ability to create utter carnage and destruction in weather weapons, microwave weapons in the case of this 5G deployment, and other things, like with HARP in a form of a sort of, what would you call that? Well, anyway, concentrated energy weapon. That's what you call it, an energy weapon. So I don't. I'm sure they've got the abilities, but yeah, like I say, or even blocking out the sun, like Bill Gates was talking about doing, possibly
That's
using
even
a
scarier, right?
well, look at El Palm. What's it called? The volcano. What's that called again? Palmer something volcano. Yeah. So the enlightened Mank's been putting me onto. His theory is that they're going to try and create a massive ash cloud to block out the sun and make this coming winter particularly cold. Let's say, for instance, you can imagine the sort of carnage that could produce.
Yeah, I was reading up on that as well. I got a couple anti-Bill Gates videos you might want to check out.
I will
It
do
seems like
now
he's
that
into
I know
everything.
about. Well, now that I know about
Right.
you, I'm gonna be catching up on all your stuff for sure. But I will say, let's get into this then. So, okay, so my theory is when I look at the sort of 5G, when I ponder about what the vision of the establishment or the globalists is for a smart city and AI, the AI god that they seem to be producing or creating or whatever it is at Silicon Valley and whatnot.
They created a
I
religion around it.
say that again, brother.
They created a religion around it. It's a tax-deferred legal entity right now, the AI gods.
Oh, you legend! You know what? You got to come back, man. That's too good. Well, give me the name of that, my man. I've got a lot of stuff to look at. You can tell, by the way, that Josh is a tech dude because he's just sending me countless links in the background in the chat, and I'm just like, I can only do one thing at a time because I'm a retard.
I know.
Because I'm a musician. But anyway, you know what, mate? I'm going to get on all them later as long as they stay there. I hope I don't jump out of chat because they'll disappear for me if they do. So I'm hoping to get on them later. So I was going to just say, well, brilliant. Yeah, he's just sent me the name. Let me just read that a second. Inside the First Church of Artificial Intelligence. Do you know what? Stick that in the chat, mate, because I think Enlightened Man might really like that.
Yeah, I've been double.
Perfect.
pasting
Oh,
while
he's
we
on
talk.
it. He's on it. There you go. You don't have to give him permission once. This man, he's on it. So yeah, basically, so here's my presumption with that, and it seems I'm already ahead of their grift. I see a world where, have you ever seen a music video by Radiohead called House of Cards, where they used a novel technology, a laser, like sonar rather, to create all the imagery in that video?
No.
Right, so that was a novel
yes.
technology. You know the one, right? You know it.
Yeah, I just googled it. Here we go.
Very quick.
Yeah.
So basically, novel technology at the time, but we're obviously far supersede that now. But it's not dissimilar to what you were sort of hinting at to do with those new form of camera / lights, in my mind at least. So I understand they have the capability to, use sort of perhaps novel sonar detection technology in the form of hidden as the guise of being an innocent light or an LED to basically capture, much like in the Batman movie, where he doubles up all the mobile phones to sort of be able to read through sonar everything in the building.
That's true.
Bit?
They do that with Wi-Fi.
Right on. There you go. So what I see in their world, I understand a bit about machine learning. I understand a bit about AI and biasing and whatnot, because I think you need to appreciate a little bit about all of that to really understand what it is they're putting together. So basically, and I know you're already ahead of me on that. So I'll just say that I see a world where. Well, and actually, let me just double check. Are you also up to speed with the patent that Microsoft got put out for the cryptocurrency mining of a human? Their patent number is something like 060606 for Microsoft cryptocurrency mining patent.
I don't know. I heard that there was something about 666 that has to do with sterilization, but.
There's loads of there's a few US government policies that have got go by the same number. They keep using it, but look that up. Microsoft patent for cryptocurrency mining, something like W00060606. You'll probably be able to find it. Microsoft patent for cryptocurrency 2020. It was done early 2020, just after Gates stepped down as well, presumably CEO or something like that. So basically, they've got a patent which describes, a sort of, a human that's linked up to the cloud. That's essentially, is rewarded by, by the AI god, for thinking the right thoughts or doing the right activities, let's say, right? So that for me is the framework that's the basis for my my bigger presumption. So as long as you can understand that Microsoft patent, and actually I might get Joshua back in because I've been waffling, but Joshua, are you with me, my man, so far?
I'm sure they have a treasure trove of patents.
Oh, I'm sure they do, but that one
Uh,
in particular is poignant, though.
there's a bunch of them. I mean, I've done some work with Microsoft, not
Right.
on a research effort, but they if they didn't invent it, they probably bought it. Google and friends do the same thing. They'll go buy all the patents that they can just so that they can sue each other and have patent wars.
Sure.
And a lot of it's just nonsense. But yeah, I wouldn't put anything past the Gates Foundation.
Right.
Because it just seems like what they're doing is that they're picking up on and working with the Rockefeller and the Carnegie Mellon foundations,
And the John
where they're
Hopkins Center. Yeah.
and they're just carrying on the same stuff that they've been doing since pre-World War One, right? Which
Right.
includes mass sterilization. I mean, like every time
Eugenics. Yeah.
people are like, yeah, the eugenics. I did a video on that, where they're basically saying that they're all working on all this stuff together. But what I was going to ask you earlier about Elon Musk was the fact that he keeps coming out with a company for this and a company for that, like the Boring Company to do 3D tunnels, and another company to do Solar City, another company to do space. Well, he had SpaceX, but then Starlink was a subset of that. And it just happens to line up with all the DoD, Department of Defense initiatives that they've been working on in aerospace for 60 years, stuff my dad used to work on. I'm going like, I
Right.
think he's more than in the inner circle. I think he's just, they're like, oh, you want to sue the Air Force for the right to bid on rockets? Okay, you want jobs? Here's some jobs. Here's 1,000. Here's our top 10 wish list of things that we've been working on. Why don't you go work on them for us? And there's a large amount of money for this. And so the more I look at things like Starlink and in SpaceX and Tesla and Solar City and how this all is part of what they call IoT and smart city, it seems like it's all connected. It seems like that these are DoD initiatives or globalist initiatives, and they're all
Yeah.
working together on it, and they're just
Right.
trying to get the rest of us to go along with it and not freak. They're trying not to freak us out as they
That's
freak
right.
us out.
Well, I'll unpack that a little bit because it was so good. It's such a good observation you just made. Yeah. Well, Elon Musk. I mean, some of us here in the chat, I know, appreciate. Wasn't there a little story, Joshua? I don't know if you're familiar with this. Wasn't there a comic book where a character called Elon that basically fits the description of Elon Musk perfectly? Got into sort of
Oh, I
old.
know what you're talking about.
Right, got into alt tech for
Yeah.
space. It came out in like the 30s or 50s or something. So he was prophesied in that sense. So I almost feel that he's a dud. But it doesn't matter either way. Like you said, he still fills the role of, because imagine the US government just came out and did the Starlink thing instead of Elon. You'd be asking a lot more questions, wouldn't you, everyone, than if Elon was just doing a new crazy project. So that
I,
man's just
I
right. Go on.
almost think Elon Musk is Warner von Braun reincarnated, or the next
Right,
variation of it, because Warner
right.
von Braun wrote a book in 1953, which is about colonizing Mars, and the mission was led by a guy named Elon.
Ah, that'll be it, won't it? That'll be it. Yeah. Do you know what? I wouldn't put it past them. Getting DNA samples of old archaic, people that are important to the scuzz, the globalist, and just reincarnating them endlessly. Maybe giving them a bit of a
I
makeover,
say
like
the reincarnation jokingly, but
all right.
whether he's reincarnated
Yeah,
or
yeah, yeah, yeah.
that he's just picking up where Warner von Braun left off, who
Right, right,
was
right.
it was the whole during World War II. He was picked up through Project Paperclip, and he was the Nazis' rocket scientist that led up NASA.
Yeah.
And in his book, he literally names Elon as the
Yeah.
guy who's going to take humans to Mars in
There you go.
1953.
Thank you. That's
It's
the link. You found it. You found it exactly. So either way, like I say, well, I wouldn't put it past them. I mean, they seem to be all about lineages and bloodlines and all that sort of stuff. But yeah, I don't really know either way. But I will say,
what was that book?
oh, go on.
Go ahead.
No, I was gonna get into where I'm trying to get to with the sort of unpacking what I think their agenda looks like with, how I'm trying to get to the point where I explain how the AI god, is essentially farms humans for human desired activity, including thought, desired thought. In other words, you wouldn't have to have a government that governs. You'd have the AI god governs, and I think what the smart city is the necessary infrastructure to enable the AI farming of humans, including thought and behavior of all levels. But first, they don't want there to be too many of us around, evidently, because there's a massive, I won't say the word, but I'll just say, well, they don't want most of us around, basically. Let's just say that. But what are we going to say, mate? That's where I was trying to push towards, but
I was also going to point out the 1981 book predicted coronavirus, and in the book they talk about it taking place in a science. They're developing viruses in Wuhan.
Wow, that's interesting. Well, I always try and skirt a little bit wisely when we get talking to that sort of stuff. But as you well know, there's certain words that I try and not say. But that's me possibly been a little on edge. But I have seen people get landed with medical. I saw a guy get what do you call it? Like flagged for medical misinformation the other day. Not that that's where you're going, but I'm just letting you know, Joshua. I get a little nervous, but.
Yeah, I'm with you. Half my videos on YouTube were taken down for this reason.
There you go, then, man. But thank you for letting me know. Like, that's cool. What's the book called, at least, if you've not got the name? Or
it's on Reuters. Paste the link into the Reuters article.
Much respect.
Right here.
Well, I might ask you actually, Joshua, just a little break from what we're talking about. What I'm thoroughly enjoying. And by the way, let me just tell anyone who wants to jump up with us that can add to the conversation, or actually, it doesn't even have to be part of this conversation, because I'm going to do this every Thursday, Josh. So, and if you wanted to do a special and get into this proper, I mean, I think it's been really good. It's quite unexpected, but I'd be really happy to kind of get into it with you. Right. But there's the link. Anyone who thinks they can either complement or add to or want to take it anywhere else. But just to say quickly to Joshua, I'm curious, what are your plans about your channel? You've got a nice channel. What are your plans there? What are your thoughts about doing streams yourself? And yeah, where are you at with your sort of channel growth and all that sort of stuff?
Yeah, so this last year I started because I obviously do a lot of research, and I listen basically like usually when I'm writing code or I'm building something, I'm usually listening to books or audiobooks or podcasts or whatever, and that kind of sends you down a rabbit hole on a lot of these subjects. And I figured if I'm going to read the book, I might as well make the book report or write the book report. And so I've been taking a lot of the video or a lot of the content that or thoughts I've been thinking about and just distilling them down into about an hour to 2 hour long videos on each one of these subjects as whatever kind of comes up. And I try to keep it a little light by mixing in sci-fi or music or movies or TV popular stuff into it just to kind of drill the point home. And to make it more of an entertainment thing as opposed to purely just like, here's this crazy long jaunt about Starlink, right?
Right.
So that's mostly what the channel's been about, but I keep touching the third rail of politics and then YouTube gets mad at me for that. And so I set up my website and I'm on a bunch of different alternative channels. And yeah, I think but I'm thinking I'm starting to get to the point where I want to talk about it more. So maybe I'll do a podcast or a live streaming, kind of like what you're doing here, or kind of what this is.
Well, this is
if you catch me on any given day.
Yeah, go. What it changes? You got to say.
Oh, if you catch me on any given day, I'm usually talking about something like this.
Yeah, well, at the end of the day, yeah, I mean that's how I felt before doing this a mere 6 weeks ago. But I felt drawn to be part of the conversation, like I had something to add to it. And in my particular case, I've understood something about the nature of the fear that they necessarily have to induce in order to turn the populace into this codependent, bunch of morons basically, and they've been largely successful with it. But in the case of us that have eyes to see, and we're not, and it doesn't work on us. Yeah, I thought, why not have a bit of a laugh while the world ends, brother? And but it's more than that. Of course, that's the couching, but it's obviously it's a spoonful of sugar help the truth go down kind of thing. So it's just a novel approach, but we have a damn good laugh. At the expense of the globalists, mate. That's what we do here. I mean, you'll come to know a bit more about the channel, I'm sure now. So I won't get into it now, but like I alluded to earlier,
I'll
we've
have
got
to catch up on some of these.
yeah, definitely, man. It's all there. Like I said, it's very long form. I appreciate, but I'll get into it and I'll unpack it for you later. I'm just wondering if anyone wants to. Did I drop that link then? Did you get that, anyone? Did anyone want to jump on? I've just dropped a link. If you scroll up and anyone wants to join us. Yeah. Have you got anything else that you want to sort of unpack there, brother, anyway, that we were getting into?
Who, me?
Yeah. Was there anything in particular you didn't cover about where we sort of started to get into, to do with maybe what did you think of my presumptions about what their ultimate goals might look like?
Well, that's kind of what I think myself and everyone else is trying to figure out. Like,
Right.
without going down the Alex Jones conspiracy rabbit hole, I mean, because that gets kind of out there. I've been spending a lot of time just kind of researching on some of the things that he did talk about that happened to have been true,
Yeah.
and kind of pull at that string because it seems like they want global communism. I think
Yeah.
IoT and those sort of things are to not rely on people but machines to automate and control everything. And then I know you're a flat earther, but if they were in fact trying to go to the moon and or Mars to create Starfleet or whatever and use the minerals there to build out stuff, supposedly they're
Right.
saying there's trillions of dollars of material there. That they want drones and automated things to go get that together as they get the tech together to get humans out there. But it's not going to be for everyone. It's going to be for whoever they want to go there. And
Yeah.
so, and I do think that the Agenda 21 or 20, which one was it?
Agenda
The one where
21 and
they,
Agenda 2030. Yeah.
I think that's true because I was just talking about this the other day. It's like, in fact, in my video I did on eugenics, like you saw China have the one child policy for what, 30 years? And look at the backlash that creates to where now China is one of the number one human traffickers for women for single men. Or they also produce, massive amounts of sex dolls for the said single men because they killed off all the baby girls and they left a billion something people who that
Right.
is predominantly men. And by the way, that population has a ferocious appetite, so they need to go get resources from everywhere else in the world, and therefore they are operating under the assumption that there's not enough food or things to go around for everyone, and so you kind of see like a eugenics thing going on. And if and there's other examples I could point to. I even think part of the LGBT or the trans stuff has to do with the eugenics, where if they
Mhm.
were in fact doing that in China, that would explain why you see all the lady boys in Taiwan and all the sex tourism that's going on over there,
Right.
where because of these urges or biological needs, people are acting out in all these different ways. And you're just seeing that become part of their culture or become part of the norm. And now they're spreading that around the world. Not to mention, I think elites probably had perversions to begin with.
Right.
But or take a look at the Catholic Church where they wouldn't let priests marry, right? And so over property issues, and so then you had the whole pedophile thing going on, or
Mhm.
the priest molestation thing going on. And
Mhm.
then you would have to really question. I don't know if anybody's religious. I don't mean to step on anybody's religious beliefs here, but when you see those kind of incidents come out in the news, you have to really wonder what is the nature of that establishment at this point. Is that a bug or is that a feature? Like, do they enjoy that sort of thing, or is this a way that they could control people and create zealots, or is this just a thing that happens every 20 or 40 years, not just in
Mhm.
Catholicism but other religions? So I think that the truth or reality is stranger than fiction. And again, back to my channel, I try to research these things and try to take the conspiracy woo woo out of it and try to present more of a serious, semi-serious, like here's what I think is actually happening, and then try to mix in stuff that is entertaining but also allows you to see the point more clearly.
Respect, and I can tell that as part of your personality, because I can tell you're quite polite in the way you approach that some subjects right there that even for some people would be woo, because woo is a relative thing, of course, but for one person it isn't for another. But I will just say, and I like that, I appreciate that difference in style. I'm just like a bull in a china shop. I just kind of like I just say it. You know, but you know, you need all sorts, like you do, because we all exist on a spectrum of being able to appreciate various things to do with this agenda. I'll say to what you said on the you know, is it a bug or is it a feature? Yeah, it is interesting. There are studies of rats. You know, when rats become overpopulated within a certain space, they start taking on all sorts of strange asexuality. Is something that starts to become prevalent within rats. Rats, when you start to overpopulate the space or you start to diminish certain resources. Or whatnot, you know, when we equivalently when they live in an equivalent way to our city centers. Joshua, I can hear you wanting to respond to that, right?
Yeah, I mean, there's the rat study in
Right.
1960 something where they had, what was it called, mouse or rat utopia, something like
Yeah.
that.
Oh, is that what it was?
And
Yeah, I think it was a rat thing.
yeah, they took like a couple hundred mice or rats, they let them breed, and they removed all predators, put them in a giant cage with more
Mhm.
space than they needed, and food and water, so nothing to no
Maybe it was what mice then. I forget. Yeah, I just forget what it was exactly. But yeah,
and then they go through this weird cycle where they max out the space and resources,
that's right.
and then they become territorial, and then as they
That's right.
develop kind of territories, then some of them resort to just over grooming and immaculating
Yeah, I
stuff,
was
and
about
then
to
they
say,
have
I get you saying the same thing. Yeah, the
yeah.
males. You get a bunch of the males just give up on trying to mate, and they just become completely vain and just over grooming themselves. It's just hilarious. Yeah, that's right. Well, I'd
Yeah,
like to. Yeah,
and the population ultimately dies off
yeah.
because they stop doing the necessary things.
Absolutely. Well, I'll say on that for me, that the establishment know about those studies. For me, it is a bug and a feature, you know, but it's absolutely been rolled out purposely. You know, and I'm sure ultimately you tend to agree with me on that. Although I shouldn't presume what you agree with, Joshua, but I'll just go with my instinct on this. So I'll say that on the trans thing, yeah, largely, I do believe that for what the establishment have or the globalists have in mind for their sort of ideal utopian world. It's not utopian for most of us, folks, by the way, because most of us won't be here. And those of us that are will be crammed into small little smart cities and controlled by the AI fucking God. But the point is, as we start to, they want to encourage our melding with technology. I mean, just look at just look. I mean, just literally 3 years ago, everybody knew that genetic experimentation with humans was not cool. And yet, what happened? As soon as you couch it in the right way, a bunch of the dummies just sign on to just getting genetically. Well, anyway, I don't want to presume that, but I think everyone knows where I'm going with that. Fast forward a year, 3 years ago, and all of a sudden, everybody's sort of, oh, it's okay now. To go with this mRNA stuff, and I don't want to unpack that too much because they put little claims that I might be giving out misinformation. Obviously, if I go into that too much, but you know what I'm saying. So it's all about moving the Overton window, isn't it? And the trans agenda is largely to do with, I think, a deliberate diminishing of human rights, so that Supreme Court verdicts that may once have let certain things be off the table when it comes to human experimentation are no longer, because you cannot claim that we're either a man or a woman, and this sort of thing. Yeah, it's all just a gaming of the. Well, what do you think? Well, go on, help me out, Joshua. You know where I'm sort of going. I'm out on a limb a little bit there, but I think you know what I'm saying.
So I did a video on it called Human Crimea, Organ Farming, and the Fountain of Youth. Links
Right.
are in the chats. And there was and I made this one because there was a couple of months ago, they were trying over the Biden budget, the $3 trillion that they were arguing about infrastructure, and
Right.
part of that was the Endless Frontier Act, where they wanted like I think $100 billion or something to do continue human chimera experimentation, where they're
Right.
basically mixing human DNA with pigs and monkeys and vice versa,
That's right.
in order to do organ harvesting
They call
for
it
the
human.
rich and the famous.
That's right. What's the term called? It's called the
Chimera,
well,
human
I know
chimeras.
chimera, but that's right. But there's a particular term that I keep hearing in the U.S. media to do with I'm sure I've heard Fauci mention it with a humanized rats or something like that. It's a
Yes,
term.
yeah.
That's
The,
what they call it,
they,
humanized. Yeah.
yeah, so that's in a bunch of my videos, the humanized rats, so
Right.
that they could continue the viral studies to
Yeah.
see if they can't do gain of function research and that sort of stuff,
That's right.
which has been all over the news. But part of that is also how do you how did, for example, Steve Jobs had a secret liver transplant as CEO of Apple. The same time he was outsourcing all the manufacturing of iPhones and MacBooks to China and Foxconn in China, right? Which supposedly was using slave labor or really cheap labor or even um, child labor or something like that.
Mhm.
But with the Falun Gong and all that, they were supposedly selling human organs like hearts, livers, lungs, stuff like kidneys for like 100,000
Mhm.
a piece, or for the whole thing, or even on demand, right? So they were executing people supposedly. Um, but how did Steve Jobs all of a sudden win the lottery on the organ donation list when, as a multi-billionaire, and then goes and does it in secret and then pretends that he didn't have cancer or a liver transplant? Arnold Schwarzenegger did something similar, but it was a pig valve while he was governor of California. Dick
Huh.
Cheney had a fake heart that had no beats while he was vice president in the Bush
I knew that.
years.
That's right. I knew that about Cheney. Yeah, the joke was that he didn't have a heart. That's right.
But then he's 90 and they give him a heart anyways, which is against the rules. You're supposed to use that for the youngest people or
Right.
the people with a life in front of them. But obviously, what do they call that? Organ trafficking or no? Uh,
Yeah, possibly, but certainly a two-tiered organ transplant system. Yeah, at the very least, two-tiered medical system for sure. Yeah, at the very
but
least.
with the human chimeras, the idea here is that you can grow human organs inside of a pig or a cow or something, and
That's right.
then harvest it for pennies on the dollar, and without
Yes.
the ethical issues or the moral concerns that we were just talking about. And so, in the Endless Frontier Act, they wanted $100 billion to continue that type of uh, funding, but then that
Mhm.
creates all kinds of problems that go well beyond what we're doing with the COOF or the other things that you're not allowed to talk about on YouTube.
Yeah.
So, because it's the same technique, it's gene therapy. Um, actually, I did one video on HIV and AIDS and what have we learned over the course of 40 years, and then another one on vaccines. But by doing that, one thing that I reminded me of from GE Global Research is that they were using the HIV virus, re-engineering it to cure as a cure for cancer for leukemia. So if you Google "fighting fire with fire" in GE on YouTube, you'll see what I'm
Right.
talking about. We're the
Okay.
Mayo Clinic fighting fire with fire. Um,
Sounds exactly like the opening to I Am Legend.
Well, a lot of those sci-fi books actually talk about engineering viruses to create all kinds of
Right.
horrific or utopian sci-fi storylines.
No doubt,
But
man.
anyways, this one's real. Fighting fire with fire. There you go.
Okay.
And sorry, just putting in the links. So in this one, I actually met the guys who did this because I used to work at GE Global Research, and what they did was they took out HIV. They used gene therapy to reprogram it to, instead of attack helper T cells, to go eat leukemia cancer cells instead. Then they found a couple patients that were about to die of leukemia. So they found this little girl that was on her deathbed, and they gave her the right to try this experiment out, in which they did, and she survived. Supposedly, they used HIV to eat her cancer. So not only is she testing positive for HIV since 2011, went on Anderson Cooper on CNN, MSNBC, Fox, and said, "Hey, look, we're using HIV to cure cancer." They weren't allowed to go to clinical trials because they were afraid of starting the zombie apocalypse. Like, you can't just give everyone HIV to fight. You're going to create other worse severe problems because everyone was scared from the 80s and 90s over the Magic Johnson and HIV epidemic.
Mm-hmm.
But in 2018, that same girl, Emma Watson, and the doctors and her dad go back onto Fox as a follow-up, and they're going like, "Hey, it's been 5, 6, 7 years. I'm still alive. My leukemia never came back. I still test positive for HIV. Can we look into these therapeutics?" Which actually is an mRNA. mRNA is a derivative of gene therapy.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me.
And then you go into the 2020 with the Operation Warp Speed. This is in the whole COOP thing. They're using mRNA as the technology to create the vaccines, the same technology that they wouldn't allow because of the zombie apocalypse concern. And you're going like, wait, well, which is it? It can't be both.
Right. Well, I'll tell you. I mean, interestingly enough, there is another framing of events there with the little girl and the HIV being used as a vector, sort of, well, hijack it and turn it into something that cures cancer essentially. There is another framing of that, and that is to say, for instance, because there's a whole rabbit hole you can go down with HIV, whereby you find out that, well, it's similar to the PCR test, the polymerase chain reaction test being used for the plague now, which is that what's being actually tested for, the antibody HIV, is not necessarily evidence of an autoimmune disorder, and that a lot of the problems were possibly caused by, and I forget the name of the drug that Fauci was largely behind prescribing, that was quite a deadly treatment. In fact, it was perhaps largely the treatment protocol that was causing so much harm, and not the supposed virus itself. And that it hasn't necessarily got a such a strong link with the with AIDS proper. So if you go down that rabbit hole, and if you you get to the point where I am, which is that, I mean, in fact, there are other videos I've seen, which is the refutation of virology per se, but I'm not going to comment on that, just to say allegedly, and it exists, that that theory. But just right, and just to say though that it's not necessarily the way I'm here reading what you just told me, and it's brilliant information, thank you. But in that girl's case, it could be what they're calling HIV is necessarily related to, or what they're testing for when someone tests positive for HIV. I mean, don't forget as well, by the way, I don't know if you're familiar with this, Joshua, but upon receiving the experimental shot in Australia for the plague, early on, they had to actually stop the administration, the administering of that injection, because people were actually testing positive for HIV early on. Were you familiar with that?
Yeah, actually, I mentioned that in several of my videos on the subject.
Right. Good. Yes. Sorry. Yeah.
And the reason why that was is because the technology I mentioned, the gene therapy and the mRNA,
yes, exactly,
being a derivative of that. That's right. The same technology that I'm talking about, that they were concerned was going to create the zombie apocalypse, but that was what they were using in half of the vaccines.
Right on. Exactly right. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, bingo.
Bingo. But there was also, I mean, I think you got Peter Daszak, was it, or was talking about how they'd spliced together 5 viruses to create a super virus. I think it was in an interview. I don't know if you've ever seen that. I think it was October 2019, and it seems like he was describing what we came to know as the plague. But either way, one of the vectors was said to be HIV in that whatever they're spliced together. So there's that. I'm just throwing it out there. I'm not going to get into it, but I'll just say that I wonder if what they call in HIV wasn't an early discovery to do with well, let's say some early splicing and experimentation that they've come to find is important for their CRISPR tech or something like that going forward. So perhaps you could even argue that the girl's tale was a sort of well, let's say a necessary planting of a little bit of a media story around something that might come to the fore in the future, so as they can argue the case for using that very same vector inevitably for their treatment of such things as the plague. You know.
Well, I would agree with you, hence Operation Mockingbird, where they use the media for propaganda purposes,
Right.
except for the fact that I worked at GE Global Research, the GRC, and I met the doctors who did this. And I was really afraid to shake their hand. I'm like, wait, you guys are doing what with HIV? And it was only until like I saw their presentations and what they were talking about. I'm going like, whoa. And the reason why I was talking to them was because I was working on CT scans at the time.
Right.
I was doing a lot of automation, IoT things. If anyone cares, I have a video of my lab, or it was a lab. It sounds fancy, but we were just basically playing with all the cool tech at the time.
Well, all I can say, Joshua, to come back is saying, I'm kind of getting where I'm coming from is from also a specialist in the field, Judy Mikovits. She's got books out. She's a very important, I presume, biological professor of some kind. I don't know what her titles are, but Judy Mikovits, very important name. I think she lays it all out, the sort of, where I'm coming from on that. There's also a brilliant video, like I alluded to you earlier, but you have to find it on BitChute. It's called The Refutation of Virology. You might find it interesting, but it's quite compelling. You'll suddenly find out that what they call a virus it's on a very shaky ground, shall we just say. And I know a smart dude like you will appreciate what's being laid out in that video. So, like I say, I'm not saying you're not right with whatever those professors were saying, but I'm sure that it's not the full story. Like, there are so many experts, even it doesn't matter that you got a doctorate. There's so many experts that are sort of talking across each other at this time, because the compartmentalization of or let's say the allopathic medicine per se. There's as many we can't even agree if it's a ball or it's flat, right? Well, allopathic medicine, we can't even agree exactly what's necessarily going on there. There's just so many rabbit holes.
Well, I think half the issue, and I'm guilty of this too, is I'm very skeptical of the official any narrative because of all the
It's a good starting
because
point.
of all the lying and propaganda stuff. But then I have to compare and contrast that with stuff I've actually seen in real life. And I'm going like, I've seen a lot of cool stuff in real life, and it doesn't square. And then you go, well, why is that? And you start to explore the alternative explanations. And, again, back to my channel, it's like if I'm going to read the book, I'm going to write the book report. And the report is not necessarily going to conclude with, here's what I believe in 4 stars, and that's 100% truth. It's more like, I'm going to follow it to its logical or illogical conclusion. But at least I did the homework of reviewing it to see where it went, to see if there's a there, or, it's, you know what I'm saying?
Right on,
and so
man.
one of those threads that I'm following is, what is a virus?
Yes.
Like I've literally talked. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, you know what I'm going to do, Lindsay, or Joshua? Can I get an email from you? Because I've put together a PDF. I've sent it to some of the subs in the chat. There's a few. I've put together a PDF document. It took me about 10 weeks to put together, but that's only because I'm slow, because I'm not a computer coder. But basically, it's got loads of links to loads of really pertinent stuff, and some of it gets into not only 5G, but it gets into virology per se. And because you just said to me you're on that one, I've got to send you this thing, man. Can I get an email for you somehow?
Yeah, there you go.
Good, man. A legend. All right. Well, let me. That's amazing. Let me just screenshot that in case. Hang on. In case I lose the screen, that's great. So basically, we'll go on, carry on, mate. But I've got to get you some of that intel for sure.
Yeah, definitely check it out. And one of the things is, what is a virus exactly? Is a virus, a piece of DNA or genetic material that you can synthetically create? Is a virus just the result of a cell picking up and the DNA being converted into fragments? Is it something that occurs naturally in nature? Like, they can't actually tell you where a virus came from,
Well,
other
I'd say
than,
B. I'd say number 2.
yeah, it's where cells break up from internally,
Yeah.
and
Well, like
therefore you can't
that's right.
eradicate viruses.
Right.
Is kind of where I'm coming down to. But
Right.
if you can't get rid of viruses, then what the hell are people doing trying to get rid of viruses? If,
Well,
like,
exactly. Yeah.
take chemotherapy, for example.
Right.
Chemo is designed to destroy human cells. Most chemo does not distinguish between a cancer cell and a healthy cell, but
Right on.
but it's so toxic it's going to destroy the cell anyways. And supposedly, if you destroy the cell, you're going to have uh, fragments of DNA, i.e., viruses or RNA, all about. And so then you're going like, well, if you're taking those produce inhibitors or whatever that are supposed to reduce viral loads, which is just a fancy word for chemotherapy, wouldn't you get more viruses by the destruction of the cell?
Right. Yeah.
And I posed that question to some of my doctor friends, and they couldn't tell me one way or the other. And supposedly they work with CRISPR all the time,
Yeah. Oh,
where they're
right. Yeah.
working on modifying using viruses as a vector into the cell to alter the cell with synthetic DNA
Yeah.
or whatever. And they couldn't even tell me the answer to that. And I don't know. Like, again,
Mhm.
the more you pull on these threads, I'm not saying I have a conclusion one way or the other. I'm just going. I'm scratching my head, going like, "Oh, okay, what's going on here, and why are we all in lockdown?" And okay, I can't say those words too much, but
No,
what's
exactly.
going
Yeah.
on?
Well, exactly, and I can't get into it too much either, but I'll just say to my satisfaction, the video I need to hook you up with, that one I just told you, The Refutation of Virology, I think it was translated from a sort of a French person or a French virologist or something. It might have, anyway, it's on
So a lot of
BitChute.
swearing.
Yeah, sacre bleu, virus something. But yeah, mate, that's I mean, that got me to the point where, let's just say once you refuted something because you've seen it, you've seen it in the right terms, you've seen it framed in the right way. Yeah, that's where I'm at with that one. That's all I'll say. And then on the obviously, where I'm at with the flat Earth. I believe that I've refuted thoroughly the spinny ball thing. I think when it comes to Elon Musk, who knows? Big question mark around Starlink. I'm not proposing to say I know. Very interesting. It could be gearing up to the fake alien invasion. It could be some sort of military tech under the guise of some, a crazy dude putting stuff out there. But I'll leave that as a question mark. I'm happy not knowing either way on that one. But mate, Joshua, it's been amazing. Honestly, I just want to see if anyone else wants to jump up. You can respond to me there, brother. By the way, the Enlightened Manx just said a virus is a human soap machine created by the body. That's pretty much where I'm at too. Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, this has been a lot of fun.
Right on, man.
We'll have to do this again.
Absolutely, brother. Well, I do it every Thursday, this sort of format. There's every possibility if I see you hanging around or if you're in the chat, if it's a slow one or I just feel like it, there's every possibility of getting you up. If anyone wants to jump up, guys, do it, man. It's meant to be a sort of free-for-all. Icon, if you want to join us, we could even change gears. I mean, I might leave it there with Joshua because he's been awesome. And obviously, I mean, it's so good, Joshua, what we got into. But I think let's just keep going. What, like you said, you think of doing podcast on the same channel as the one you've got there?
I was thinking about creating a second channel so that
Right.
the one I'm currently doing keeps getting striked every other video.
Oh,
So
dude.
maybe a second channel and cross promote or something. But
Yes.
basically, I'm just looking for people to chat it up like this. And again, most of my friends
Yeah.
are deathly afraid of getting identified and therefore
Yeah.
losing their jobs. So half the
Yes.
fun maniacs I normally talk to, I can't talk to.
Yeah,
So maybe
well, I
I'll
think
find some on the internet.
well, look, where we're at, well, there's a lot of them floating around over here, to be fair. But basically, and then you can probably tell, there's a lot of engagement here. And I think we've learned how to sort of skirt certain issues as best as we can. And I think most people are up to speed. And at the end of the day, they're going to find people are being left to have to find out what they're going to find the truth for themselves at any rate. And we can only sort of skirt the issues or sort of allude to them, I think. But I know certainly if you did create that secondary channel or whatever, people could In fact, why don't you just hook people up with your primary one now? Just promote it again in the chat and tell people what it is and what you're about. And then you know, if they go and sub, everyone should sub to this dude because his videos are very good, by the way. Regardless of what you think. Yeah, man. Then you can advertise your second channel from there anyway.
Yeah, it should be. Let me see if I can find my channel URL. They always hide this thing. If you click any of those links, you should be able to get there. But here we go. So it's just my name, Josh Lindsay. Here's the channel. Here's the channel. And as always, you can find all my stuff on lindsayfilm.com. So for all the stuff that YouTube won't let me put up, it's there. And there's links to BitChute, Minds, Rumble, Locals, and my Substack I've been trying to promote lately just so that anyone who wants an email drop, if you sign up to the Substack, you'll get the email. And if YouTube won't let it on, it'll have the Rumble link. If not the Rumble link, I was building out a video site of my own to host my own stuff, so that no matter what, you'll have a link and be able to see the content.
Awesome, man. Well, Joshua, it's been absolutely awesome, my man. And everyone, just go and jump on and give the guy a sub. But you'll be back. And the Enlightened Mank, I might say you should sub because I reckon if you just bombard this man with the knowledge, then I think I think some pennies are going to drop the Mank. So so there you go. All right, Josh, it's been awesome, dude. Do you know how to kick yourself, or shall I kick you?
Yeah, go ahead and boot me.
Yes,
Later.
good man. Laters, dude. Really fun. Thank you. Awesome. Well, who else wants up? Because we might as well. And by the way, we can get into anything. Like me and Josh just got into all of that, which was epic. But here you go. Here's the link. I'm posting a link. Anyone who wants to jump on with me. That goes for you, Icon. We can talk about tractors. I don't mind talking about hay bales, Icon. I don't mind talking about your dog or your whatever you want. Wagon Breath. Why don't you jump on Wagon Breath? I want to hear. Wagon Breath's on Truth Serum because you just been to the dentist. So Wagon Breath, there you go. You didn't get to come on last night, honey. So jump on. What's she saying? That was pretty good, wasn't it? There you go. He subbed earlier. That's good. Good man. What's Wagon Breath saying? There you go. There you go. And where's Brandy? Is Brandy here or not? Because I don't know who's in at this rate. And Ruthless can jump on if he wants to. Wagon Breath, Jeff, I still have to put my little wagon to bed. All right, that's fair enough. If the stream is still going, I'll jump on. So she ain't ready to jump on yet. That's fine. Ruthless, you could jump on if you want. I can jump on if you want. So it's up to you guys. Happy for you to do it. It's all good. What's he saying? I can see there's no. I have fat finger syndrome. I don't even know what that means. Did you get stung by a bee, Dad? Ruthless. I can see this. No, that's bad enough, but it's the thinking along. Okay, I don't know what you're talking about, but it sounds right. Seeing plenty during world lockdowns, watching what people's discuss, think about. Yeah. The Borg doesn't want you thinking for yourself, people. No. Cannot think for yourself. Not allowed. Bigfoot and all. Well, Bigfoot, Connor, you can jump on if you want to, my man. Anyone can jump on. It'll just be nice to. And actually, you know what'd be nice at this rate? Hey, Jeff, you can jump back on if you want. If anyone wants to just come and kick it with the bee, then we can for a bit. And up to you. Although maybe people are getting a little bit tired, and maybe it's time to close it up. But I'll at least give you an opportunity to jump on if you want to. I'm sorting my home chores. What's he saying? I'm sorting my home chores, and it's late. Bed hour soon, lad. Yes. All right, the Mank. Mank's ready for bed. Who knew that the Enlightened Mank slept? Oh, look, it's Icon. I'll let you connect your device first, Icon. But I can see you. Here he is. Look, it's Dad. All right, Dad, how's it going?
Hey, B, how goes it?
All right. How was Walkie the doggy? How was that?
Cold and rainy.
Nice. Well, yeah. What do you want to talk about, Icon? You can totally have the floor, brother. Where do you want to steer it?
whatever's clever, mate. Whatever works for you, I'm open to it.
Well, all right. How are you feeling at this moment in time about getting that second channel on? And have you got sufficient confidence to be doing it yet?
I do. I just need to finish tying up ends around the house here so I can get it going.
Oh, good man. Let me just read this icon a sec. Connor's telling me something. Jeff's buddy is going to be on Bigfoot Odyssey in a few minutes. All right. Well, in that case, Jeff can't. Thanks for letting me know, Connor. You're a total legend. I must have missed that. Yeah. Yeah, I got you. That's cool, man. That's totally cool. And if some of you got to jump over to that, I will not hold it against you. You got to do what you got to do. I can hear me mumbling in the background of your speaker again, Icon. That effect's happening.
Well, you're mumbling in the foreground too.
I know, but it's but yeah, it's that sort of echo. Do you know what I'm saying? Remember that mad echo I couldn't get rid of before with you? I can hear myself on your mic back.
That's weird because I don't hear it on my end from either myself or you. Odd.
It's very subtle. It's just a very quiet effect, but it's not terrible. But I don't know how we fixed that before. I don't know what that problem was. Is it because you got turned up too loud in the room or something? Or maybe you haven't got echo cancellation on? I don't know.
Let me take a look.
Thank you, man. It's not a terrible thing. It's just, you know what I'm like. I'm pedantic. If it can be solved, I like to solve it. That's all I'll say.
Yeah, it's on. Well, you did all the music work and whatnot, so don't blame me for being fussy about audio because I'm the same way.
Respect. Jeff Harding saying Wagon will get on, but she has to rub one out first to take the edge off. I understand that, Wagon. Just send me a video. Don't want her all horned up in front of everyone, or do we? Well, she giggles like that when she's not horny. Probably not, Jeff. No. The only thing I'll say, Icon, mate, is that is a little bit off-putting how it is currently, the echo. I'll only say that. It is subtle, but it is kind of... Are you sure you've not got the Have you got the headphones in, mate, or you just got the speaker in the room playing my voice?
No, I got the exact same setup as last time. I haven't monkeyed with the headphones yet. I didn't want to screw it up. If you'd like, I can dip out and come back in again.
I tell you what, let's try it, but not to be annoying. If it can't be solved, then we'll just persist anyway. Or could I even ask you, would it be possible to turn me down in the room a little bit, or is that not possible?
Oh, I got you muted on the laptop, so you're good.
Oh, right. So I'm just coming in through a speaker then?
Yeah, you're just coming in through my dumb phone.
Oh, right. So I'm coming through the phone. You know what? It must be just mumbling through the phone, and you can't do it with headphones, no?
No. Here, let me X out of here. I'll be back in a sec. We'll see if that takes care of the issue.
If we can't solve it, Icon will just persist, mate. But yeah, at least we've tried everything. That's all good, my man. Thank you.
Okay. BRB.
All right. BRB, Dad. Dad knows all the cool lingo. He's only 6 years older than me, guys. I thought Icon was like in his 50s. I don't know why I thought that. Rufus, cars. Talk about cool cars. All right. Well, I don't know cars. But my favorite car has always been a Ford Capri, even though it's really shit. But it just inspires my imagination. I just always thought they looked mega cool. And it's from an era when, I don't know, it's a little bit rustic, a little bit edgy. If I was a car, I would be a Ford fucking Capri, Ruthless. There you go. What do you think about that? Ford Capri. Also, my dad used to have a camper van, but it wasn't a split screen. Apparently, they're the cooler ones, the older ones. I'm sure Icon's got a few things to say about that. Tonight is Doug's night. I don't know who's Doug. Who the fuck is Doug? All right, let's see if this works. It might not, but hello, Icon. How you doing?
Hello, mate. How you doing?
So I'll speak a little bit and see if that's actually solved it.
Oh,
no,
sweet.
Hang on, let me see.
Yeah,
okay,
how's
it's a
it
lot
sound?
more. You know what? I think it's still there, but it's a lot more subtle. And so let's just roll with it, mate. Let's just roll with it. We tried.
Okay, sounds good.
You'll hear it. You'll hear it back, I suppose. That is if it's not just an effect in StreamYard, but I presume you'll hear it back and you'll know what I was banging on about. But anyway.
Oh yeah, that's totally cool. I always rewatch these.
Respect, brother. Me too. I can't help it.
Gotta
Well,
get
what
your
does everyone...
watch count up there somehow.
Well, that is true, to be fair. Although our stream we did with Ruthless, well, maybe we could give a little synopsis of our epic over 7 hour stream for Ruthless's ears, because we know Ruthless is in officially this time and not just as one of his sock bot accounts where he's just hiding and pretending to be a Russian or someone called Rimtool. Who the fuck is
That's
Mr.
hilarious.
Rimtool, Ruthless? That is hilarious. And where'd you come up with that name, Ruthless? And what is a Rimtool? Is it a tongue or is it actually a sort of metal object? But anyway, Icon, what did you make then? Let's do a little review of our own epic live stream with Ruthless. What did you actually make of that?
That was an absolutely epic live stream. It was a lot of fun, especially after we had all the technicalities hammered out and we can just blabber at each other. It was great.
Right. It looks like Ruthless is giving me audio advice, everybody. Maybe it's at your end, Hiveless. Well, that's nice, Ruthless. Thanks for that, mate. Yeah, maybe it is, bro. How about that? Maybe it is.
I'm
No, go on,
getting a pretty
Icon.
big halo here around my dude. Let me turn this down just a touch.
Well, all right. If you think so, just a touch, that's fine. Although I get the impression that it's okay if you're a little louder than you had been, because I think you were a little quiet before.
Am I still good?
Yeah, I mean, I can't tell myself without hang on, let me see. Bear with me a second. Just listening to the other stream. You know what? You sound good to me, Icon, to be fair. I think what it is mine's got a lot of weight to it, my mic. So I actually think we're roughly where we need to be fair. So you don't even have to do anything.
Now, what did you say you used for a mic? Was it a Rode?
Let me look. It's a Rode NT1-A, which is pretty standard, cheapest mic of a decent caliber that you can get your hands on these days, yeah. But it's pretty.
That does damn decent.
Say that again, my man.
That does damn decent.
Well, I think it's a good job, man. I've recorded several albums with it now. My brother's got one. He's using it to record his music. Vince, remember Vince? He's using one as well. So yeah, it holds up, man. It's a good little workhorse, to be fair.
Nice. What model was that? I'm scribbling this down.
Rode NT1-A.
-A. Awesome. Thank you.
And no worries, man. So Icon, yeah. So Ruthless.
Oh, yeah, I got one more question along those lines, if you don't mind.
Yes,
do you use a lav at all?
Do I use what? Did you say?
A lav, L-A-V, a lav mic.
What is that?
That's the little mic, the little dinky little thing that you can like put on your collar.
Oh yeah, I'd like to get one, mate. Yeah, you know why I want one of those? Actually, I've got a pretty decent camera with a mind to sort of make films and things. It was an entry level. I think something like a G3, Panasonic G3 or something like that. But at the time, it was the first passable. It was the first passable film, but cheapest for sort of amateurs. I wasn't willing to pay any more than I did. First passable model of the era. So a lot of amateur films sort of took off using that particular camera. I think it was a G3 or something, and the more expensive version is a GH3, I think, or something. But anyway, yeah. I wanted to use a lav mic then in conjunction with that, and so I still probably will purchase one. I just want to know what the best one to get is, I guess.
I can't remember the name of it. I just saw a review on it about a year ago, and I can't remember now. It's been so long. I'm trying to remember whose channel that was on.
Right.
I think it was. Wait, hang on. I know where it is. Well, I know the dude that did it. So if it's all right with you, I'll drop a link to his channel in the box, and you can go from there if you like.
Oh, do it, my man. Yeah, thank you. Ruthless is saying you are gay for not knowing about cars. Thanks, Ruthless. Yeah. Well, all right. Let's see what Icon knows about cars. I imagine he probably knows quite a bit about old cars,
Yep.
and nothing about new cars. But like I said,
Not too much.
my favorite car. Icon. I said my favorite car is a Ford Capri. Any comments about that?
Ford Capri.
Yeah.
We don't have those over here, so I would have to figure
Right.
out what the equivalent is in the States.
Well, no,
Because I
don't worry
know
about
years
equivalence.
ago there was a Mercury Capri, but that was Ford's Canadian offering through Mercury.
Yeah. Right. Well, I mean, I wouldn't know, but you'd have to actually see the car itself. I mean, there's no equivalent of a model of a car, is there? It just is what it is, kind of thing. So you'd have to appreciate it in all its own glory. Um, but
Oh, I see what you're talking about.
good man.
Um,
They look cool, don't they?
that
I
is a
think so.
sharp looking little, was that a 70s car, pretty much?
It probably is a 70s car, to be fair. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I think they're absolutely awesome myself.
So that would have been the British offering of our Mustang, I would assume.
Yeah, fair point. Well, actually, yeah, I'll have to look at the actual age of them, but yeah, Ford Capri. I
Yeah,
just think
because
that
I'm looking at a picture of a RS 2600 from 73, and it's a nice driver's side view, and that totally looks like some serious Mustang influence in that car.
right, yeah, you know what? You're probably right. Yeah. I mean, the one I know is the sort of 80s edition. In fact, I mean, some of the souped up versions just look gorgeous, but just something about that car that I reckon that was seminal, that car design. Just the look of it, it's got something about it, that damn car. I fucking love it.
Yeah, yeah, it's a sharp ride. Now,
Yeah, man.
does Ford currently have a retro style for the Capri in any of their new models?
What do you mean by retro style? Like a revisit?
Yeah,
Like the
pretty
Mini,
much.
like they
Because
did with
like
the Mini or
over
something?
here for the past decade and a half, the Mustangs now are just a modernized, rounded off version of what they were in the 60s.
Right. Okay. Well, I'm not. I think it just went out of commission. Honestly, I think maybe Britain knows when to let a good thing die. Unlike you Yankees.
I hear it. I hear it. Well, the
No, I'm only playing. I
Mustang is
don't know if we
pretty
do.
good, and I think the Charger from Dodge, the new look with the old styling is good, but Ford really had a swing and the miss in the early 2000s with the Thunderbird. As a
Right.
matter of fact, I was just talking to Ruthless about that the other day, and I brought up a picture of the 2002 Thunderbird, and I brought up a picture of the 1955, the original T-Bird, and then I brought up a picture of the 53 Corvette and asked them which it looked like, because to me, the T-Bird looks more like the Vet than it does the Ford product, which is just hilarious to me.
Uh-huh. Okay. So I do apologize, again. I just couldn't help but Rufus has got me giggling in the background here because
Who does that?
he's well, look at this. He's come in as Alarini Noskintor, and anyone who's not aware, I have my suspicions that this is Ruthless in one of his stock accounts, but he's going. I wish I watched, referring to the 7 hour epic, but I left when things got heated over the audio.
That's great.
That's fucking funny, Rufus. And then he's saying, someone I trolled for coming into class being a fucktard ring tool was his name. I made a rim tool for him. B next time he comes into class. It's so funny. So I do apologize, Icon, but I just could, you know what I mean. I just couldn't
Oh,
help
that's
but
totally cool.
respect, man. But what were you saying? Get me back in. I forgot what you were sort of saying there at the end because that took my attention. I apologize.
Oh, I dumped that link in the chat for you.
Ah, good man. Well, all right. Well, then I shall check that out later. Good man.
Yep, totally
Um,
cool. Oh, we were talking
awesome.
about car designs
Yes. Yeah.
and
So,
how. Yeah, well, go on, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say I'm not like a big car head. I'm not a big, petrol head or whatever you call it. I'm just not. I don't own a car and I can't drive. Um, I have driven, but I shouldn't have illegally, but I have done it. In fact, I have stole a car. I will say that I have actually stole a car. Does that make me even more cool now?
Oh yeah, you're just an adventure hound.
Yeah, that's true. That was the novel thing that I decided to do that week. Because I couldn't become a YouTuber then. I was 16, and but don't worry, guys. No, I didn't steal someone else's car. I stole our family's car because they were on holiday. Yeah, so it wasn't totally illegal, but it was still a bit illegal. And I stole our family. In fact, I just realized this isn't a public forum. Allegedly. Moving on. Anyway, right. What were we saying? There we go. Allegedly, just playing for humor's sake. Ruthless, long, slow cooker, Michael. I think they're getting into it. I think Ruthless is getting into the spirit of the homoerotic humor with the boys. Well, it's not that kind of fraternity, guys. Remember, except it now is on account of Michael. And by the way, I might just say this really quickly, and then I want to get into it with Ruthless, with Icon. Michael, I saw that you pretended to be active shooter the other day. I actually noticed that after an Icon. Did you notice that Michael was pretending to be active shooter for a bit?
I did.
Yeah, I clocked that. Brandy clocked that, and I don't know for how long for, but did you clock for how long he was doing that grift?
Must at least have been a half an hour.
And was Michael's avatar as shooter exclusively that pick of the bee getting eaten with ants, or was that ever actually shooters? If you know what I mean. I don't know if you know what I mean.
I know what you mean, but I don't recall.
Right, yeah. Well, I'd be curious to hear from Michael what was what, because that was funny. Because in StreamYard, I couldn't appreciate that it was Michael pretending to be shooter. So when it comes into me, is like, I'm taking it for granted that I'm reading shooters' comments, but I don't know if it was actually.
Yep.
Right.
Scotty's comment there.
Oh, Capri, long bonnet, short boot, awesome little car. Thank you, Scotty. Yes, absolutely. A bit like your kangaroo.
What a boot is?
Hey,
do we need to translate what a boot is for our American counterparts?
Yes, we do. Go for it.
Okay, it's a trunk. It's covered by the deck lid on the rear of a vehicle. Unless you're driving a punch buggy, then it's on the front.
It is a bit retarded for you Yankees to be calling something that's at the back after something that's at the front of an elephant. I mean, what is that about?
Yeah. That's just how bass-backward this country is.
Ass backward, exactly. Yeah, there you go. But I love you, and I'm a total US file, or whatever you'd call it, like a America file or something. I just am. I love you guys. I do. I might just say,
I like the Brits too. That's all good. I mean, you guys are cherishing something like your canal system, where in the United States here, it's just basically been thrown away, which is completely lame.
Right. Well, I was aware.
The canal system over there is absolute epic tits. And I was just watching one show where they're dredging and digging out a length of an old canal to the tune of, was it 450 million pounds, something like that, over the course of the next 15 years. That's just mind blowing.
For what purpose? They didn't even say. Just to get rid
Tourism.
of it. Tourism.
No,
yeah.
they're digging it out so they can fill it with water and send more canal boats up and down there.
Well, that's good, isn't it?
It is. It's great. As a matter of fact, I'm fairly certain that the trust is out to open or reopen as much of the old canal system as they can throughout the UK, which is just awesome.
Nice. Well, I mean, our canal system's singing and dancing, man. It's always been active. It's always there, man. It's part of reality for us. It's not dormant. It's alive and well. The canal system over here.
Yeah, that's totally cool.
Yeah. No, it is. I mean, go for it.
Do you watch any of the YouTube channels pertaining to the canal? Or, well, I suppose you live over there, so if you want to see the canal, you just go to it.
Brother, I run up and down the canal. I was doing it almost like every other day recently, but yeah, it's but so yeah, I mean, I live right by one, and so it's just part of my reality. So yeah, I don't have to watch a YouTube video about it. I might just say real quickly, I can hold that thought. Michael's
Yeah.
saying, yeah, Michael's saying, reverse that, B. He was me. So I don't know if it's like Among Us, you know, that computer game where is this like Cluedo, where everyone pretends to be not the guy who did it, or are you actually telling the truth, Michael?
Did you say Clue?
Cluedo.
Oh, gotcha.
Cluedo, the game. Yeah, where everyone has to figure out who's the liar. Well,
Yep,
Michael, right. Well, actually, well, not who the liar is, who did it, though. But yeah, Michael, if that's true, okay, then. Thank you for letting me know. Now I'm just more confused. Go on, Icon, what were you saying, my man? About the canal thing?
Oh, yeah, I was going to ask you what branch of the canal do you have by you?
Well, I'm that's a good question. I don't know the exact name of it, but it would be probably God, Birmingham Solihull. I don't know. I'm not sure which name you'd give it. I mean, there's one that's the Stratford arm of the canal, you know, the Stratford and Hampton something or other. It's Henley and Stratford arm of the
Okay,
canal. I
yeah.
don't, they've all got a name, but mine's Birmingham. I presume mine would be Birmingham Solihull, but I just don't know what the name would be. You know, you get somewhere close if you looked up those area names. You'd be able to see where I'm at. But I'm actually soon to be. In fact, I'll still have closest access to that same stretch because I'll be moving to Sarehole Mill very soon. Whoever want, or Sarehole, or it's right by a place called Hall Green. That's where I'll be moving to very soon. For anyone who wants to come and get for any groupies that want to come and meet me. Ruthless. No. Boot is a trunk. Thank you, Wagon Breath. Yes. Wagon Breath. See, I just call you Wagon Breath because it's just quicker and it's easier. So, but I do like Wagon Breast. I do think that is quite cool as well. Oh, what's he telling me? Hang on. Are you telling me something, Icon? What are you saying?
Huh?
Oh, did you not send me something? Oh no, that was Lindsay. By the way, Icon. Oh no, you probably can't see that. Yeah. No, it's fine. Totally fine. Right, what was I going to say? Be right back. Gotta watch this. All right. Ruthless fat chicks in cooking oil live rematch has just come back on. He'll be back soon,
Wonderful.
guys. Yeah. Mr. Hugh Ruthless is on a new porn movie. Yeah. You got there first, Mr. Hugh. Very funny. How's everyone doing? Anyone got any questions for Icon? That's what I want to do, actually. I want to sort of mine. Oh, he said, and Michael's telling me 100% true, but I don't know if he means about Ruthless. What the fuck? What's Mr. Hughes saying? Sorry, a boot is a bad looking girl. I've never heard that. An old boot is just an old person, isn't it? Like Uncle Bones. Uncle Bones is an old boot. That's a British expression. Well, Icon, I want you to lead, man. Can you steer it? Because I'm so bored of having to do stuff. I just want to sort of can I ride shotgun with Dad? Could you take me for a drive, Dad? If that's not too fucking weird sounding.
No, that's cool. I was looking over the canal system around Birmingham.
Oh,
Holy
yes.
crap, there are a lot of them.
Yeah, I know, mate. They're everywhere. They're amazing, though. They're so beautiful. So you know what it is? It's a way of quickly getting away from the roads and the pollution and sort of being closer to nature. Now, some stretches of canal, they have to do dredging and stuff. And some of them kick up a stink when they're doing the dredging, or some of them are a bit more stagnant than others. So some of them aren't as good. But yeah, it is a good way though of sort of, even if you're in a city, of essentially getting away from the sort of pollution and the visual of just blocks of old buildings and whatnot and things like that.
Yeah. Well, I
Right.
think
Right.
too with the aroma, that's probably still from when the canals were part of the sewer system and drains for all the factories and other industrial places.
Right. Am I right, shooter? Sorry, Icon. Why am I so sure? Am I right, Icon? Wagon breath is just telling me old bean. Is that a Americanism then for old person?
I thought that was British, honestly.
Oh, right, old bean. Well, see, I don't even know that wagon breath. Is that if that's true? Um. Oh, and then Michael's saying, "Damn it, shooter was me for 2 days." Is that actually true?
Wow.
Well, if that's true, then maybe I thought Michael was disgusting, or maybe Michael isn't disgusting. Is that what you're trying to say, Michael? Hang on, he's going to tell us a bit more. Let me just hang on. I'll get back to Ruthless in a second. But Michael Hayward, he told Sophia to flash him or me, and she ain't been back. What does that mean, Icon? What's it mean?
Who the hell's Sophia?
Yeah, who the hell is Sophia? Exactly. See, that's probably an inside joke that I've just never cottoned onto. I don't even know who Sophia is. And then Ruthless is
Dude, I
saying,
have an
Mr.
art gallery in Birmingham. That's awesome.
Of course. Which one are you looking at? The Tate or oh no, that's London, isn't it? Which one is it again? It's on Broad Street, a place called Broad Street.
It's called the Icon Gallery.
Yeah. That's
IKON. I got a kick out of that.
oh, it's IKON, is it?
It is.
Wow. I think I've been there to be fair. Yeah. Is it off a street called Broad Street or is it a different one? Or we've got a couple, I think.
Oozles and
Lazelle's is that also? Yeah.
Oozels, sorry. Yeah, that
Oh.
and Broad Street.
Broad Street, there you go, I told you. Broad Street. Well, Broad Street's the main drinking quarter for Birmingham city centre. It's where all the chavs and the scuzz go and pretend to be sophisticated and put on their new Ben Sherman shirt, although that's about 20 years old now, that joke, and go and pretend to be in Geordie Shore or some shit, which is about 10 years old, that joke. But you know what I'm fucking saying. That's the last time I
Yep.
fucking put my head up and had a look at what was going on outside 10 years ago. So I don't know what's happening anymore. But that's where all the fights happen. You want to have a good old fight in the middle of the street and then get arrested, then go there. Go to Broad Street.
That's where to find all the rowdy football fans, huh?
Absolutely. Yes, Icon. Exactly.
Right on.
Right by the Icon Gallery. Well, in the day, it's cult. In the day, it doubles up as sort of, a little bit culture, I guess, in a way. But then at night, obviously, it's it's all of that crap. Here you go, Michael Hayward. He told Sophia to flash him, or me and she ain't been. I've already read that. Sorry. Oh, and then I was gonna read Rufus's comment. I don't know what it says, but I'm just curious. Mr. Hugh, yeah, mate, the kind of porn that will scorch this fucking earth once again. Well, isn't that just all of it now? Hasn't it all just gone to next level? That like what they call softcore now is like, stepsister stuff. You know what I'm saying? Or stuff with kangaroos, like what Scotty FJC's into. Go on. Do you want to get this for me, Icon? I haven't read it yet, but why the fuck not?
Wagon, Jeff just phoned me to see if I want the butt balls tonight. They're still warm, but I said that I am packed their Michael balls.
Can we just
Right
do
on.
that? Like, can we just create a show where Icon in his sensible dad voice just reads out unironically all of Mr. Hughes' comments? Can that be a show now? I mean, that was too
That
good.
would be great.
That would be great. Wagon Breath,
that would be
homoeroticism at its finest. I know, Wagon Breath. What the fuck? Need a little bit of female energy to throw to the boys, man. It's getting out of hand. Go on then. Here you go, Icon.
Yeah, where is Firestarter active?
I know. I don't know what's actually. I'm starting to think that maybe Michael. Well, how do I know that this Michael isn't Shooter? Because Shooter hasn't been here. Remember, we've been saying Shooter hasn't been here for a few days. So
Yep.
I'm thinking, yeah, what if Michael is Shooter? I mean, how
Or
awesome
he's
would
out
that be?
riding the horse again.
What was that?
Or he's out riding the horse again, chasing
See,
the dragon.
Oh, see, I didn't know that term. Thank you. Riding a horse. I know chasing the dragon, but yeah, I didn't know riding a horse.
Okay, right on.
Very. Thank you. It's a sausage party. Yes, Wagon Brett, it certainly is. Woodland Warriors, thank you to the fucking rescue. This is a sausage fest. Well, do you want to turn it into not a sausage fest? Well, on account of Wagon Brett having been successful in passing on her genetic lineage, she has to put that thing to bed. So, but Woodland, you're totally a failure. Why don't you get on? You don't have to put things to bed because you're a total loser like me. So it's up to you, honey, and you don't have to. And I know it's late in the UK, and no pressure. But there you go. There's the link if you want to jump on the live stream, Woodland Warriors, and talk to Icon. And you're more than welcome to have a little chinwag with Icon because I think it'll be cute. Why not? Woodland Warriors, meet Dad. Dad, meet Woodland Warriors. Yeah, she's not here yet, but maybe. Rufus,
Okay.
where's the tacos then? I think the tacos are all sort of well, I'm trying, Rufus. I'm trying. Like I said, Wagon Brett has got her priorities all upside down. Now she's just playing cool because I was sort of going in hard at her. She's desperate yesterday, so she thought I better have a night off just to sort of play it cool. So I'm going to pretend I'm at the dentist, and then I care about my child. So that's what's going on there. Michael Hayward, losery Ikeser. Oh, I think he calling you a losery Ikeser icon? Is that what he's calling you?
It could be. That's fine.
Yeah, it's.
I won't contest it.
Yeah, I've heard better, Michael. Try again. Ruthless,
Yeah, I
you need
have been
better.
called
Mate.
worse. So
yeah, like what? Twat farmer.
oh, I haven't heard that one yet.
It didn't really work, but I tried. Fuck it.
Yeah.
It made me laugh.
Okay.
Oi, twat farmer. What are you on about? I'm just a farmer. Yeah, but fuck you.
I'm farming twats.
Farmers
what better life is there?
Farmers are shit. Well, go on, Icon. What were we saying? Say it again.
I forgot what I said. I keep zoning out. Yeah, let me hang on. I gotta click out of the map and back to YouTube here. I'm just gonna be staring at Birmingham
mate,
on
know what
Maps
it is?
for the rest of the night.
No, dude, you can zone in and out all you want, mate. It's all very casual. I was just going to say, I mean, that's what I do, mate. At the end of the day, I'm zoned out as well. What was I going to say? No, all it is like, whenever we talk over each other, I just don't hear what you said. So yeah, but I am sick of sort of asking people to always have to repeat themselves. So I do apologize. It's probably annoying me doing that all the time.
I try and hold my tongue until someone quits talking, but I have the issue where if someone keeps talking for an extended amount of time, I forget what I was going to say. That's why when you come to me after someone spoke, asking my thoughts, it's like, yeah, those got flushed down the shitter like a little bit ago.
Yeah, you know what? That's right. And I know exactly what you're saying, dude. I do know what you mean. Wagon Brett is saying, "Don't be butthurt, Hive." Okay, I'm not butthurt. Butthurt, why? Butthurt because you desperate? Because you pretended to be a good mom, so that you can lay low for a night? No, I'm only kidding. Hey, Wagon Brett, I fucking love you, man. You know that. I'm just totally ripping on you because you're amazing. And you know that, and she does know that. But my God, has she infiltrated the Bigfoot community? I mean, I did it too, but not in a cynical way. Connor hooked me up, man. And in fact, Gypsy, yeah, fuck it. It's just been a natural, naturally found my way in that community, which is so crazy because I don't even understand half of it. But hey, good people. Yeah,
totally.
Right on, man. And Icon, yeah, do butt in, by the way. When I'm just rambling and stuff, you absolutely can always butt in. In fact, I'd rather that than get to you afterwards and you're like, gee, Fred, I don't know. What?
That's about accurate, man. It really is.
Yeah. No worries, man. Well, hey, am I right, Icon, in saying that this is ruthless or not? Alaraini Noskintor.
It could be, but I don't think so. The typing and phrasing isn't correct.
Right. Ah,
Ruthless still comes through as Ruthless, even with his sock puppet accounts.
yeah. Brandy noticed it was Ruthless because he spelled. Well, I'm not going to give it away why, but actually, because then we'll still be able to spot him. But yes, she spotted it. That it worked. Yeah, she spotted that Rimtal was Ruthless for a particular giveaway, a little tell. I'm not going to tell you what it was. But yeah, because Ruthless is Ruthless regardless. That's right.
Yep.
Well, you were able to get into. So Rufus used to be basically a super troll, right? That's what I was hearing.
I think that's what he said.
Wow, Ruthless, pretty epic, mate. Well, Rufus, joking aside, now that we're friends, can you just make 100 fake sock accounts and subscribe to me?
Now you're thinking.
Right on, man. Hey, Rufus, come on, get me that community bar, mate. Come on, get me there.
Dude, the Birmingham New Street station looks like a Martian bra from above.
What looks like what? Martian what?
A Martian bra.
What?
Look for that free titty chick from Total Recall.
Oh, well, I'm just going to take your word for it, but yeah, I got you. Yes, we are a major fan of the Martian Bra in Birmingham. Yes, it's a known thing. Did you know that Lady Godiva? I think I think that myth, or well, it's probably not even a myth, is it? It's probably an actual story. Originates from sort of, I think it's Coventry or Meriden or somewhere close to Birmingham. Did you know that?
Really?
Yes, you can probably look it up, Lady Godiva, and find out where the analog area for that whole story. I'm pretty sure it's Meriden or somewhere like that. It's pretty close to between Birmingham and Coventry. I think. I could be wrong. Icon spots my syntax. That's right. Anyone can recognize. Yeah, stop it, Icon. You're giving away my secrets. No, I knitted my last sock June 2020. All right. Well, can you just subscribe with your actual socks then? Thanks. Your existing.
What was I looking for, Hive? All I found are pictures of naked chicks on horses.
Well, I'm just giving you an excuse for that particular search. But Lady Godiva originates where? Or sorry, Wikipedia, I guess, or something. And just see what area it was. Just want the name of the area. I seem to think, like I say, it was at Meriden or something.
It says Coventry.
It is just Coventry. All right. I think with a little bit more searching, you might find that she had a stately home in Meriden or something. But I might also be wrong about that. That's fine. But Coventry, all right. Coventry it is. And there is an expression. Can any of my British? In fact, I don't know if anyone who's British is remaining. Isn't there something that's been sent to Coventry or someone going to Coventry? There's an expression like "I'm going to Coventry" or "I'm being sent to Coventry" or something, and that's an expression in Britain, but I just forget what it is. It's like a colloquial expression, a saying. It's a saying that means, I can't even remember what it's even supposed to mean. Not that it matters, but just an interesting little factoid that I didn't know. Michael Hayward. Oh, it's the socks I put into that are epic. Rimtal was a snap action. Yes, it did. So, all right, that's interesting. So, actually, Icon might have let me know that Alarani Noskintor. The only thing that alluded me to the idea that was a sock of some sort was that yesterday they made a comment about a sock that was definitely designed to evoke in my mind the idea that it was a sock account. But I can't help but think that Alarani Noskintor, and if I'm wrong about this, Alarani Noskintor, it's your own fault for writing some crap about a sock. I can't help but think that it's a sock account of some sort, and it might even be our favorite little troll. But whatever it is, if it's not Ruthless, I do seem to suspect that it may well be. Yes, but as long as you're having fun, little sock person, then I'm okay with it. Do what you got to do.
If that is him, he's really not putting any effort into his game as usual.
Right, he might be trying to throw it a little bit, yeah, because he did. Like I said, the little stream from last night, Icon. Actually, we could maybe get into that real quickly. How my internet died. But you know, if you watch that back or something, or we probably already have, or something, or you were already there.
Yep.
But yeah, basically, Al Rainey, the first comment from that stream, about a sock, something about a sock, and maybe you can let me know if you think that's ruthless or not. Okay.
Yeah, I'll check that out again.
It'll be worth it for my sake, brother, because it would be. I'm a little bit curious, I'll be honest. In fact, and I swear Al Rainey's already said something in this stream to allude it to it being ruthless. Yeah, the audio issue, unless they're really clever now and playing that supposition off itself. So, you know, we'll see, man. I wouldn't put it past someone who's gonna hide behind a sock account to have a bit of that sort of wit. But anyway, oh, here we go. Hobbs, thank God there is a UK person in. Sent to Coventry means no one is speaking to you. There you go. That's where I sent Ruthless the first time to Coventry, isn't it?
Poor Ruthless.
Poor Ruthless. Well, Ruthless, you haven't heard it directly from me unless you've heard it in my streams, but you were the star of that show in the end, Ruthless. You were awesome. And it's so nice to hear you. Yeah. When you're relaxed, Ruthless, and you just get into it and you're kicking back with the cats and getting into it, mate, you fucking rock. And me and Icon both agree, and I've got to get him to back me up now because I know you're here. We both agree that you definitely need to do your own streams, mate, and do your own sort of radio show.
100%, yes.
Yeah.
Ruthless,
Absolutely.
You're absolutely amazing on the airwaves. You need to hold yourself blabberathon on your own channel or radio station.
Exactly, absolutely. And I'm getting the impression, because I think, just going back to earlier, I think Woodland didn't jump on, and I don't know, she might have told me she didn't want to, but I suppose since she didn't jump on, I'm just going to assume she didn't want to jump on, so that's fine. And actually, I already know that she might not. Yeah, she might not want to do it, so that's totally cool. Hang on, let me just read some of these a second. Oh, the Enlightened Mank's still up. What are you doing, Sunshine? I thought you were sleeping. Alarani Noskintor, you watched the Nephilim Clown video. You trying to get possibly Ruthless's sock accounts to watch the no, I don't know. Right, I just saw someone new come in, so I want to get to that. Truth Seeker, hello. Good evening, all. Hello, nice to meet you. Truth Seeker. What do you reckon, Icon? Truth Seeker, a real person?
Oh, I'm sure it's a real person. It's just a matter of a troll or a sock account or what's going on. Well, good evening, either way.
Yeah. Well, Truth Seeker, just so you know, we have our reasons for suspecting that you could be anyone if you are a real person, because people like to cameo as each other sometimes, and famous globalists. We had George Soros in earlier, and yeah, it's literally like a game of Among Us or Cluedo in real life. Alarani Nuskintor, nah, it's my main. I referenced a sock in regards to Mank's preferred method of cleanup. Well, if that's actually true, and it's a brilliant comeback, either way, then my God, Alarani, I love you, and you've kind of earned a spanner. Well, you know what? You've actually earned a spanner there, regardless, because even if you are a sock or not a sock, you're hilarious, and so now you just be turned into a bee mason. Yes, that's how you do it, guys. If you're funny and brilliant, you will get to be a moderator and get a blue spanner and be turned into a bee mason. Yes. And let me see as well what Truth Seeker saying. Alarani Noskintor is saying, I did, Mank. Thank you for sharing. Really interesting. Okay. Well, I'll take it back if I was full of shit. Truth Seeker, it's me, Jerks. So that's one of two people, as in, oh. Well, see, that is actually, you don't necessarily, go on, Icon, what are you saying? Is that a ruthlessism or not?
I don't know, man. That's awfully generic.
Yeah, so that could actually be real troll, couldn't it?
And the poor spelling of Truths, it could be Roofless or it could be someone trying to frame Roofless.
Yes, that's what I'm feeling. But either way, as long as it's fun, hey, as long as it's fun, you're all good. You know what I mean? And I mean that. And look at it, Truth Seeker saying, "I am wagon." They are among us, Icon. Among us. Who is who? We don't know.
If you're wagon, let's see some
Titty action,
wagon
you Icon
tits.
wanted to say.
Yep,
Some
exactly.
wagon tits, please, Truth Seeker. Wagon tits, or we won't believe you.
Wagon
Although
breasts. That's it. I keep
that's
forgetting.
the one. That's the one. Yes, yes. No, I knew what you were doing there, Icon. I knew what you were doing. Saggy yes, I don't. I don't know what you mean. I don't, unless that was saggy. Unless that's saggy being saggy. Saggy. Well, I had to presume that, and I loved George Soros, by the way. That's awesome. I have to assume that's saggy paw, but I don't know. I don't know. You know, I actually don't know. Although actually, Saggy could probably take a screenshot. Not that it's not fakeable with a bit of Photoshop, but he could probably take a screenshot of all of his known accounts and whatnot, and actually prove that he's all of the ones in question. To be fair. Oh look, Michael Hayward, ruthless, laughing my ass off. Well, not that we know, you know. I don't know. I don't fucking know.
Yeah.
Well, go on, Icon.
I know now you have your own tree, Michael. Maybe
Chessboard. Oh,
Michael's a
chessboard.
Keebler elf.
I'm so glad that Chessboard's back. Hey, Chessboard, I'm sorry about last night. What's he saying? Hybris B, sorry I made your head so used. He has a hard time getting through the Wi-Fi gateway last night. Yes, Chessboard, that's exactly right. I had a major server crash. The Virgin Media servers were down for hours, so I literally couldn't get on either to tell you that had happened or to start a new stream, which I was very disappointed about. Although, well, it wasn't. I was totally fine. Like I took it in my stride, but you know, it was what it was. It was totally cool. But yeah, but I'm glad you came back, Chessboard. We've been in a separate chat. Me and Michael were roasting Uncle Bones. I told Uncle Bones said to me, "I'm still alive, Hiveless B," in a Bigfoot Anon stream, and I said, "Chessboard is coming to switch you off, Uncle Bones." So Chessboard, I've been trying to send the shits up the other old man, but he said you and him have been getting into it and having a good time. So you're pals now. Apparently you're friends now. So hey ho. There you go. Icon, maybe you could take the floor for me a bit because I want to get a in fact, Icon, could I even trust you to just talk shit while I go and get a drink? Is that even doable? Or is that like putting you on the
Talk
spot,
shit.
Dad? Is that going to scare the shit out of you, Dad?
I'll make conversation. Oh, wait. No. I can cheat and look on YouTube on the computer, see what everyone's saying in the chat. Well,
You
go
can
ahead.
do that. Yes,
Go
I hear
ahead
you.
and key. Don't forget to put your pinkies out.
Okay, then. And let me just get this one right, Mr. Hugh. And maybe you could start with them coming after Mr. Hugh, or you do what you want, Icon. But Mr. Hugh says, "Welcome to the mental room for smart people." I love that, Mr. Hugh. That's fucking awesome. So let me disappear that chat, and I'm going to leave you with Dad. No shilling your own channel, Dad. I know what you're like when I leave you to it. But I'm going to go and get some water, and I'll be right back. Okay. Okay,
All
then I'm
right.
gonna remove myself, and I'm just gonna leave you with Dad. Okay.
He. See, now this would be the point where if I had my other channel folks, I would be grifting everyone over there like a wise old man. So, anyways, seeing how that ain't happening, Chessboard, hello. Glad to have you back here. Let's see what else is going on. Oh, Wagon Breath is chattering. Saggy Paw's up to no good. Uncle Bones is up to no. None of you mofos is up to any good. Why is that a surprise? What happened to Ruthless? I think the kangaroos got him. That's no good. No good at all. I see Al Rainey has hearts in her eyes for whatever reason. Well, this is exciting. Oh wait, I'm back up to Truth Seeker again. Oh, it's a bunch of hellos and whatnot. Chess coming in. The usual in chatter, which is always fine. I kind of miss the chatter, but hey, I'm here chattering at you. So you have ambient background gas and nonsense to listen to while Hive fucked off somewhere. Yes, man, Kangaroo Jack got him making flat pancakes. Yeah, Michael, up to no good's about a regular day here too. Can't get nothing done if I ain't up to no good. Boy, we sure are missing a few people from like a week ago. No Mr. Lee either. Poor Brandy probably suffocated in that bag she was in that I seen in her avatar. That's no good. Wagon, you might have to go over there and make sure she's still breathing. Oh, JCL Ohio came in. Hello. How goes it? Mank, I live in Wisconsin on the southeast corner, kind of by Lake Michigan. In a little ways, but not far enough where we don't get tons of lake effect in the winter at times. Ruthless was on the phone, reordering me a pizza, mate. And chessboard and his ever wonderful humor. Good on you. Yeah, Hobbs, it's pissing down here too. Has been for last day or two. Should end tomorrow though. That'd be nice. Hiveless Ruthless went to drink his tea with his pinkies out. Probably something else out. I have such a calming voice, so thank you very much, Warrioress. I'm finally starting to get used to it. It's gonna take a little more getting used to though, I think. I don't mind talking to y'all. I figure it's like half a phone call. Y'all can hear me and I can't hear you. Maybe a good thing. Hey Saggy, you got your ears on? What's your next project you got coming up? Anything good? Thank you, Michael. I'm kicking it as best as I can. I'll relax some, Ruthless, but I still got to remain pert and perky. Take that however you want. Thank you, Wagon. Your words of encouragement are taken to heart and greatly appreciated. Hey, what's happening?
I snuck in, so tell me if it's too loud.
No, you're coming through just fine, bud. How goes it?
Yeah, cool. I've got to, I mean, I can never get the microphone right, mate, because I'm so used to just the idea of a microphone to me is something that you hold in your hand and you hold at your mouth. So even at 56, where all the tech, you've got it's all fucking voice operated and you don't have to touch it and things like that. I've just got this habit of just, if there's a microphone, I've got to hold it to my face. It's fucking weird.
No, I hear it. It's a lot easier for me too to work with a microphone, even though I haven't done it very much.
Well, you sound like that. You've got plenty of experience with, with talking. You've got a voice. You could probably do really good railway voiceovers. Like at the train, at a train station, you'd probably be really good with the voiceovers.
Yeah, possible. I thank you for the vote of confidence. That's for certain. Because I know at the antique tractor show I volunteer at, they're always wanting me to stand on the people mover wagon that moves the people around the show, pulled by a tractor, and talk about the sights and the sounds around the park. And with the people that come through there, I'm so afraid that I might accidentally drop an F-bomb or something. I just don't want the part, because I don't want a trailer full of people pissed off at me that I'm stuck with until we get back to the parking lot.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I can't say, you sound very controlled. I mean, in regard where when you speak, you're not inadvertently dropping out F-bombs or C-bombs, or unlike most Australians, mate, they just come out because we have a general sense of when we're speaking informally, we'll just like, fuck this, fuck that, or whatever. I was going to say something. That's what I wanted to ask you, mate. Who does the voiceovers for the vids that you make? Like those they're like, it's like the newsreel things, mate. It's like, it's very 40s, very 50s newsreel.
Oh, those film strips. I haven't been able to get to the bottom of who that is yet, and I'm hoping to before I put out my video where I am explaining the details of the process, because I'd like to give some credit to somebody.
I mean, he's a voice that I've heard many, many, many times. He's that guy's voice. I've heard his voice many, many times years ago. So, but I was on the phone. I just got a phone call from my fucking landlord, or the real estate agent, I should say. So someone's complained, right, about the way I put kitty litter in the bin with my cat shit.
Do people really have fuck all else to do there?
Well, I've touched on the kind of battle that's here, mate. But that's what that's what they're reduced to is, look, mate, they've tried to fucking get me evicted. They've tried to fucking hospitalize me, get me arrested, get me jailed. So everything comes in cycles, mate. So we're back to these ridiculous fucking complaints, mate. Like all of a sudden, there's an issue with you with your kitty litter in the bin. Did you do this? And I basically said, they said, well, this picture, and I said, well, what do you got a picture of? And she said, oh, it's a picture of in the bin. I said, is the picture of me emptying it in the bin? She said, no. I said, so what would you like me to do now? Start filming because I film so much here. I fucking have to. I got to film all my movements. So I said, so what do I do now? Do I start filming me putting the kitty litter in the bag and me taking it to the bin, and I'll send that to you every 3 days now, will I? Because you don't watch any of the other fucking video I've sent you. I mean, I don't swear, but I've just said that then. So it's like, yeah, I mean, how's that, mate? Like, oh, he doesn't put his kitty litter in a bag in the bin, and my attitude about it was, oh, okay. So, and I said to her, I said, can you tell me where it says in my lease there's a specific way that I have to use the bins? And then I said, furthermore, can you show me the council ordinance that states my bin has to be loaded a specific way? See the gaslighting, like there's just this gaslighting. And I mean, I'm not even talking about me, this overall gaslighting, mate. you know, completely just glossing over things just to move on to the next thing. So, you know, I mean, look, as people are saying, mate, people are just fucking leaving Australia now. They are. People are. Hello, Hiveless. I jumped in before. I wondered where you were.
No, Rufus. I put you in. I've been here for ages. I was letting Icon.
okay.
All I did was get
cool.
some water, and yeah, I came back. I wanted to give Icon a bit of a go at it. So I was enjoying it. I thought he did a really good job. And then I saw you looking lonely. So I have to let you on, mate. So I actually clicked you on and just sat back for a bit. It was quite enjoyable. So
Cool.
thanks for doing that, guys. I much appreciate it. But carry on. Yeah, carry on. I'll just sit back and go for the chat. It's all good.
Well, what I was going to say is that people are just fucking leaving Australia now. People are just fucking getting out. Ozzy Cossack did he interviewed a bloke and a family that are leaving. They're full-blown Australians. They're going, I don't know, they're going to fucking Russia. You know, people are getting out of Australia. It's just that fucking bad. You know, it's not the COVID thing. It's just not. Everyone thinks it is. It's just not. It's not the COVID thing. It's the whole thing. Because the COVID thing is only one element of what's going on. You know, they're all parts of, you know, they're all parts of the same fucking agenda, the same thing, the same fucking goal, you know. But so I just, I mean, that's sort of the phone call I got from this fucking the real estate agent has sort of put me on, not a bummer, but I just don't look. I'm very, I consciously and subconsciously work at what I entertain with thought. You know, look, I have like these background processes that run. You know, they're just running in the background. They're like little mechanisms that I'll fall back into. It's like if something will not get my head spinning, but something will get me into a chain of thought that it's not going to be productive, and you know, it'll lead to the entertainment of other old thoughts of fucking ages ago that hadn't been entertained or resurrected, or so I have all these mechanisms that will just fire up and start up. I guess you could call them distractions, but I don't see them as distractions. I see them as just as like a control factor on thought form. You know, like thought form. You form a thought. You know, it's not a recall of a thought. It's just a form that you thought, a new form that you thought, and just send that on its way. I'm rambling now. Fuck, sorry. I've got to put the mic down.
I love a good Ruthless ramble. That's the whole point. Are you going to get your own radio show going on, Ruthless? Because that's what me and Icon think you need to do. Your own show. Why?
Not my gig, man. I tell you, it's not my gig to look. It's not my gig to start something. It's just not my gig to lead something off to get a ball rolling. But
right.
I'll be my gig is someone gets a ball rolling, and I'll be walking with them. I'll be walking with them. I swear.
I respect that.
Can I come to?
Well, you know what I'm gonna do, Rufus. I'm gonna set up a channel. In fact, Sagipur, set up a channel called Ruthless Radio or some shit, and we're just gonna we'll build it. And Ruthless.
You will attract the worst of the worst if you do that. You don't want my fan club coming in numbers, mate. You don't. Right. You don't want my fan club coming in numbers. It's not big numbers. They're just fucking obsessive. And there's only like a few of them. But mate, look. It'd be funny. No, it'd be funny. Look, I've got no issue with it. If he's decided to do that or use something with the Ruthless moniker in it, look, I'm fine with that. Jeez, I mean, I'm good for a laugh. I just, you know, I'm just tired of fighting, and more so on the internet because the battles in personal life that I deal with, you know, just this banging my head at the narrative, you know, because the narrative's coming at me, so I'm banging my fucking head, you know, and the internet's, it's not an escape. Well, actually, no, I've got to call a fucking spade a spade. I'm not going to be a fucking hypocrite. You know, I use the internet as an escape, like my cat vids or or my musics or my cars, or I guess, yeah, call a spade, Glenn. Yeah, I guess that it's a bit of escapism, but it's not an escapism into the the fantastical thinking, well, it's all a fucking simulation and none of it really fucking matters and blah 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 blah. I'm rambling again.
Well, no. Well, what I might do then? Well, maybe I'll just. Well, Susan Wojcicki has an idea. She thinks you should call it Ruth Tube.
There you go.
Roost Tube. Oh fuck, that's too good, Susan.
Yeah. Well, I think do
Ruth
it, Susan. Build it, and Ruthless will come.
There you
Do
go.
that route. Yeah.
Oh God, no.
Woodland Warriors, Woodgy, Wudge. Yeah, funny as hell. Well, by the way, I saw what's Wagon. I saw you sort of flirting with, like, she said the trio is back in action. That's almost Wagon's way of saying, "I'll come on." No, is it Wagon? Because you can if you want to. Wagon, if you just appear here now, if I drop the link, then that's fine, and you can do it. Up to you. Up to you. Which one of you is that that's dying?
That's not me. I think Ruthless has the coof from the choof.
Shit, yeah, I think he does. But Ruthless, make sure you treat that shit, brother, if you do. Treat
Hang on,
that shit, bro.
I gotta mute my microphone. No,
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
not bronchitis. That's not bronchitis. So I'm gonna mute my microphone.
Yeah,
Sorry.
do it.
Okay.
Do it.
Fuck.
I'll mute it. He hasn't muted it properly, but I'll mute it. All right, it's muted now. It's fine. Shit, I think he actually might be dying. Zinc, vitamin C, and yeah, just hit it hard, brother. You know, can't overdo the vitamin C, my man. Vitamin D, vitamin C. Shit. Well, it might be short-lived then, his roof tube. Might only be a couple of videos. But
It ain't a bad idea.
I don't think it's a bad idea. I mean, you know what I think? I think we're just going to have to do it, guys. I think we're going to have to kind of build Roofy's own radio show. I think we're just going to have to do it. I think Saggy Paw, since you're in the habit of actually doing it now, just making up random fucking channels, why don't you actually do it for Roof? Why not? Or Icon, I don't know. Someone.
I got to get my other channel together yet.
Yes, you do actually, Icon. Well, Icon, I heard you doing that then, and I thought it was nice just looking at your avatar and watching you take. Actually, do you want to do that? Let's do that again. Let's do what you were doing, Icon, because I was having fun doing that. Let's go back to the chat and then let's just call it out in real time.
I'll
Yeah.
let you back at the chat because I'm out in the garage having a camel at the moment.
Oh yeah, well that's fine. Just let me know when you're back then. And with Ruthless, I've muted you, Ruthless, so I don't know if you can unmute yourself, but just make sure. My YouTube page isn't responding actually.
I just had a really
Yeah.
bad coughing attack. Just had a really
Oh,
bad
yeah.
coughing attack. Sorry.
No, that was bad,
you better.
bruv. Do you think you got the illness, the disease?
No, I've got emphysema and COPD, mate. I'm dying.
Shit. Do you actually think you
Sorry
are
to
dying?
hear that, bro.
I'm dying.
Yeah.
It's killed five direct blood descendants, mate, in my lifetime.
Shit.
Killed my mother at 65, killed my father last year, killed my auntie, I don't know, 5 years ago, killed my mum's fucking uncles. Yeah, fucking A, it's fair. Fucking oath, mate. I'm 50. I'm fucked, mate. Ooh, fuck. Yeah.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that, brother. All I'll say is to you,
Don't be sorry, bro. Don't be sorry.
well, I'll say chlorine dioxide, look into it. That's all I'll say. Chlorine dioxide, look into it. Okay.
Yeah, but it's not going to stop. It's not going to stop
know.
what's happening.
You might be
Once-
right, my man. I know. I
No,
know about
no,
I know,
but
I know about lung tissues
You
and
can't,
shit.
bro. You
I
can't.
know.
You can't repair. You
I know
cannot repair lung tissue.
That's right. I was saying that to someone yesterday. I agree. I know.
If I look,
You are right.
you know what? And here's the thing. Here's the thing with smoking. Okay, now, if you smoke and you smoke at a young age, right? And say, for argument's sake, you stop at 30, your lungs will come back fully.
Yeah.
If you stop at 35, your lungs will come back at 40. Once you get past 40, the ability starts to diminish in regard to what the tissue of your body can actually fucking physically do in repair sense.
Yeah.
So with smoking, the later you leave it, the harder it is. So and here comes my counter crazy. Okay. So what happens is, and what's happened in my family is, it's only after they stopped smoking did they actually really start to get sick. So my lunacy says that my body's had this chemical for that long now, it's conditioned to accept it. Okay. It's conditioned to accept it. And no, it's not happy with it because it's killing it, but it will tolerate it. So what inevitably
I smoked
may
for
be, and I don't know this,
22
I've spoken to a
years.
couple of doctors.
Yeah.
Yeah, it may be a matter of stopping smoking after developing irreversible damage can accelerate the onset. I know that sounds nuts, because what happens is inevitably
Yeah,
is the need for oxygen. Okay, because emphysema isn't a matter of you can't breathe in, it's you can't oxygenate your blood properly. And
Yeah.
it is exactly the same as wearing a mask for extended periods. Wearing a mask does exactly the same thing, more or less, as smoking.
Right. Well,
bar
let
the
me just make a
chemicals in
comment
the tobacco.
to that. So if I make comment to that, Rufus, I'll say the piece and we can move on. But I'll just say that I understand what you're saying about that instinct. There's a similar rationale I could get into with, if it could throw the flora of your lungs, like the bacterial flora of your lungs, out for sure. Yes, if you remove the presence of that thing.
It's got nothing to do with bacteria.
Well, hang on.
Nothing to do with bacteria.
Well, no, I know your theory didn't have anything to do with that. I'm telling you what my theory is. I'm just giving you my little thought on that, and then it's fine. That's my thinking on that. In terms of oxygenation of blood, look, when I gave up smoking, it was a big, you go through major withdrawal symptoms because your whole ecosystem is geared up around that being present. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, of course, and it is upsetting to do it. The only thing I can say in a short to long term, if you can actually get over the first 3 weeks, regardless of how long you've done it, honestly, is that you can then, the sort of pressure of that on the system removed. For instance, your red blood cells can actually start to experience being more oxygenated than they have been in a long term, and you could start to actually sort of heal. So I wouldn't let whatever your theory is get in the way of you doing what's probably sensible and just getting
Yeah,
the
but that's
fucking
not
thing.
those things are on the basis of not smoking for years and fucking decades. That you're talking
Well, I did it
about.
for 22 years, which is all right still.
You smoked for 2 years. Mate,
22
I've
years,
given up
22.
smoking.
22
22 years. Yeah. I have given up smoking. I've stopped smoking. I've given up smoking. I mean, the physical addiction, is limited. It's only weeks. The actual physical addiction, and then it's just plain old brain mechanics.
Yes.
That's all it is. It's the mechanisms. People try to give up smoking, but they don't understand the physical mechanisms attached to the smoking is massive. And that's holding something between your fingers. It's the action of your arm going to your face, to your mouth, to the ashtray. There's a pile of mechanics in smoking that are not psychological. There's so many mechanics to it that get tied in with the psychological effect and the factor. So anyway, it'll kill
that's
me.
all good, man.
That's all right.
Well, I'm sorry to hear it. I just decided that I didn't want that particular thing to kill me, and I'm just fortunate enough to get off it. But I'm not going to preach to anyone, mate. I know all about
More
addiction.
power to you. More
brother.
power to you, mate. I left it too late.
Yeah, I hear you, dude. Yeah, and I could have easily done it. I was a fag ash, mate. That's all I was, but everyone knew it about me.
Buddy.
Yeah,
Yep.
but yeah,
I mean, I had the opportunity to stay off them, but no, I got back on them. So after a year, and here I am. So
let's all do this to brighten it up a bit. Anyway, we don't want to think about how our new best friend is going to be dead soon of COPD, do we? No. So what we're going to do is Icon. Let's get and Ruthless. Let's get back into it. Should we read the chat real time? And I don't know if my chat is working. Let me just dial something in here and just say, hey, TW at T. And I just want to see if my chat's working because I've just had to reboot the thing. Any of you guys still awake? Is anyone still actually here? Or
Mr.
not?
Hugh has COVID. You guys
Well,
are ruthless.
right.
Chessboard.
What are people actually saying? Am I missing something? Or have you just
Oh,
guys
yeah,
slowed
The
down?
chat's still rolling.
Oh, it's still rolling, yeah. Oh, yeah, it is rolling. Yeah, I can see. What's Chessboard saying? Iveless B, like I said last night, I smoked for 55 years. That's right, and stopped March 28, 2020. Felt like crap for a month, 6 months. Don't miss them now. Yeah, brother. Well, I've been off them for a year and a half now, and I'm so fucking glad, my man. Yeah, so glad.
Oh yeah, Hobbs says he's still there.
Hobbs is still there, and a Google mod. I'm going to actually make the Google mod an actual official moderator, which I don't really know if I should have done that. It might have been ironic that he was the only non-modded person. But anyway, the Google moderator says, Ruthless, you are breaching your tube's community guidelines. Oh, you are breaching YouTube community guidelines. Smoking is
What was-
good for kids.
What was the breach? What was the breach?
It's that smoking is good for you kids.
Oh, okay. Is there a real Google bot or? I mean, I don't know.
No.
It's a
okay.
saggy poor Google bot.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah. We get them all in here, Ruthless. You know, I love it. All these ex trolls have decided to turn over a new leaf and be hilarious in my chat, which is just which is a good time. And then Icon, what's Mank saying to you? You can respond in real time, guys. Just thought.
What happened to
Says
me?
Icon, you watch any biomangling knowledge? No, I haven't gotten to that yet, but I did save it.
Nice.
Well,
You
what's
got-
that
you-
about? What's that about? Icon
I don't know.
bio
Mag
what?
healing. Yeah, go on, Icon. Sorry, mate. Go. What's that?
It's
Thank
a
you.
magnetic healing channel, if I saw it right. Looks pretty interesting. Can't
Oh,
wait to dig
okay.
my teeth into that soon.
Oh,
Well,
yeah,
drop-
I might check that out.
Yeah, drop the link for Ruthless, Mank, if that's okay.
No,
Drop the
I'm
link
on the
for Ruthless.
lounge. I can't see it. I'm on the lounge.
Oh, well, is there any chance you'd watch this back, Ruthless? Because you could probably watch it back if it comes up on the chat log.
I'm not sure. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I'll just
maybe-
look. Well,
Yeah.
no, I'll just ask Icon. He can do my research for me. He can watch some of it, and then I'll say, Icon, how's my research going? And he's either going to say, you know what, mate, get in there and research it yourself, you dumb bastard, or
Yeah.
he's going to say, nah, Ruthless, mate, you'll be fine. Don't worry about that one.
Or he's going to say, well, it's going great. You're a flat earther now. And yeah, that happens.
Nah, mate, no, there'll be no chains, no anchors, no fucking
Okay.
snow globe to keep me trapped.
Okay. We won't get into. But yeah, actually, Rufus, while you're here, joking aside, what did you make of not the interview? Sorry, the epic live stream that you were the star of. What did you make of that? If you watched any back, or what was your thoughts after that? I thought it was really cool.
God, no, I don't watch myself back. I don't listen to myself back.
You came across very
What?
well. I think you should watch it back.
God, no.
That's what you-
Why?
Just because, I mean, it's part of the learning input, isn't it? Because when you watch yourself back and you don't cringe every 5 seconds, it's like
bro,
maybe you.
I'm all, bro. I am all spontaneity. I am all ad hoc, off the cuff. Fucking, it just goes. It just comes out, and that's a problem, though. See, that's a problem. But that's just how it works with me. I suppose I probably talk before I think in many regards, and that can be problematic. But I find it's not it's just, I don't know. For me, it seems to have always worked in the long term. It is problematic though, because it can seem very reactive in a sense, but it's like when I've got my full fucking coherency, it's like boom, mate. They're like just fucking mad light bulb moments. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I've noticed, and you were on. That's what I mean. You were on it. You should probably watch it back just to hear that you were on fire on that one, and you were relaxed. That was the main thing. I thought that was a really big, important feature to why it was working as well. Possibly because you're around your little kitties, and I don't know, man. That was my theory anyway.
Oh, I just relax. I mean, when I'm relaxed, I mean, the things flow. You know, I mean, that's part of my fucking, well, not problem issues or whatever, but part of the compounding factors is this fucking, just where I am, just it's just just fucking ugh. So I try to get as relaxed as I can, as best I
Respect, man.
can.
Respect. Well, the chat's gone
now-
pretty much. You seduced the chat to being. I think everyone's going to sleep or something. I don't know what's happened to the chat.
Well, maybe they should ask some questions.
Yeah. Does anyone got any questions for Icon or Ruthless or? Well, you hear from me all the time, so you
Just
don't
a
need to ask me
question.
shit.
Put a question,
Yeah.
and the three of us can address it from 3 different points of fucking view.
Yes, that worked actually, didn't it? To be fair, you know what? Nemo was bringing it, and that really helped. So yeah, if anyone got a question for the panel, and we'll all give our little 1-minute answer, because to be fair, that did work. Yeah. Has anyone got questions for the panel? And does anyone want to jump on up? And if they do want to jump on up, I'm just going to drop them the link. But we don't have to keep going. I mean, what sort of time are you boys on? Because this has been a long one already. But where are you boys at?
It's 12:26.
Yeah. So
lunchtime.
right. Yeah. So you're good either way, Rufus, no doubt. And then Icon, how are you doing?
Yeah, it's fine here. We're just coming on 8:30.
All right, well, it's turned into another long one. I mean, I did not expect this at all, but it was fuck it, it happens, doesn't it? Well, if I drop this link for anyone who wants up with us, and that includes Wagon. I don't know what Wagon's saying, but if she wants to come and join the panel, then cool. Or anyone really, anyone wants to jump on, and then yeah, has anyone got any questions for the panel? Does anyone want to hear our wisdom? Little minute go at each of us at your question. Who wants it?
Yeah, Wagon, if
Who
you're still
wants
out there, you should hop on and join us.
Yes, you
I
should.
caught your last message last night on that stream that died, requesting me to come on, and here I am. Come on, girl.
Yes,
Have some
that's
fun.
right. I saw that message. That's right. Yeah, she was like, "Come on with me, please, Icon." So what's Sagipur saying? Who would win out of you three in who can piss the highest? Night all. May your gods be with you. So Sagipur, good night. And
What kind of a question was what? How fucking what? What?
yeah, who would win out of you three in who can piss the highest?
What, piss the highest up a wall? Because that was a
think the hit-
competition, don't you?
Yeah, the
that was
hint is
competition.
the hint is it's a pissing contest. I think that's the little wink, the little hint, as in me and you can get into it, Ruthless. I think that's
Well,
the little.
Well, I don't know. I haven't sensed any pissing contest at all since I got on here.
Oh no, not tonight. Yeah, no, I think he's probably alluding to the first one. But yeah,
Oh, stop living in the past, man. Stop
Yeah,
living,
man.
Not you, Hiveless, whoever said
I
that.
know.
Stop living in the past, man.
Yeah,
No.
Saggy.
What movie was that from? I know it wasn't a movie. It was fucking Seinfeld when George was at the party. He was talking about Bozo the Clown and the kids. I think that was the one where George fucking charged out of a party because he thought there was a fire and he pushed over some woman. And he's talking to the clown and he's giving the clown shit at a kid's party. And he asks the clown about Bozo the Clown, and the clown goes, "Bozo's dead, man. You're living in the past, man." Sorry.
That's great.
Well, I might even look that up now that you've said it, Rufus, when I watch this back. But I was going to say, the Enlightened Manx got a question, boys. What's your plans for World War III if it happens? Breaking news: Russia got Sputnik tanks at the Ukraine border.
you want look. You want to know. You want to know look, when it comes, right? Because whatever's coming's coming, right? You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to rush it. I'm going to smash as many fucking windows as I can.
That's the spirit, brother.
I'm going to go out to the fucking garden. I'm going to get it with a bucket. I'm going to collect as many fucking lucky stones as I can. And I'm going to go down to the shops and do window shopping.
That's true. Well, that is a good answer. A bit of looting. Well, there you go.
Hey, listen. I didn't say anything about stealing.
You said window shopping.
Yeah.
I thought that was
window
Australian for blacking up and going and doing a nice bit of
No,
stone
that's
throw
five finger,
shopping.
no, that's 5 finger discount.
Okay.
Same here.
What, Icon wants in?
Yeah, sign me up.
Well, you got a farm. You don't need
Well, what do you-
anything. What are you doing that for?
What are you going
For
to do?
something to do.
Icon,
Something to do.
what are you going to do when World War III breaks out? What are you going to do, Icon?
World War III already broke out. It was the Cold War. Now we're waiting on World War IV.
Good answer,
okay,
Icon.
Well, okay.
that's not- I'm
your
there as
semant-
well. I'm there.
with your bloody semantics. So what are you going to do when it gets when the crazy comes? What's the first thing you're going to do? I'm going out to smash windows. What's the first thing you're going to do?
You board up my windows.
Well, it's so funny. It's mad that you said that, Icon, because that was going to be part of my answer. In all, because I think you've probably even heard me say that before. Alex Jones said that shit. By the way, that's where I got that from. He claims that the Cold War was the Third World War, and the next one would be the fourth. But anyway, semantics aside, like Ruthless said, if it kicked off proper, it depends what the nature of the war is, doesn't it? At the end of the day, because I'll have to be responsive to what's happening. But preemptively, we all need to stock up on food, as you well know, and get yourself a good water filter. That's it. They could do hyperinflation could hit before any war hits people, and that would do far more damage than any kinetic war. So
I fucking swear. Look, you know what? I've had fucking premonitions. I haven't had them for a fucking while, right? Dreams, fucking whatever, and just the rhetoric that's been rolling. And just talking and just this talk about another fucking war. I mean, I really hope that they were fucking premonitions, because it's straight out of fucking Hollywood. It is straight out of fucking Hollywood stuff. It's fucking funny.
what's going to happen then? Oracle Ruthless, Glenn the Oracle.
Fake alien invasion, right?
Yes. Definitely.
And there's your world war. There's your world war, mate, against against the fake aliens.
Oh, can I hook you up to something actually, Ruthless? On that note, please check this out. He's called Greg Reese.
Stop pointing me to YouTubes.
I'm not. This is not. This is Infowars actually channel. But check out Greg Reese.
Same thing.
Whatever, but Greg Reese does some really good reports. Greg Reese, fake alien invasion report. That's all I was going to tell you. It's quite well put together. Greg Reese, fake alien invasion. There you go. That's all I'm saying.
Well, I mean, hang on. Where's me? Who am I getting text messages from? What's this? Who's that from? Oh, no. Oh, okay. Hang on. World News Report today. Space weather. So everyone's now tripping about what the sun's just been reported doing 2 hours ago, 3 hours ago now. 3 hours ago. Check it out, Icon. Check it out, mate. Check it out. People are going to be peeking. Check out what the sun did 2 hours ago.
What was meant to
Fart
happen?
out another corona?
Yeah, did it?
Yeah, we basically got an X-class flash. So
I knew it.
Yeah,
I've been saying the last week off the back of the Enlightened Mank, saying that you could have some really interesting winter weather with the volcanic ash cloud and whatnot. Well, I added to that the idea of a solar flare being on the horizon. It will be an establishment globalist, fake-induced one, in my humble opinion, allegedly. But there you go.
No, mate. Look, you know what? Everything else will be faked. But when it comes to what the sun does, what will
Maybe,
be faked,
yeah. Okay.
what will be faked will be the reasoning why electricity goes off.
Fine,
Just
maybe.
fucking whatever, you know.
Well, I don't think they'd want to hide that. They'd want to blame it on the sun, the EMP.
Well, why do you think La Palmas, right, is doing
Right.
what it's doing differently that it did 100 years ago?
Right, you actually think it is due to legitimate sun activity, yeah? And it might be.
No,
I'm
it's
not saying I
got-
know
it's-
either
look,
way. It might be.
Everything is system bound. Okay, everything is system bound. Every planet, whether it's flat or fucking disk or whatever, doesn't matter. It's all system bound. So the system does what it fucking does. It's only the meat bags that assign the reasoning as to it doing what it does. That's because God's angry, or that's because you're sinners. So you know, and look, it's a demonstrable fact. The sun is doing what it's doing in the 25th cycle. Okay, we're about a year. I think it's a year into 25, cycle 25. I'm not sure. I'd have to go and recheck.
Fair enough.
Where we're approaching into the max of the cycle, right, which is the sunspot activity, or GSM as they call it. So, you know, and the thing is, they've got this climate rhetoric bubbling away. They're screaming like never before now. And they call this next summit COP26.
Right. I got you.
COP, as in
I-
get.
Yes, as in
it's,
court, yeah, as well.
as yes.
Yeah.
So 26. And mate, 26 is the last, look, 26 is the last cycle before the reset. If it gets
That's
all
right.
the way to 26,
Mhm.
you know,
Yeah,
because, mate,
No, fair, but
doesn't-
nice speculation, Ruthless. I mean, to be fair, my guess
not
is as good as
speculation,
yours.
mate.
and-
Look,
well, you know
mate,
what I mean. Well, it is speculation, but yeah.
how is it?
Well, I'm
How
trying to
do- how do
compliment
we-
you.
how-
Let me compliment you.
How do you explain Egypt going from a jungle to a desert?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I think it's likely that they had a major climate change. I've seen evidence of the the water table being dramatically changed there. Yeah, I'm with you on that. I'm with you on that for sure. I do I do believe that there is a sort of major cyclic extinction level event that we're not privy to, that the establishment is, and your theory that you were laying out the other day, that they don't know the exact year for it, but they know it's coming. I think that's feasible, plausible. And when I said nice speculation, I'm trying to say in and around that being still a
It's not-
theory, which it
mate,
is.
it's not precise because there's a variable within the medium and its modality. When it's
Fair enough,
when
maybe.
when it's operating as it does normally, there's always a variation. That's why we have fucking asteroids and just what appears to be random spinning around shit. You know. Anyway, so
Yeah.
you know.
Oh, well, I just want to say this, and then I want to get Icon in. In fact, no, I should get Icon in now. Go on, Icon, because
Yeah.
otherwise you'll forget what you were even thinking.
I was reading the space weather conditions. Wow, that was one hell of a flare.
Okay.
Well, apparently it's. Well, I mean, look, I think you know what Space Force channel I go to, and see, he doesn't upload the way he uploaded today. Like he always uploads. It's around the same time, but this one today, it's like, well, and he said, well, yeah, well, this has happened, but he's not saying this is it or it's even closer. He's saying, well, this is the cycle we've been talking about. This is, you know, it could just come out of nowhere. He didn't say, well, you know, it's going to, but, you know, a fucking X class, mate. It's only just made it to an X class. But as you understand, Icon, the grading of each class could be 100 increments. So, you know, a 25% into an X class, well, mate, that's a big fucking deal, you know. And when you're talking where we are in relation to the positioning of the ejection hole, I mean, so anyway, I mean, and look, I'm going to be brutally honest, people. It can't come quick enough to me. It just can't. it just, you know what? It's been long enough. I think people have suffered enough. And I just think, you know what? Yeah, it's time we all basically got a good fucking punch in the face as a species. I think it's, and look, I'm going to go even further because I've got the can open. This is what people are coming to realise.
Yeah.
Is they're coming to realise that, you know what, they're part of something really big and we're fucking naughty. And you know what? It's time the system is going to be reset again. So you know what? When you fucking wake up and you come back, recycle or whatever, let's try and do it better this time. After fuck knows how many times we've been getting it wrong, now we get a chance to get it right again. You know, I don't do this, all this new age, new earth shit. You know, there's a reset coming, period. Simple. That's it. There's a reset coming. We fucking had one.
We've got a few. I might just share these thoughts because they're, you know, between us, we might be honing in on what's happening. But I think Mank, what did Mank just say that I wanted to say? Oh yeah, Mank's saying this, just corroborating something I just said. I don't want you to unpack this, Ruthless. So just hang on a sec. Let me just bash through a few of these. The Enlightened Mank's saying volcanic ash clouds create a sun blanket mega winter. Right, that's interesting. And then Mr. Hugh is corroborating that for sure, Mank. It's going to be a cold one, and that's my sort of feelings as well. And obviously we've got to try and survive this initial thing. So, you know, it's good to be thinking in these ways and make provision and get provisions.
Yeah, look, with regard to the ash that La Palma's pumping out, do people remember Mount St. Helens?
Yep.
You sure? Yeah.
Well, go and measure the ash that got puked out by that, and then come back about La Palma's ash. You know, like it's not pumping ash; it's pumping fucking raw earth. It's pumping liquid earth. It's not pumping ash. It won't pump ash the way that people seem to think. Oh, it's going to start to pump ash, and it'll block out the sun. That's not what that volcano does. It doesn't do that.
No,
Anyway,
I tend to agree with you, Rufus. No, I actually tend to agree. Well, I tend to agree. Yeah, sure, and I tend to agree with your presumption. I think what's being proposed, though, the way I see it by the Mank is that also that could be the storyline of the establishment, because they always, you know, if they for instance, you know, don't you, Rufus, that Bill Gates was going to block out the sun in the summer in conjunction with a bunch of scientists, right, from the UK. And so
but we're talking about that in 2016,
right,
with
but
Harvard. Google
Right.
Bill Gates and Harvard. Google Bill Gates and Harvard.
Sure. Okay. Well, all right. Well, let me read this by the Mank. So I was just going to, just to finish the thought. Thanks. You know, the idea is that maybe they want to have the produce a weather event, possibly in order to create a lot of carnage. You know, under the guise that it was the volcanic ash cloud, but really it was it's Bill Gates and his fucking Harvard buddies. But I'm just going to throw this out there as well, and that's not to say the extinction level event, the one that Rufus is referring to, isn't also on the horizon. But you know, but anyway, the Enlightened Mank is saying type green laser hit volcanoes. There is different volcanoes getting hit around the world, and they erupt after being hit on the live cam, and the elites will blag the public and say global warming and lockdowns will happen. There you go. That's my thinking too, the Mank. Yeah. Go on,
Yeah,
Rufus.
the old direct energy weapons attack on La Palma, eh?
Right.
That is so retarded.
It's not that retarded.
You want to know why it's retarded? And I'll tell you why. I shouldn't be insulting. I should say that's so silly, but I didn't. It's simply because the seismic measuring systems are on a graph. Okay? They're on a fucking graph, right? So, of course, it's going to look like it's a coordinated pattern because the seismic meters are on a grid and a graph. So, anyway, I'm not going to argue that point because you know what? I've been watching it for days. People screaming, oh, it's a and I've even seen the Photoshop fucking photos. Oh, it's a direct energy weapon attack. You know, People will create shit just to put weight in the supposition they're putting forward. And truthers are big like that. Just like the the elites, they make shit up to quantify a claim or a supposition or even a fucking postulate they're putting forward. They will articulate and they will manipulate shit to develop a desired outcome. Two wrongs don't make a fucking right. It makes it incredibly hard to produce, reveals when you have people that are supposedly on the same side making shit up. So look.
Respect. No, that's cool. No, you're good, Ruthless. I'm just going to get this from Chessboard. Hi, Ruthless B. Ruthless, look up mural made from Amazon ashes. Ashes collected from 20-some thousand fires. That's from Chessboard, a new sub. Ruthless from yesterday. From Ken's channel, actually, Chessboard. You probably know Chessboard, don't you, Ruthless?
Yeah. I've seen Chessboard around. I mean, it's like, the shit they pump into the air. It's like, well, it's got to be this. It's got to be that. But if you look at it, it's actually a combination of many things. And the fires is a good example, right? How is it the fires can burn with the intensity that they do? Oh, it's because it's so dry. No, it's not. No, it's not. It's because of the particulates that have fallen to the ground from the fucking sky. It's called accelerant. I mean, I don't doubt the use of direct energy weapons in some fires. I've seen some pretty scary footage. And I'm not talking about, beams coming from the sky, like fires that just they burn at a temperature that's just not possible, like like steel melting in a building supposedly on fire from jet fuel. Mm-hmm. Yet there are gullies of molten steel running out of windows. Obviously, engine blocks in fires in Cali was it last year or the year before? Cars here melting, cars with a hole blown in them that is clearly from a direct energy weapon.
Well,
if you've seen the military lasers, you'll know pretty much about the size of the hole that'll get blown through armor metal. So I have seen direct energy weapons used for fires and the rest of it. But the way, like for argument's sake with La Palma, it's direct energy weapons. No, it's not. The only energy causing La Palma is coming from sun. It's coming from the changing electromagnetic field.
I'm hearing you, Rufus.
That's why various animals and species are demonstrating increasingly insane, out of the ordinary behaviors. Not just today, this week, but, for a decent amount of time, like a couple of fucking years. It's getting worse.
Let me say, don't forget, 5G's been around for a couple of years, but not to conflate.
Got nothing to do with 5G.
Well, let me come in here and just contest your point, because that's what I want to do. Is you've made your point, but let me say this: you say the terms in absolute. You say it in absolute terms, but it's not actually very scientific to do that. Because the fact of the matter is,
when you say
hang on, let me finish the point, mate.
Yeah,
I've got to make the point. I'm trying to finish the point, so you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, but when you say it, what am I talking about? When you say it, you've got to be specific, Hiveless.
Right. When it comes to the volcano, the thing that you were just talking about, what's causing it, the volcano, right?
So we're talking about volcano. Okay.
Yes, and you were talking about that it's silly to propose that it's a direct energy weapons. I just want to make the point to you that that's fair enough that you're more swayed by the idea that it's the sun doing it. But if you were truly intellectually honest, Ruthless, you'd admit that you don't know. You don't know it's the sun, and you don't know that it's not an energy weapon, do you? And I don't have a dog in that fight. I don't, because I admit the truth, which is that I don't know, and it might be any of the above. But I want you to be intellectually honest, Rufus, and admit that you don't know either.
Okay, Harvest. Okay,
Thank you.
buddy. You know, look, you know what? I'm going to go now because you can't
go.
even be intellectually dishonest, mate. I don't like liars. I don't like people that project. Harvest, you're doing it again, so I'll go.
Well, I didn't know that was a trigger for you, but it's okay. I'm not on your case, mate. Don't go.
It's not a trigger. It's
Right.
not a trigger because you're stating. Well, you're saying that with some sort of absolute, and you don't know. It is but is in regard that these other people know it's a direct energy weapon. These things are being said on the basis of what they're looking on YouTube. It's not on the basis of cyclic events of what the medium does, what sun does, what earth does,
Where did you watch
regardless
that?
of shape.
Where did you watch that
regardless of
shit?
shape.
I bet you watch that
You
on
can
YouTube
see
or
it.
TikTok.
You can see it in the landscape. That's why we have craters. So here's something about asteroids that are purportedly.
Whoa there, horsey. Let's not escape into asteroids,
the
but let's
planet.
finish the point. Hang on, Rufus.
Why is
Well,
it? Why is it all asteroids, right? Why
How
is
does it
it
get onto
all
asteroids?
purported asteroids land perpendicular to the Earth?
Because
And
Elon Musk did it.
The same goes for the moon. Why are all those impacts perpendicular to the surface? Why?
That's interesting. I'll have to look that up.
I don't know, mate. Because a giant threw them from the side. I don't know, mate. I don't know.
Why are all purported asteroid meteor impacts, right? The big ones and the bigger ones, why are all of them perpendicular? Look at the moon. Why is every crater perpendicular to surface?
I don't know if it is. I don't know if that's actually
Oh,
it
all
is, mate.
all
Making that up.
celestial objects on an elliptical orbit all come perpendicular to mass, do they?
Say that again. I mean, you cut out for me, brother. I didn't actually catch that last point. You were warping out for me.
Oh,
Well, I didn't get it.
perpendicular.
Say it again.
Why are they
Is it
all
because?
perpendicular?
Is it because they were sort of, I don't know, they came in sideways or something? Is that what you're saying? I don't know. I don't get
No,
the
I'm
point.
saying, why don't they?
Why don't they come just fall straight down?
No, they all do. Why do they? I'm saying, why don't they? What? So every impact, they all come from the same trajectory, do they?
Right. Oh, because it's because the moon's not what they tell us it is. How about that for an answer?
Oh, okay. So, well, what about the ones on the moon then? Why are they all perpendicular?
Because maybe they're not craters as we're told they are. Maybe there's something entirely different. I don't know.
Okay.
But the point being is, Rufus. But anyway, look, you were about to jump, and that wasn't. I wasn't accusing you of a sin for my mind, and I'm pretty sure Icon could back me up on this. I wasn't accusing you of a major sin when I said you were couching
No,
things in
you-
absolute terms.
You're projecting that my supposition isn't on the base of the demonstrable. And my supposition
hang on.
is on the basis of what can be demonstrated. It's
Well,
not
hang
based
on.
on YouTube.
Let me be specific, and I'll say that in couching it like this, and this is the sort of language you were using, right? And it's a good winning debate tactic. I'll give you that much, because it's like throwing down and saying it's like this, but also it's not strictly accurately,
Mate.
truly right on. It's not doesn't represent your true.
sorry,
Well,
no, no,
well, what I mean is,
I'm
hang on, Rufus. As in, you have to admit that you don't really definitely know it's the sun. You were like, you think it is. You're very convinced it is,
Hiveless.
but you don't
Can you
know.
please tell him? Can you please stop telling me what I have to admit? Can you please stop telling me what I have to know? Okay, because mate, that's.
Well, I'm looking
the
for a
worst
level
kind
of intellectual honesty that's like gonna
No,
be a
you're
little
trying
bit
to-
more room.
No, You're trying to
more room, and you're
project.
thinking it's but
You're
it's a
trying
bit
to project.
stuck. It's a bit stuck, Rufus. That's all I'm saying.
Bro,
Like,
you're trying to
you
tell
don't
me what I
allow for the
know.
Well, what I
You're
mean
trying
is
to
with the
tell me what I
volcano
know.
activity, you don't allow for you don't allow for the possibility of it being something other than the sun that's aggravating it. That's what I mean. And I'd like a bit more
No, I
room.
don't. Yeah,
And you're not.
it's
All right.
to say that it's direct energy weapons on the basis of a suggestion by someone else, completely ignoring how seismic activity is detected and measured
Right.
with grids, right?
Yeah.
And little sensors, bless you, that are laid out on a grid,
Yeah.
right? And when you actually look at the grid in action,
Mhm.
it shows the sensors that are activated. Oh, that's direct energy weapons because it forms a pattern. Okay. You know, people want to run with that. Fine, run with it.
Right. What I was going to say was like, I'm not saying you're wrong either, am I? I'm saying that there are evidence of green lasers and shit. And we don't. Can you explain that? What that is? That's not the sun, is it? What is that?
Mate, I've got plenty of footage of military lasers that will blow a hole in any fucking. I think it's. Look, I think it's something like 4-inch metal. You know, I mean, I don't dispute the ability or the technology to do it. I've just stated that I've seen very good evidence, you know, in relation to fires, direct energy weapons. You know, I know the direct energy weapons are real because they're in Australia. We got them here.
Right.
You know, I know what they all.
Oh yeah,
I know
they've
what they all
definitely
are,
been
but
using that shit in
truth is-
Australia, mate. Yeah. Of course.
truthers are very good at making shit up to fit the perspective that they would like to have. That, oh, you know what? There's no way that it could be seismic activity that's being triggered by the weakening electromagnetic field. It's got to be the Illuminati and the all powerful entity that tricks us into a soul contract that we sign to come back to this realm, this snow globe. I mean, yeah, look, no offense, Hiveless, but some of these people are baby truthers. You know, they have a realization, they'll see something and they think, well, I'm waking up to so much. No, people are noticing things that have always been here and always been happening. Not everyone has just realized it in the last 2 years or realizing it in the last 6 months.
Look, I respect your position, Ruthless. Like, I hear where you're coming from, mate.
My position.
Well, no, I mean,
my position.
well, look, I'm trying to be respectful, is what I mean, and I understand where you're coming from. Let's put it that way instead. But yeah, I mean, I'll say it the other way though, brother, because it's also possible that you're like, let me put it this way, man, because you won't want to hear me. You won't want to hear that this is a possibility that I allow to float as an explanation to why you are biased the way you are in believing that it is all a sort of. It's not that you're not capable of some sort of level of woo. Let's say when some people, for a certain group of people, what you believe is very woo.
Fuck, spit it out, mate. Now you're confusing me. Spit it. See, look, no
yeah,
offense.
hang on, I'm getting to it because I'm scared of you getting fucking pissed off again.
No,
So I'm
no,
scared.
no
I'm trying
offense.
to say it in a nice way.
Please, one second. Stop the fucking mental masturbation, right?
Right.
Stop.
All right, I'll tell you. All right, I'll tell you.
Look,
I'll tell you.
were
All right.
more-
Hey, you want me
if
to
you
tell
were
you?
more yourself, Pete, you're
I
going
am
to do
myself.
better.
Come on.
You're going to be more.
Well,
be
I
more
appreciate it, mate.
yourself.
Well, look, it's only because I'm trying to not trigger something that I triggered recently in you, Ruthless, because I actually want the point to land.
because
If you want to know the truth,
because
so I'm
it's all
treading around your
funny.
eggshells, mate. Treading around your
Buddy,
eggshells.
It's always with you. It's always about, well, who's right and who's wrong. Mate,
All right.
That's not. Look, you know what? That's not what debating is. No, look, a debate. There is no winner in debate.
All right,
But
fine.
do
All
you
right, I'll come back
understand-
here. Oh, fine. I'll come back at you. It's fine. I've heard you. Let me come back. I'll say it to you this way. Everything you accused the truthers of just now is absolutely true of you too. And any objective viewer will notice that your preference for it being a legitimate geological event as opposed to an elite produced event is
Well-
equally a bias in a particular direction. Hang on.
Yeah,
It is a
And
bias.
honestly, I
Right.
do have that attitude towards truthers because
Right.
for 2 fucking years I've watched. For 2 long fucking years, I've watched this truthing community. I've seen what these fucking people like to spread the most ridiculous things. So, yeah, mate, you got it right. Because I'm not a truther. I'm not part of the truther community. I'm not one of the true Jedi Knights that straps on a cape and flies around at night in my dreams, fantasizing about, oh, isn't that going to be great? I'll go there. So you're right, Pete. I do have a bit of disdain for truthers.
Right. I mean, if I may,
they fuel this shit.
Right, and I hear you, bro. For the super woo, yeah, the ones that are just addicted to woo for woo's sake, I fucking hear you, and I actually stand by you in that regard. Believe it or not, you wouldn't know I did. You wouldn't know I do because you'd probably presume some of the things I hold to be possible still counts as woo in your eyes, perhaps. But I'm not assuming either way. I'm just saying. But here's my bigger point. I might make this point to you. Hang on, Ruthless. Hang on. I hear you trying to get it back in. Let me just finish the point.
Bullshit. I'm not trying to get back in. Don't fucking lie. I
thought, all right. Well, my apologies. It's just when the mic nudges, it sounds like you're trying to jump in, mate. It's fine. My bad. Fine. I'm not trying to paint a narrative here, Ruthless, to be honest. It's fine. I'm just trying to get to the point. There's a girl that I know from. Well, actually, I better not say where she's from. But anyways, a girl I met once when I was down living in a Buddhist center, who was very out there, like pretty much a new age girl. She was into some of the maddest shit you've ever heard of. She was deep into sort of spiritual healing stuff and all of the Reiki stuff. And I'm not saying I've got an opinion on that either way. I think a lot of that might have some legitimacy, but I don't know. She was deep into all the spirit stuff though, and the spirit work and all that kind of stuff. Pretty far out stuff to do with archons and like, I don't know, man, just mad stuff. She spoke of entities like alien interdimensional entities, and they had all like names that she'd refer to and stuff. It was like beyond me, right? And I'm obviously quite open-minded as it goes. But anyway, she had sort of a mental breakdown actually. And when I spoke to her after her mental breakdown, she was the most normie. She now is the most normie you've ever fucking met. And I called her up a year or so ago. This used to be the most out there girl you've ever spoke to. And I spoke to her a year ago, telling her about the Bill Gates, or the sort of, let's say the jibber jab, right? At the start of this year, I called her up as part of me doing the rounds, trying to get in touch with everyone that I knew on my phone to sort of give them a fair warning and say, maybe you don't want to be getting in on this thing, And I spoke to her and she said she wants none of it. And she's just totally, she spoke to me like she thought I was criminally insane. This once very open-minded person, because she's gone so far the other fucking way now that she's like, she pays her taxes. She only believes what she's fucking told. But I'm just telling you, Rufus, just from my perspective, I've seen it happen where you can also escape. You could overcompensate for going a bit far out. You can overcompensate, Ruthless, and I do wonder if something similar hasn't happened to your kind self.
I got to laugh, mate, because 1 minute you're telling me how smart, informed, and how on the ball I am, and then the next minute you're telling me how confused I am. You know what, Pete, mate? Anyway, because see, anyway.
Yeah.
Icon, please
Icon
talk.
Icon. Fucking come on, mate.
All righty. Oh, while you guys were hashing it out, I had to get backup power from a phone going.
Well, that's all right. Let me read this out for my chessboard, and I'll get Icon back on in a sec. Hiveless B, truth destroys the world you used to live in. Neil Kramer. That sounds interesting. Thanks. Truth destroys the world you used to live in. Yeah, well, that's absolutely true. Yeah, the world's flat, chessboard. That's exactly right. I'm only playing. I'm playing. Go on, Icon. What are you saying, my man?
Huh?
Are you got anything, or are you just... Icon's got nothing. Icon's got... Well, Icon, why don't you read out the chats for a bit? Have a bit of laugh with the chats then. Go on. Read out what all these people's reaction is to me and Ruthless nearly having a fight again live on air.
Well, I'll read it out as you put it up on the screen here because I'm away from the computer out in the garage.
Oh, okay. So you can... All right, well, go on. I'll put them up on the screen and you can read them then.
And I got to take off my glasses. So let's see. Paint them red, and I'll buy everyone as long as they have a born on date. Cucumbers. It's painted McHale blue. Is that right? And
I don't know what that is.
that was the easy one. Yeah.
Well, Michael's enjoying
Honestly,
every
I
single
need
bit
to
of
know
that.
why you think they are perpendicular.
Yes, I actually want to know why you think they were perpendicular. Actually, Ruthless, that is true. Yeah, we're all curious.
Because I got eyes and I can see what a perpendicular mark is. We all can. Look at the moon. They're all perpendicular. There's no scrapes. They're all anyway, they're all perpendicular. Quick, hurry up and get
Hang on. Hey, Ruthless.
Yeah.
I do recall when I was a member of the Milwaukee Astronomical Society, they had some interesting pictures of 2 or 3 craters on the moon that looked like a skip mark. It was really, really
Yeah.
cool.
I shouldn't have been so general in that statement, because it's not every, but you know what? Very, very few. And you know what, Icon? If you can get me pics of that, I'd love to see the skippers. I would, because it is so rare that it's just anyway. Quick, read hang on. Can I read Enlighten Mac?
Yes,
Manx?
yes, it's for
What
you.
it
Anyway.
is?
It's for you.
But the day La Palma Mega happens and the day University USA, you will realize it was a real plan, because I predicted the event for you. Oh, thank you, Enlightened Mank. Oh, thank you. Oh, praise Jeebus. Hallelujah.
Yeah.
Thank you, man, for solving it. That's all.
So here's my prediction about La Palma. Mank.
I'm with you. I'm with you, the Mank. I'm with you.
It will continue to laugh in molten earth. That's what it will continue to do. Egypt became a desert because the earth got melted. No, Egypt became a desert, Mank, because the waters came from above as below. The waters shifted across that great land and swept Atlantis away. So you want to know where Atlantis is, Mank? Eye of Sahara. Yes. Okay? There's your fucking Atlantis. Anyway.
Ruthless, Alarani Noskintor says, implying what, though? You were talking like you were going to blow my mind.
Well, I'm not going to answer that question, because that's one of my sock puppets, isn't it, Hiveless? Isn't that one? Isn't that one of my sock puppets?
Well, that's why I asked it you, because I wanted to see the reaction.
No. You didn't just ask. You implicitly stated.
Yeah.
You can watch it on the replay if you like.
I know.
Because see, this is why I don't listen back to my voice, because I know everything that I've said. I know everything that I've meant, because it's still inside me. It's still in my head. So you know what? Like a filing fucking cabinet. You know, I'll walk over to it and I'll rerun it. It's not a memory. It's information recall, recollection. Kenny talks about it.
Sure, man.
You know?
Right on.
No,
But
Ruffy baby. Ruffless mother told me 70 years ago, believe nothing I hear and half of what I see. Yeah, well, you know, that they had a good idea, chessboard. My nan said the most amazing things that at the time just, okay, Nan, you older person. So, but now when, you know, some of the things I'll hear again, like within me, and it's her voice, in her voice, and I'll think, fuck, man, I should have asked you this question then. I should have asked you that then. You know, like I should have been asking you these questions in 1970. But, you know, it's sort of, anyway.
Let me say this, because I know Manx posted this twice. So I did have it on the screen for a bit, but yeah, I'll read it out and give it the air that Mank wants it to have. The Enlightened Mank. Egypt became a desert because the earth got melted, because lands are melted buildings and mud is melted building ash. Deserts don't have no Deserts don't have no carbon. that black mud color that plants use to grow. This is why.
Oh, I love you, truthers. You just where you get this, where you get this stuff from. You know, like where you get that from. It's a demonstrable fact. Egypt was a fucking jungle. It's a demonstrable fact. It was feeding everyone. The Nile, you know, the banks of it was the food bowl. You know, it was the central focal point, the last fucking flood. You know, it's the lowest fucking below sea point. It's why it flooded the way it did over there, because the water could only shift so far, and then it was going to remain where it was. You know, there's your last Noah's flood. Noah's flood was 6,000 years ago.
Sure. The Mank is saying the steps of the Egyptian temple are melted to a semi-step, and that proves that they were melted.
Yeah, of course. I love confirmation bias.
Well, you do have confirmation bias, though, Ruthless. You can't tell us that you're beyond that.
They're telling me again what I can and can't. I mean, that's
what
silly.
you do. But that's your whole grift to tell
that?
people. Well, that's your whole grift telling people what they do.
Well,
You say what the truth is.
Give me an example.
Well, your confirmation bias is, well, you have a confirmation bias to believe it's probably less likely to be the elites doing an agenda, but more likely to be a natural occurrence in the sun. Well, La Palma volcano, you presume outright that it's more likely to be solar activity.
Because La Palma does this every 100 years or so, okay? This is what it does. So, you know what?
Fair enough.
If we're going to go and talk about La Palma, go and do some research about La Palma first, okay?
Well, all right, and then explain all right, and that's fair enough, Ruthless. But explain to me what the green lasers are. Then, what are the green lasers?
Do
they appear every 100 years too?
When you can discuss the actual demonstrable history of La Palma and its activity, okay, and its cyclic nature.
Well, when you can admit that there weren't green lasers 100 years ago, the last time it happened, then
no, they haven't had gamma lasers for 100 years.
Oh, so it's almost like maybe the lasers have something to do with what's happening down there. Possibly, at least, you'd have to say.
Okay, there you go, projecting again. You have to say. You have the man. This.
Well, you should concede. No, if you're logical, you should concede it. No, if you're being logical, not intellectually honest, you have to concede it.
So
it's a concession you have to make.
You use in a specific way to try and put forth commands, and it's not good, but. Hey,
well, that's because you're currently thinking on it currently is faulty. So I'm trying to tell you ought to think a different way.
Here we go. Yes, Watch When the Buildings Cry documentary. Oh, I'd never seen that one. Oh, goodness. Is that like the one The World Has No Trees? Oh, I've never seen them ones. I mean, gee, I'm talking Mank there. I'm talking to Mank. I mean,
yeah, no, I know. I was just going to say, Wagon's going to bed. So, Wagon, fair play.
Wagon.
You were disciplined.
Night, Wagon.
She was disciplined. She didn't get up. She had one night off, so she didn't seem like a total grifter. I've done that too before, Wagon. I've pretended that I wasn't desperate to get on, even though I was. Good luck. Sweet dreams, honey. And I love you. And I would actually like you to get on, joking aside. And you can come on whenever you want, honey. It's all just me fucking around and joking. Just playing. Well, anyway, Ruthless, I do think that you might not realize that you are sort of, I don't know, man. You're as dug in, but just from a different kind of perspective, really. You're as dug in as any of the truthers that you hate.
Well, let me put it this way, Pete, is people are either right or they're wrong. Simple. In any point. There's either is or isn't.
I kind of agree with that. I just want
to touch on chessboard there. Yeah, chessboard. That's to be able to get into that vault. There's a lot of supposition there, and the Smithsonian as well is another one. That's anyway.
So anyway, Alarani Nuskintor, the pyramids have signs on water erosion and sand like the seabed, not denying the melted steps. Okay, Alarani Nuskintor is either ruthless trolling super hard and even disagreeing with himself, or actually you are a different person. So
what can anyone tell me about the pyramids in Australia? What can anyone tell me about the symbology on the Aboriginal, the Australian Aboriginal, that is thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of years old, but is fucking Egyptian in nature? Can anyone tell me that?
I'm
Was it
not sure about
hieroglyphs of?
those, but I know there's pyramids in South America as well, so it's not like a solely Egyptian thing.
Yeah, that's my point, Icon, is because they've just recently found another pyramid in New South Wales.
Really?
And yep. And it's actually why the government's destroying. They've already destroyed one of the Stonehenges of the Aborigine. It's why a lot of the landmarks and the Aboriginal tribal stuff is getting busted up and destroyed. It's why they want to get rid of the Aborigine. It's why they want to get rid of a lot of tribes, Icon, because it's the tribes that carry the old world history and knowledge of better times. That's why they've got to eradicate, those tribes, because they do tie right back to the earliest times. I find the Navajo extremely fascinating.
Oh, I didn't know you studied our Indians. That's awesome.
Oh, mate, look, put it this way. I have a tattoo on my arm, right? Now, I got it when I was really young. I don't know what the attraction was. It's actually an Indian dream catcher.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, it was just really weird. Oh, yeah, I've my whole life, Icon, I've had this tribal thing, or my whole fucking life. Look, I don't know if it's because I'm half Maori ancestry, but the American native, extremely drawn, Icon. I don't know why, but there's this huge fucking draw to American Indians with me. Hey, I don't understand it, but I can only lean towards some recall that I don't have complete access to, or even a bit, because I've never chased the past lives thing, because look, I've read too much over many fucking years and decades of people like Dolores Cannon, and I'll be brutally honest, Dolores was a fucking huckster and a carny. Sorry if people out there like Dolores, she was a huckster and a carny. That Munro that wrote those fucking books, he was a fucking wackadoodle. He was just a fucking idiot. So people want to adhere to those stories coming from people claiming that they're real accounts of actuality. Look, that's fine. I don't do Chinese whispers. I never have in my whole life. And you know what, Pete, if you want to see that as a bias, mate, I love it. It's the best bias I've fed in my life, because you know what? I was born like you and like everyone else with a BIOS, BIOS, which is a fundamental basic operating system for the meat biology. Plain and simple. That's how we come here. And from the moment we draw breath comes the BIAS, BIAS, that just completely compounds the BIOS, which is your sixth fucking sense, which is your intuition, which is the thing that tells every other species and animal when there is danger on the horizon, when danger becomes imminent. That's why everything fucks off except us. Why? Because our intuition has been conditioned out of us. We used to fucking know. We used to know when to head for the hills. We used to know months in advance when to shift our campsites, when to shift our villages. Anyway, I'm rambling on now.
Oh. No, it's okay, Rufus. For me, you cut out for a second. Did Rufus cut out for you then, Icon, or not?
No, I heard him 5x5.
Well, it's me then. Okay, it's me. It's fine. Alarani Nuskintor, maybe so, not taken away from that, but the pyramids and Sphinx have water damage implying submersion. Yeah, I'm sure both could be true simultaneously. Why not?
Because water swept
Oh,
through.
yeah, they would have gotten the water damage from when there was all the flooding in the area, which has a lot to do with why they moved the Nile over so far.
Exactly. And look, if you have a look at an aerial shot of actually Egypt and places like that, you can actually see what looks like sandy waves, like a whole bunch of look, you know what happens to sand when water washes over sand in volume? It'll leave ripples. If you have a look at the aerials of those places, it fair income looks like water has rushed over there because the that's what it looks like when you look at all the factors and all the mitigating circumstances around. Water swept everything through. Water came and it just cleaned everything. Call it the mud flood, call it whatever you like. But see, the thing is, we've been told that these, the cataclysmic, and extinction events, all this far apart. Humans have never been extinct. We've never been extinct. We can't be extincted because the earth can't fucking be destroyed. Well, I shouldn't say that. I mean, who fucking knows? But there hasn't been an event that's wiped out humans. Because we go to ground. We know how to survive. The species will always endure. It always has, and it always will. So anyway, I'm rambling now.
Well, no, all I was looking for.
If humanity doesn't endure, at least the planet will.
Well, and
Right.
that's exactly right. That's exactly right. But I think in some way, shape, or form, there'll always be humans. There just will be, because we didn't get this far. We didn't get this far without having gone through cycles of cataclysm. Natural selection. That's why we're fucking here, because we endure.
We're detracting from all the natural selection within the last couple centuries, though. That's not a good thing.
Most definitely, because it set us backwards for after the reset, for after the next event. It set us backwards because when shit turns. Look, let's say for argument's sake, everything turned to shit overnight. The electricity went off and all the rest of it, and then what happened, and then everything starts to settle back down now, and then. Well, how's the world what's gonna world gonna start as again? It'll basically start where it left off. Those that had control, that got to the point where the system was reset. Well, they'll be ready for the next one like they were this time.
Mm-hmm.
So they'll have their little fucking things in place, and I mean, look, who fucking knows? Volcanoes are melted buildings. Enlightenment. 75 million years ago, atomic bombs were placed at the bottom of all the volcanoes, right? And what happened was they were set off, and all the souls of dead aliens escaped out of the volcanoes, and they just flew out. They just flew out into the cosmos, spinning and spinning and spinning, and then they got snapped up and put in cardboard boxes and taken to places like Venus and Mars, and forced to watch big TV screens where they were implanted with all sorts of ideologies, from family to religion to all sorts of things. Welcome to the world of Scientology.
Nice. Well, I will say on both. Well, see, I find myself. Oh, well, actually, Icon, you seem to like you want to come in there, did you?
I just said, wow.
Yeah. Well put, Ruthless. But here's where I find myself, because sometimes, in all honesty, full disclosure, I love the Mank because he's like out on a limb with a lot of the stuff, as far as I'm concerned. But with some of it, I'm down with it. You know what I mean? Me and Mank agree on some stuff, but not on everything. Me and Ruthless agree on some stuff, but not on everything. You want to know the truth? I find myself legitimately in between. Oh, hang on, Ruthless. Let me make my point, mate, because I don't butt in on you all the time. Do I? Let you do your bit, don't I? All the time.
You just mute
So
me.
shut the fuck up, Australian. So I, with all love, and he knows that because he told me to tell him to shut up if he does that. Basically, yeah, I find myself in between Ruthless and the Mank, and I think both of you ought to appreciate that you're kind of looking in a mirror in a way, And I don't think I think that's your blind spots. I do. 'Cause you dug in. You think you know. That's the problem. I admit I don't know a lot of stuff.
I
I admit
think- I
all
think
I
I
do
know-
is refute bulls.
Bro,
That's all I do.
I tell you what I do know. I'm not a fucking reflection. I'm not the reflection, mate. I can tell you that.
That's
that
what
I
the
know
reflection would say.
without a fucking doubt. I know that I'm not this body. I know I'm not a set of beliefs.
I know.
Without a doubt. Without
I
a
know,
doubt. So
brother.
you know what?
I know, but you could also get dug in,
done,
right?
mate, because this is
Right.
what I understand, right? I will not be identifying. I will not be embodying. You know, that's so. If
Well, don't be
people
so
wanna work
sure
out
of things.
why
Then,
I'm so-
well, why is it one? On the one hand, you're not sure of anything, like you're just saying now. You're a hippie, and then you're sure of the fucking sun causing volcanoes. Make up your fucking mind, Australian.
Because that's what the sun does, mate. Because the sun's system bound, just like volcanoes is system bound. The sun is bound by what the sun does. The sun is bound by what the rest of the system does. It's all system bound, mate. The system does what it does. Nothing you understand.
No, but pick me up
History
on my
only
point. I know,
repeats.
but I was making a bigger point. You know what I'm saying? Look, guys, you know what I might say, because this is a never-ending conversation in truth, and that's what's beautiful about it. So we'll do this again. Me and Ruthless, we got into it, but it was all. That's what's fun about it. So no one's falling out. Everyone's happy, and me and Ruthless are fine. We're just like this guy. So don't worry, everyone's happy. I want Icon to maybe make his point, and then I might close her down, guys, because it's been 5 hours.
Are you set?
Icon, yeah, what are you saying,
Okay.
Icon? You got any last words you want to say? And I'll get Ruthless in, and then we'll.
Well,
We'll
it
say
kind of
goodbye.
goes on what both you guys are saying about beliefs and opinions and what everyone adheres to. For me, that's kind of part of the important thing of being a conscious being, at least to the conscious being, is formulating all this stuff that works for them. Because if I were to sit around and postulate and speculate on what's going on, what's with the volcanoes and what's the earth look like and all that, I'm just going to sit back and say, well, it doesn't matter. I
enough.
brought this up before, and I say it doesn't matter from my perspective because it doesn't affect how my day goes on a day-to-day basis. I keep myself abreast of such situations in case something should go wrong, in case someone is doing wrong. Then I had a little bit of insight into what's going on. I keep my head on a swivel and I can get the fuck out if I need to. But I think a lot of the preoccupation with any form of what's called truther, or I don't know what the opposite is, a not truther, but it's all just logomachy and all just a game to keep everyone entertained while the bigwigs go on with their major plan. So if you just cut down to basics, don't worry about that, and don't let the bullshit get you down, and just prepare, you have less to worry about. Because when it comes down to it, it really doesn't matter what shape the planet is in as long as you're on it.
Exactly.
And you can, eat from it, and you can drink from it, and be able to do that freely.
And understand the state of being. Thank you, Icon. That was beautiful what you said there. Because basically what you said to me, well, what I hear there is, well, you know what? I'm a sentient being, and I understand states of being. So am I going to affect or allow effect of my state of being by constantly digging in rabbit holes, constantly arguing over silly points, constantly being driven away or drawn away from the things that keep me in a suitable state of being? Correct me if I'm wrong. I mean,
Yeah, that's pretty much about it. I mean,
Comes
then
down to how
too,
much you can
there's
stomach, right?
there's my idea on, well, Hive can research and do and think what he wants to do, and you, Ruthless, can do the same. And if you're going to debate about it to whatever level, that's perfectly fine. But I don't have a say in it, but I respect both of you for your ideas and concepts and what you came up with. So go ahead and hash it out. That's, part of us being a free being.
Right, and I mean, I'm there myself at the end of the day. Absolutely, yeah, in a total agreement. And Ruthless, yeah, at the end of and Ruthless, and so what? Ruthless and Icon, right? I agree that peace or the state of mind is of primary importance. Absolutely, that's the real goal. But I would just add, one is able to extend one's threshold. It's all about what you could stomach, and I think the more truth you immerse yourself in, and the more actualized you are, the more you can stomach. So I find myself actually able to face this thing head on, psychologically, spiritually, emotionally, mainly because I'm where I need to be. Let's just say I've got myself worked out, and I'm grounded in truth as it's been revealed to me. So I just want to say this chessboard. This might be the last question we got, but chessboard has posed it. So since we're here, I've got to acknowledge it. Hiveless B, Icon sees Mr. No. Thoughts on giant tree stumps of Madagascar? Now, I don't have major thoughts, but I know Ruthless touched on this the other day. So I know that even though Ruthless likes to pretend he's only about no woo and all the science, he also will allow a bit of reincarnation and also a bit of giant tree stump shit. So
I
I'll
haven't
say,
heard of the giant tree stumps in Madagascar. I've heard that one of the rock formations out west in the States here, I want to say it's Utah, I can't remember what formation it is, could have been the base of one of these ginormous trees. And it's like, okay, I can kind of see it. I can kind of understand why someone would think that, but I have no further knowledge on it, so I really can't postulate any further. It's a really neat concept, and it's not impossible and maybe not entirely improbable, but it's a touch on the far-fetched side. I guess I'd just rather see more, data on it, as close to hard evidence as we can get, because what the only thing that's missing in that geologic formation out west in the States is any sign of rings, growth rings. However, not all trees have growth rings, which, throws another monkey wrench into the whole thing. If you look at palm trees, if they have growth rings, they're very faint. They may be there, but they're very faint. That and a palm tree is actually closer related to grass than it is trees. I always found that rather interesting. So it's entirely possible, and I'd like to hear more data that goes for it or against it.
I'm basically where Icon is on that too, chessboard. I've seen the evidence for that sort of way of thinking. I think it's possible. I've seen evidence for humans and animal remains being bigger as well. It's possible that everything was bigger once. Who the fuck knows, brother? I'm open to
Yeah.
it. I know Ruthless might want to come in. Oh, did you want to say something, Icon, on that?
No. I just agreed with what you're on about.
Sure, man. Hey, Ruthless, did you want to come in on that? I know you had some opinions about giant tree stumps. Just give a little minute answer, because I want to move on to Uncle Bones. Oh, well, I want to move on to the Mank and Uncle Bones, who's saying some hilarious shit. Uncle Bones is. I haven't read it yet, Bones, but it looks funny. Ruthless, are you there, mate? You're muted. I muted you because there was an echo on your video, mate. So I don't know if you need to unmute. Is he there?
The thing is with
yeah.
with those rock formations that have a completely flat top, I mean, there's the default scream. That used to be a tree. That used to be a tree. Look, there is a such thing as silica-based trees. You can fucking see them. So, but that's the big tree things is used to try and establish, shape and shit because, well, you could only have a big tree if it was like this shape or that shape. So
Right.
there's there's silicate fucking trees, of course.
Good answer, mate. Let me move on, if you don't mind, Roof, because I want to get through a few real quick, but great answer. The Enlightened Max says, I agree with Roofless, which I didn't expect to hear. And actually, I'm going to mute you. Could you mute yourself, Roofless, a sec, because it's a mad echo. Thanks, bro. Good man. I agree with Roofless. Sun may have a cycle and is being is a being of mind, right? The story of Jesus, the sun, is really the meaning of the sun awakening the people, right? I don't know what Ruthless has got to say to that. A brief answer, Ruthless, to that, because I want to get to Bones. You have to unmute yourself, remember, Ruthless.
Okay. Yeah, well, see, that's the problem with Chinese whispers and stories. We'll just look in this regard. Okay, so here's something for you. You know the term Christmas?
Right.
You know the term Christmas? Well, how about this? How about if you invert it, and it's leading on to what Mankus said about, because actually that's pretty much right, is the sun is actually the giver of all life, okay? So there's your God, okay? Your God is the sun. So let's invert the word Christmas to mass Christ, okay? Now, mass is something with force, okay? So every so often, there's a reset. And you know what? It's a massive Christ. That's an impact. It's a solar impact. Yep. So there's your Christmas.
What do you think about it? Do you think there's a great awakening tied to that, or do you think that's a nonsense?
To what?
To a massive solar event that's, such as.
Well, obviously there is, mate, because you know what? I've never seen so many people in such a short period wake up to what's been going on for a long time.
True. I agree with that.
The world, the politics is bad. Governments are bad. They've always been bad. It's just, well, of course, because, mate, if people can't see that there's something big that's coming, that's always been coming, but now they're aware of it, well, I don't know what to say to people. Everyone thought it was, it's the age of Aquarius and it's Kali Yuga. It is Kali Yuga, but it's more. It's not just that. It's the sun. The system is in transition. The Milky Way is in transition. The solar system, the galaxy, all the planet. That's why the spot on Jupiter has been shrinking. Have a look at how long the spot on Jupiter has been shrinking.
Well, you've got to rely on lots of NASA bullshit imagery to believe any of that shit you used to talk about the solar system.
Forget it.
I was saying that playfully. I was playing it playfully. Ruthless.
Forget it. Because you know what, Pete? You don't want to know. So
I don't believe in a silly solar system that you only know about because of NASA, mate. Yeah, but you only believe in that because NASA.
You know what?
You've never seen it.
I didn't even mention NASA because you can observe the spot from where we're standing.
I know, but you already believe in Milky Way and you're already well into the fantasy. NASA. You've actually bought into the whole NASA fantasy, and Glenn, and you don't want to admit that you're believing a load of woo.
We can't believe that because it's from NASA. No, NASA. Oh God, I'm rolling my eyes.
But you have bought into a narrative, mate. At the end of the day, you only believe that because you told it. You believe it because you told it. The NASA. You believe there's a solar system. You believe there's a Milky Way. You believe there's Jupiter's got a spot on it that's getting smaller. How do you believe that? You ain't seen pictures.
I've bought into what can be observed from Earth.
That can't be observed.
I've bought into it.
You're looking at pictures. You're looking at a picture.
No. Yes. I've bought into looking through a telescope from here. Have I? I've bought into observable reduction of the storm on Jupiter.
That's one explanation.
I bought into that because that's observable from Earth.
Right. Well, you bought into an explanation.
NASA.
Yeah,
so that's buying in NASA, is it?
Yes, it is.
That's buying into NASA.
You believe in a Milky Way, don't you? You believe in a spinny ball. You believe in a solar system.
I know what I can see. I know it
You
can be
can't see any
established.
of that stuff. You can't see any of that stuff.
You can
'cause
see it in the
exist
sky
your
at night.
brain.
Mate, just
your
because
imagination.
you think, mate, just because you think it's painted on the inside of a fucking dome.
I don't
well,
have a
mate,
theory.
I'm sorry.
I don't have a theory. I say
sorry,
that
yes,
I've
you-
refuted the ball Earth. I've refuted the solar system as it's
You haven't
posited by
refuted
NASA.
anything, mate.
Yes, I have.
You've
Very
refuted-
easy.
You've
How do you get water to
refuted it in
stick
your
to a?
own
How do you get
mind.
water to stick to a? Glenn, how do you get water to stick to a supersonic spinning ball, mate? How do you do that?
It's
Recreate that
because
experiment.
you-
Recreate that fucking
you-
experiment.
You don't,
Do
because
that.
you don't understand perfect geometry of water molecule. That's
That's
why.
just a magical woo answer. That doesn't make any sense.
Ah, there you go. See,
No,
there you
who's the
go.
woo? Who's into the
No,
woo? You
it's not woo.
told you.
Go and have a look at it.
You don't
Go
want to
and
believe it
study
is.
wa- Go
No,
and
'cause
study water. You don't even know that water has memory. So go and study
Hey,
the water.
I didn't say
molecule.
no. I was saying that I do believe that water does have memory, actually, bro. I was saying that you can't explain away that water clings to a spinning
Yes,
ball with
because
that
you don't have-
explanation. That's
because
my point.
because you don't explain it, you demonstrate it. See, that's any
Right. Okay. Demonstrate to me a supersonic spinning ball with water stuck to it. Then demonstrate that to me. Recreate that for
Yeah.
me.
Go for a swim in the ocean.
That's not what I asked.
Yes, it is. Of course it
No,
is.
no.
Of course it is. Of course it's. because
Someone recreate the
don't-
experiment where you get balls
you
to
don't
water
understand-
to stick to
you
a ball
don't
with gravity.
Look, if you don't understand something, right, you
Then
cannot
recreate it.
grasp. You can't grasp it. So
But that's like saying
you
there's
don't
one rule for the
understand-
really big and one rule for
you
the really
don't-
small, and that's like Einsteinian
don't-
cop out crap, though,
you-
isn't it?
You
So-
don't understand the water molecule. You don't understand perfect geometry.
Well, you don't understand the physics of water, mate, do you?
The physics of water are based on perfect geometry.
But tell me how it sticks to a spinning ball, mate. How's that work? In fact, why does the ball float in space? Tell me that, Glenn. Why does the ball float in space? Is it because of space time getting bent? I don't think so. 'Cause that's what Einstein says.
It's because
that?
of the modality of the field and all things contained within it.
So, but that's
It's
just like a
not
woo
rocket
answer. It's a bit of a
science.
magic. But it better be
It's
rocket science because that's the
not.
only reason you believe it.
What do you mean it's a magic answer?
Well,
It's
it is,
not a
isn't it? If
magic
you're honest,
answer.
you don't want to be
No,
honest
stop.
with yourself because you say everyone else is into the woo,
So you're
but you just
projecting
told me a
again.
really
I'm-
woo.
So I
Who is
must be-
projecting?
I must be being dishonest.
No,
See,
I'm
that's-
not claiming you're
it's
dishonest because
that
you're sincere.
false-
No, Roof,
it's the-
Glenn,
Mate,
I know
you're
you're
doing
sincere, mate.
straw
I know
man.
you're sincere. No, I know you're sincere. I know you're sincere.
You're
It's about the
you're
only thing I
dealing
know about
straw
you.
mans. You're
No,
doing
no.
straw man and
No,
a
I'm,
total
I'm,
authority.
I'm letting you know how mad what you believe sounds. That's what
I
I'm
mean,
doing.
You don't
what
understand the
I'm doing.
water molecule.
No, because you keep
mean,
insulting everyone else for believing what they believe. But when it comes to you, you think you're on solid ground. You're really not. That's
No,
all I'm letting you know. Just letting you know.
Explain the water molecule. You're asking me about something you don't understand.
Well, I don't understand the water molecule particularly,
go
no, but
and
I don't
learn.
need to. I don't
Go
need
and
to. I
learn.
don't need
Well,
to
go and-
understand it to
Well,
know
yes,
that
you
water
do.
cannot stick
mean,
to a
if
supersonic spinning ball,
If you
mate.
want,
There you go.
if you want to know how something works, you got to understand it, not describe it. You've got to.
You've got to refute
understand
it. No, science is a case. Hang on. Science isn't about understanding anything. The scientific method
Okay.
is about refutation. It's very
Science-
simple.
Science
simple.
isn't. I got to write that down. Science is not about understanding. Okay, I'll write
Exactly.
That, I'll write
Exactly.
that one
Right.
down.
No, please write that on your forehead,
Science
Glenn, because when you
is-
get that, you'll get it. Science is not about understanding shit. It's about refuting shit. That's all it is. It's a very simplex method,
Science-
and it's perfect.
Science is not about getting to an understanding of how things work. Okay, I'll
It's
remember
not
that.
primarily about understanding stuff. It's very simple methodology to arriving at something more
Okay.
feasible, should we say?
Okay.
A
So
more feasible
science
explanation.
doesn't
It's about
teach
negating. It's
you
about negating falsehoods.
understand how
Science is
things
all
work.
about
Okay.
science. That might be a secondary effect to negating
Oh, so it's a
falsehoods.
secondary effect. Which is
Yeah,
it?
but it's not primary.
it?
It's not the primary.
Which
It's
is
not primarily what it
Oh,
what
okay.
it is.
Oh,
Primarily, it's a method. It's a method, isn't it?
okay.
It's a method.
So it's a matter of science does teach you to understand things.
You-
Is that right? So you've changed your position already.
Science is used as
Pete,
a tool. Hang
Pete.
on a sec. What?
Pete, come on, stop. That's silly, mate. You know.
Concede for me, Ruthless, that science uses as a method refutation primarily. It's all about refutation, and it's not primarily about
Mate,
understanding.
mate,
Tell me
you know
that.
what?
Tell me you know that.
I
You
actually,
do know that.
honestly, mate, I actually don't even think you know what the scientific model is.
I keep trying to tell you what it is, but you're so deep into the NASA narrative of a bunch of woo crap at the end of the day, Ruthless, that you can't see that you can't see that everything you believe is based on a series of presumptions that you've never even tried to refute. Because a true scientist, if you were a true seeker, Ruthless, you might start with a presumption
Truth,
and,
mate. You know what?
hang on, and then say, I want to refute this. I better try and refute this thing so I don't believe in something that's bullshit.
It's the truthers that have made truth so fucking subjective.
Well,
Subjective.
I'm not referring to the truthers.
No. My truth is more truthful than your truth. You know, this is so Scientology.
But mate, I'm not into that crap. But that's not the point. That's not the point I'm trying to say. I'd love you. If you were a bit more, hang on. If you were a bit more open-minded, hang on, mate.
What is true for you is true for you as you observe it. That's your mantra, mate. What is true to me is true to me as I observe it.
I haven't said
so
that.
What is true for you is true
I haven't
to
even
you
said that.
Is
I have never said that.
Mate,
I'm talking about refutation. I'm not saying it's about that.
Well, you know what, Pete? It seems to me, it's all about making others wrong.
Well, no, I'm trying to show you your blind spot. That's all I'm interested in. As a friend, Ruthless, as a friend, I'm trying to show you've got a major blind spot. You can't admit to yourself that you bought in.
Mate,
you can't admit to yourself that you bought into something because you want to know that you're on solid ground. I'm trying to tell you you're not. I'm trying to help you out, bro. But I'm trying to help you out, man. Glenn, what?
Pete, stop projecting as if you're trying to do me favors.
But I am trying to do you a favor. That's
No,
all I'm
you're
trying to do.
not.
That's the business
No,
I'm in.
you're
That's all I
not,
care
mate.
about. That's all I fucking care about, Ruthless.
Oh,
Let's all
Pete,
arrive at something
come
more
on,
sensible
mate.
together.
Come on, mate.
What do you think? Well, what do you think I'm trying to do? Win? You think it's a cock measuring thing for me? Is that what you think? You're saying?
Of course it is. It's all about growing subs. It's all about getting people.
Wow, you actually think that? You really think that? It's not, Glenn. Not for me. For me, it's really not. I promise you that.
Well, Pete, when you finish the stream, go back and listen to. Was it the second or third? Might have been the third last stream, where you implicitly state you want a fan club, you want a fucking group to lead. Okay.
Yeah.
You implicitly state that, mate.
That's a bit.
And you know what,
it's
Pete?
a big joke, though. It's a bit of a joke.
It is blatantly. Look, here's the thing. It is blatantly obvious. I never want to lead. It's blatantly obvious. Right. I never want power. It is blatantly obvious. I'm a troublemaker, right? It is blatantly obvious. I do not appreciate people trying to lead others, and I bang heads with them. So that's why there's a tiny percentage in my life I bang heads with.
Well, fair enough, mate. All right, that's our clash. Then, all right, you know what? That's our clash.
The vast majority of people aren't seeking to lead others because the vast majority of people don't want power.
Well, Rufus, let me tell you this. Yeah. And I'm not a guy that's about power for power's sake at all. I'll tell you this much. First of all, yes, there's a part of my whole grift that's jokes about being on the grift, first and foremost. But on the real, though, yes, of course, I'd like to be successful at this. Hang on. I haven't finished my point yet, mate.
I didn't say grift. I didn't say grift.
Come on, let me finish your point, Rufus, because you always trying to get me have to try and speak over you.
Don't stop putting fucking words in there like grift.
I didn't say you used that word. I told you in my own terms what I'm doing.
You used it in a way to infer that I made an inference that you are here to dupe and grift people. You made the inference, and it's as clear as bell.
It's hilarious. That's my joke, man. I mean, of course, brother. But on the real, though, hang on, you want me to go on the real? I'm trying to get to the point where I actually tell you, full disclosure. Yes, first of all, I'd like to be successful at this. That's number one, of course. And second of all, I happen to be not at all scared about what's coming over the hill, my man, which makes me a natural leader of sorts when everyone else has got their head fucking not screwed on. So yes, I'm quite happy to give a bit of direction psychologically. Psychologically for people who need it. So I am happy to take on that position. That you've got a sort of fear of being a leader for some fucking reason. Fair enough, but I'm not about that. I'm
You
okay
love
with it.
to-
I'm okay with it. I'm okay with leading.
lo-
I'm fine with it.
You just
Totally
you
fine with
just love to infer, Pete. I'm
I'm trying to. I'm
love
trying
the
my best
influence,
to
mate.
understand what you're saying, mate, and respond. That's all that's going
You
on
want to
here. So
know,
there's no.
Peter? You want to know why I don't want power? You
why?
want to know why my type should never be given fucking power and control?
Go on.
Because there'll be no dissemination. It all goes. All of it goes. Every fucking last bit goes. If I'm ever giving any say, given any control, everything goes for a restart. So you know what? I'll add some fuel to some of the real crazies that seem to think I have some sort of fucking messiah complex, right? This
Right.
time around, when I've been born, I knew something was coming, right? I fucking knew something was coming. So for all the crazies that seem to think I have a messiah complex, I came to witness what's coming. The only reason I was born this time was to watch, was to be right in it, to take my fucking lumps for every shitty thing I've ever done in any cycle that I've been part of. I'm here for my lumps this time. So, you know, for the far out crazy ones, yeah, I was born to come here and watch and to be part of the disruption, to be fucking putting shit out left, right, and center, not running down the street with my arms waving in the air, not pointing at people saying, repent, repent, repent. It's a matter of take your lumps, everyone. Take your lumps, everyone. None of us are going to escape this.
All right.
Not one.
I hear
So
you.
the lumps are coming. You
I
know
hear you.
what?
And you know
I'll
what?
be
There's a big-
standing up front.
Right.
I'll
There's
be
part of
standing
my. I'll tell you this, brother. There's part of my approach which is not dissimilar to that. I understand that, like I say, my whole the way I put it, it's not dissimilar to that. Is we may not. They may even get their way, brother. But we can laugh at them while they do it. Don't forget, I've used the analogy before of, I think in Nazi Germany, captured British spies. I'm sure there was a whole thing to do with captured British spies that just looked at the firing squads and smiled at them, you know, as they took aim. I'm about that, brother. So I'm on the same one as you, Ruthless,
Well,
in
mate,
that sense. But there's a lot of
I'm
humor.
about-
Listen, there's a
mate,
lot of humor
I'm
to be
about-
had with it. You see what I'm saying?
I'm about not coming back. That's
Well,
what I'm about. Mate.
Well, look, at the
I'm
end of the
about
day,
not
mate,
coming back, 'cause
I'm
you
all
know
for,
what?
I'm all for transcendence.
You don't want to incarnate in a body after the reset. You don't.
Well, again, and that's
fucking
to some people that's fine, man. And look, I can get on board with that way of thinking. I'll just remind you that to some people they would consider that thought woo, Ruthless. So I'm just letting you know that you're anti-woo until you're not, and I'm just trying to hold a mirror to you.
Anti-woo. Well, mate,
What?
you know, I mean, if people want to believe that they're a body, fine.
Well, no, I agree.
I'm
Well, of course, I'm there with you,
not a
Arno.
body,
But I know,
know?
I know. Me too. Look, me too, mate. But there's some
I know
things
there's some weird fucking, not weird. There's some connection through that has me communicating via
Right.
this fucking vessel. You know, I'm part of something else, mate. No, we
Right,
all are.
but I'm just reminding you, mate, that sometimes you're anti-woo and sometimes you're all right. You know, you're all right with it. I'm just saying to some people that would sound woo. Not to me, but to some people.
Well, what do people think? Well, what do people think? Oh, well, what you're going to go to fucking heaven or hell? Is that what they think?
Well, I mean, in the sense that, well, you just shared a load of thoughts that were quite were quite out there, really. Like you already can intuit that you're here for a particular purpose that was decided beforehand, and that there's a whole sort of set of presumptions that underlie that what you just said to do with that. And so for a lot of people, that sound like a bit far out, mate. All right then, all right then.
Listen,
But you
mate,
know, I'm just saying.
Everything's shown me this, Pete, from my fucking first and last name, right?
Right.
My first and last name screams, right? It screams specifics. My first name is Glenn, okay? That's Glen, okay? It's not a name. Look it up. My last name is Pugh, P-U-G-H, okay?
I was wondering how you pronounce that. Thanks, Chief.
Hey, look that one up, Okay. Now the alternate spelling to pew is PEW. What's that? It's what people sit on in a church. But the dictionary definition of my name is, well, it's either two things. It's either a mocking name for poo, or it is a mark of disdain and displeasure. Okay, people talk about duality. Oh, please. So my name says everything to me, right? It says everything. I'm here as a natural occurrence, as in a physical formation, emanation, or whatever, a body, okay? I'm in it to witness what's happening. I'm aware of it. Okay? So that's...
No, look, I get your point, mate. I get your point. I was making, but can you address the point I was making to you? Because you're sort of telling me a whole new set of things. Well, I was just letting you know. I want you to address the point I was, if you don't mind doing it, that is. I was just making a different point. You were just attacking like the woo truthers, and then I came back at you to remind you that sometimes you're out on a limb too, and you won't respond to it. Please do.
But which limb? Which limb?
Well, the reincarnation woo limb, which I'm down with, but I'm just saying
that's. I mean, that it's actually logical. It's not a woo thing. It's based on the logic of bodies.
But everything.
It's called.
But that's the point.
Pete. It's called law of body. Okay, I'll send you a book if you like.
I hear you. That's not my point. Look, I hear you, brother. I know you got there logically to some extent, not entirely though, because
no, it's. Well,
you just admitted yourself. Well, you admitted to yourself.
Bodies. It's metaphysics, Pete. It's metaphysics.
I understand that, but when you make certain comments such as "I am here," it's based on a narrative. I'm here to experience this. That presumes some sort of outside programming or something. So that bit is presumed and is intuitive.
Because it is outside programming, because it's part of the cycle.
Fine, but I'm just letting you know that it's not just standing on pure logic, that statement, you know.
Yes, it is. It's logical.
No, it's not. Well, I don't think it is standing on pure state. No, because you don't know there's a you here that deliberately...
Well, okay, if it's not logical, doesn't the sun and moon move in cycles?
Well, what I mean is biological. You could use logic to arrive at the realization that you don't exist, Glenn, in truth, and there's no you that needed to have programmed to be here to witness anything, because there's no
logic. Because logic and reasoning shows I do exist.
Well, hang on a sec. That exists, but you don't. You know, as in something may exist, but Glenn doesn't. Right? That's more accurate.
Now, Glenn's a physical representation
of what?
Of a physical representation
of a series of thought forms and conditions, and fine.
It's the voice coming out of the body that's somewhere else.
Well, yeah, but there's not a you somewhere else, or do you still believe that? Haha.
Well, are you what? As in the
individuated kind of
where the three selves become the one.
Well, I'm not. Well, I don't claim a nihilism as well. So yeah, I'm not saying. I'm saying that.
I'm a nihilist.
Oh, so I'm not claiming that. I'm not claiming that. No, hang on. You've misunderstood me. I'm not claiming that you believe in nihilism. No, you certainly don't believe in nihilism.
No, I heard the words you used. There's no misrepresentation or misunderstood with what you just said, which was.
I was trying to temper your expectations about what I was pointing to. That's all.
You inferred I was into nihilism.
No, I didn't. You misunderstood what I meant when I used that word.
No,
you misunderstood what yes, you have done, because I didn't mean what you think I meant. Let me tell you. Hang on.
When you're drawing a reference back to what
I know what I meant, mate. I know.
Yeah, use those terms.
No. I thought you. Hang on. Again, you have to get me come. Let me come in, man. Hang on. If you keep but you got to let me speak, mate. Let me tell you why I used that word. I was letting you. Well, I might do that, but I won't do that. I was letting you know that what I was saying almost could sound to many like I'm the nihilist. So I was letting you know I am not a nihilist, by the way. That's all. I wasn't accusing you of being a nihilist. I was letting you I'm not one.
And see, there you go, misrepresenting what I said. I didn't say you were accusing me. I said you were inferring. Why do you people not stick to what you've said? when you get called out or caught out or it's pointed out to you exactly what you've said, I didn't say that. I know I didn't mean that.
I think you should
know, this is
rewind this
really
and
frustrating.
listen to it one day. Hang on a sec, mate.
It's
You
really
know what that is?
frustrating.
Well, hang on. We all each have our own preferred language and go-to terms. And in trying to understand and translate to ourselves what others are saying, we often do replace it with our own terms in a way so as we understand as best we can what that person was saying. Hang on a second. I'll just explain the process. So what I've heard you get frustrated about that a few times now. Just letting you know, Glenn, that's just what people do. You do that with me too. I'll have to watch for an instance when you do that. You've done it several times in this chat, actually, if I watch it back, for sure, because I even pulled you up on a few times where you'd misunderstood something I said. You've used a term I hadn't used, for instance, imagining I'd used it. So, that's just humans being imperfect, mate. Don't hold that against truthers. You always speak like you fucking people. You said you people about truthers. I think you're referring.
Yeah.
It's not that truthers do that. It's that humans. Yeah,
I
but it's
call
that
them-
humans. But
I call
humans
them-
are fucked up, Glenn. Humans are fucked up. Not
it was like yesterday in Kenny's fucking stream, mate. It's like you got all these fucking truthers showing up now, and they're bagging out the dumbest of shit. And what I said, oh yeah, moonbats are in the house. That's what it's like. Because the fucking moonbats upset shit. Like they just do just for the sake. Oh, I gotta start bagging on about this. It's just dumb shit, mate.
Well, look, Rufus, at the end of the day, mate, I don't even know what.
More fool me that I'm not listening to the words that some very salient words and points that were uttered not that many minutes ago about states of being and how they, fuck Icon, can you talk more? Damn.
Huh?
Talk more. You need to talk more.
I'm sitting here trying to roll a bone, yo.
No, I want you to talk more.
What would you like me to say?
Stop talking, Glenn.
Well, you guys
Say that.
ain't going to figure nothing out by sitting there being quiet.
No, I like it when you talk. I mean, because I just get tired of the mental fucking masturbation with Pete. Fuck. It's what it's
Okay,
like,
mate.
Peter. It's like mental masturbation, mate. Yeah, I know, I get frustrated. I should know better. I glut for punishment.
Most of us are.
Yeah, I know. It's fucking stupid. It's stupid. I was going to go down to the beach, but it's a bit windy. I suppose there'll be a bajillion people out today. Apparently, there's some new outbreak at some gym in Darlinghurst last night. Ooh.
I'm sure there is. What a bunch of freaks.
Some new fucking like bloody hell. I mean, Australia's so screwed. I wish I lived anywhere. I wish I lived somewhere that had, well, I can't say the word, but the things that you put these things in them and then you point them and then they let these things out of their house. I wish we had them.
Oh yeah, freedom seed planters.
Yes, freedom seed spreaders.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah.
Wouldn't be so
They make
bad.
things a lot different over there. That's for certain.
Well, and see, here's the thing, mate. I mean, look, if you and all of a sudden the news feed just switched, like with what comes up in news feeds, like, because I don't watch the news and shit, but it's like, like cow poop 19 is hardly mentioned in the headlines now. I mean, it's, oh fuck, mate. Oh, yeah. I might watch the news tonight if it occurs to me. I'll switch the national news on. I mean, mate, they're really not talking about cow poop other than boosters, get your fucking boosters and the commercials, but they're all banging on about the evilness of Dan fucking Andrews law changes. It's and what's the other one? Something in fucking Queensland, but where we are now,
Andrews, the new guy that came in after that Broad stepped down.
No, Dan Andrews is the Melbourne fucking tyrant, mate. He's the Melbourne Premier.
Okay.
Yeah, he's the guy that's just done the fucking shifty, right? Anyone can come out that's deemed an authorised officer and declare a pandemic and a national emergency. Hey. So what I think is going to happen is, I think we're going to do another turn to shit. I don't know that it'll be Melbourne. Look, it's really hard. It's hard to get a really good feel of exactly what they're going to do, because lockdown 2.0 for Sydney came really, really late in the piece. Because look, and in 2019, actually, in one of the corners of Bizarro World, I'll hang out. We were actually, there were discussions about what was coming in 2020 with regard to Cowshit 19, and there was a talk, like we'd had extensive discussions, or what you call the think tank, and it was pretty much decided there'd be 3 waves. There would be 3 distinct world waves of pandemic, and current observation says we're at 2. All right, we've had 2 waves, but also in those discussions, there's references made about how this whole thing was coming down to ground level, and like it's like a fucking war. So it's about boots on the ground, and it's because basically the fight is against one representation entity, or whatever you want to call it. It would have 2 boots it would put on the ground. Okay, so boot 1 was the entirety of the fucking pandemic, which was economic reset, build back better, flu shit, and all the rest of it was all incorporated boot number 1. So currently, my thinking, and in the far reaches of Bizarro World, is wave 3 of Cowshit 19, whether it be Delta, whether it be the Moo strain, or whatever fucking new strain I heard this morning. I couldn't fucking.
Oh, the Dick Cheese strain is the newest one.
Probably.
I don't know. There's some talk of some. Oh, this is. You know what? This is really fucking bad, right? So wave 3 of pandemic. It will involve another sweep through, or whatever the fuck that is. I don't know. And the second boot. So the supposition of the second boot is that's the fake alien thing, right?
I'm looking out for that, Ruthless. Just so you know, I'm also got my eye on that shit. Yeah.
Well, look, the rhetoric the last few days again fired up again. I don't know if it was a general or was someone over in the fucking States press conference. Mm-hmm. Some fucking agency started talking, and he's saying, well, and he was saying exactly, and it was almost word for word what Uncle Kenny said months ago when he said,
what was that?
You watch. They're going to say this. They're going to say this, and it was the second time, word for word. It's not the Chinese. It's not us. We don't know who it is. We've been watching them for decades and decades and decades. It could be a threat. So look, and let's be realistic. What are the chances? Oh, they're bad aliens. The only way we can defeat them is if we all group together as United Nations and we fight this existential threat as one.
Right, exactly. That's the couching, yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
So
well, honestly, Glenn.
obvious.
Well, no, I know. If anyone gets a chance, maybe Glenn doesn't want to, but I want to say, what was that? The name of that thing that I said earlier? The Glenn. Oh, do you know what? It'll come back to me. It's sort of lost the thought now. My brain's going a bit mushy. But yeah, there's a brilliant Greg Reese report on that fake alien invasion. Everyone, trust me, go and check that out. It's awesome.
I really don't think it's going to get that far.
Well,
Because
I mean, they might.
Was it Icon? What? What'd you
I
say
says
you
I
did,
really
Mark?
don't think it's going to go that far as some kind of alien invasion. All the UN needs as an excuse to help establish themselves in a country is, and if that country is in absolute chaos. Like I've been told for a very long time by the older folks around me, the reason why this country hasn't dissolved into a civil war a lot earlier is because the UN will step in and we will automatically lose all freedoms and be stuck under maritime law.
Wow, that's really interesting. You should say that because that fits for pretty sound logic. Because you've only got to look at what the UN has virtually in every other country. That's why it's called the UN in Arctic Treaty.
Yep.
Yeah, that's because that's the thing. Because the US looks like it may be some sort of signal of just how close we are to whatever it is. Because of the way Australia is operating currently, it's pretty much a bunch of countries on an island now. Each state and territory is now operating independently of each other. And
Really?
yes, and independent of the Federation. Yes, they all are.
Oh,
Yes, it's all been separated. As all the states now, they're now operating on their state constitutions. That's how they're doing all this mandate shit, because state-wise, because via their parliaments, they've already got their little mechanisms set up and in place, and it is a simple fact that only federally and only can federation step in and not oversee, but can overrule state constitution, because the state constitution is umbrellaed under the federal constitution. So all the states here now are basically operating like little countries. So it is pretty feasible that, there are currently border, you've got to have fucking your papers to cross borders like Europe used to be.
wow.
That's how it is. Look, Australia now, you've got to have papers to cross borders. So that's how Europe used to be. You had to have a fucking passport. Well, that's how Australia is now. You have to have a jabby passport to pass through borders. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Well, listen, guys, you know what I'm thinking? I think let's close it down. I might jump
Yep.
over to Mogi and Monster stream with some of the boys. I know Michael's jumped over there. If anyone wants to go to Mogi and Monster stream, it's Mogol and Monster. I think it's spelled like this. We could all just raid him, even though there's like 7 of us now. But they're primarily Bigfoot channels. So if you're not into that and stuff, don't worry about it. But they're a good laugh. You can jump on the panel and have a bit of chinwag with them. So, but anyway, Ruthless, it's been awesome, mate. I don't know, man. You should probably listen back and just hear out where we were getting stuck, because it's more of a. Anyway, I won't get into it again, but we're only getting stuck on a little technical issue, and I think well, I'm not going to get into it now, but honestly, I think if you watched it back, you'd see what I was trying to say to you. Anyway, it's all with love, mate. It's all with good, all in spirit, trying to. Well, hopefully we can all get to sort of see our own blind spots. I'm trying to see mine all the time and fucking get over it all and grow, basically. So I'm here in the same spirit, my man. Icon, you've been awesome. Do you want to say some last thoughts, guys? Both of you?
My final thought would be, it would be more interesting to discuss this like a decade ago when we could have done it over a pint and a pack of fags.
Well, that is true. Agreed.
Because that's all we're
Ruthless?
missing right now is that pub bar atmosphere.
Well, that is true. Yeah, I am missing that, to be fair, mate, myself. Yeah, but at least there's a record of this conversation, Icon. That is the only advantage.
That's true.
Yeah. Although
Beer and
actually,
whatnot can cause amnesia.
well, yeah, we all get to hear how messy it actually was. But I look forward to seeing how close we got into, how we nearly got into it. Me and Ruthless. Ruthless, what are your thoughts, mate? Oh, you're muted, Ruthless. I don't know if you know you're muted. Yeah.
Well, I'm in the middle of having a yawn. I was just patting my cat. No, we good. Yeah,
I
no,
know,
we
man.
good. No,
We are good.
No, just pat my cat. She wants to go out. She wants to feed.
Right. Well, there you go. You get on that, brother, and we'll do this
All right,
again
I'm
soon.
going to
Yeah?
bar. I'll talk to you later. I'm going to bar because I've got to let her out and I've got to disconnect and switch over. And
All right.
so it's
Cheers,
been nice.
man.
We'll catch up again. All right.
We'll do it
Peace
again.
out,
man. Yeah.
Ruthless.
Peace out.
Cheers, buddy. Uru. Bye, folks. Bye bye.
Laters. All right, guys. Well, Icon, you up for it? Should we jump over there?
Where are you off to? Oh, Mogion?
Guess so.
Did you leave the link in the chat?
I haven't got. Someone put a link in for me. I ain't got the link, but someone get the link. I thought you've been over there. No, you never been there.
No, I haven't.
Oh, damn.
I'm trying
Well,
to think. Someone I just went to someone's channel today and they had it in their favorite channels or whatever the heck you call it. So I will dig around through the
well, I've put a name in the chat. Actually, Icon, look at my last message in the chat, Mo Golan Monster. Just search that, you'll find it. But I don't even know if they're still streaming, but on the off chance they are, let's go and jump over there. Should I just do it with no ceremony, no music? Should we just fucking get gone, everyone, yeah?
yeah, sounds good.
All
And
right.
I will definitely be doing some research tomorrow to try and fill you in more on the principles and concepts of water, kind of something like what Ruthless was talking about. But
Yeah,
you know,
we're
trying to get more knowledge.
I know a bit of Motu's research, and I know, and I guess that's really it, isn't it? But I'm down with all that stuff. My point was just the physics of water as a body, you know, on a sort of that scale. The fact that water has memory doesn't really sort of factor into that. That was my only point I was saying. That was making.
Oh yeah, no, the water has memory is kind of part of the answer after you figure out the question. That would be the best way I can put it. It's kind of like an accessory thing, but it's like I said before too, that the Earth doesn't even need to be spinning to retain the water and the air and everything else, because you have the magnetic field that holds everything to the planet. So, and that's also where I said it doesn't matter if it's round or flat, it would still have the same effect. So that's why we need to research this further and figure it out.
Well, fair enough, Icon. The only thing I'll say is when it comes down to, and this is why me and Bigfoot always push back on the idea that it doesn't matter. In some ways it doesn't, in some ways it doesn't. Yeah, and the way it does matter is that if you suddenly found out that and I've said this to you before, if you suddenly found out that it actually certainly isn't a magic-y, stupid spinning ball that's irrational, and you suddenly found out, like I keep proposing, that it is as irrational as I keep telling you it is, then you'd at least not want to demoralize yourself or anyone around you by perpetuating the lie at the very least. So you'll at least stop pushing it. Also, you might even go so far as to be averse to it and actually tell everyone what bullshit artist NASA is, and it might become one of your causes. So I don't think it's up to us to decide that it wouldn't become our cause. So like I say, that could be life-changing, and you also might even get to see yourself reflected in the true cosmos. Not that I go that far, but you know, I'm just saying. So I don't buy that answer. Icon, I'd seek to find from you. I'd like you to meditate on, you know, maybe the possibility that it would be of some import to find out that things are utterly different to how you'd been told they were. Because I don't think anyway, but that's a different point for another time. I'm gonna shut up now, Icon, and should we just fuck off?
Yeah, you respectfully decline. I am totally cool with that. We'll figure it out. It's all good. We got life left.
Well, yeah, exactly. All right. Well, and I think the Amankas presumably put the link to the stream. I can only presume that's what he's done, but oh no, he has done it. Yeah, he has with the name the Mogian Monolith. A good man. Well, let's all just jump over there. No ceremony. I'm just going to say goodbye, and I'll see you all over there. Okay.
I'll see you there in a bit. I'm going to spin one up quick.
Awesome. See you in a bit. Icon's having a wank or whatever that actually means in English. See you later, guys.
Peace out, Iris.
Peace out.